Yo! I am back. I am back with another reaction stream. We got a couple of things to look at. I found a couple of videos, stuff that is a lot less. What's the word? What's the word you would lose? Grotesque. I would call it less grotesque. But yeah, just a little bit of yapping before we start. And yep, I'm starting to piss off people from like every group. It has become kind of funny because I've started to piss off people from every group. VTuber fans, woke people, the entire. I have started to like cover the entire like spectrum of dummies, basically, and it's kind of funny. It has become kind of funny, but hey, you can't make everyone happy, right? You can't make everyone happy, because like people get mad that I don't follow the arbitrary rules of like VTubers. Man, it's public information. I don't care. I like to talk about it. You can't police me on what I want to talk about on this channel. You can't do that. I refuse. I absolutely refuse to let myself get policed on what I can talk about and what I can't talk about. Feels like I'm getting one guide a little bit. But there were multiple people that tried to police me on like what I think and like what I can think and what I can't think. On what I can say and can't say. Because, you know, I like to have this channel as some kind of like space where no matter from which point you come, as long as you're like civil, you can have whatever opinion you want. I might disagree with it. You might disagree with my standpoint. But as long as everything is respectful, I tolerate everyone. And like a lot of people don't like this. Cause like they don't like that people are allowed to like, no matter from which standpoint they come, they are allowed to like talk and like speak. Kind of funny. But yeah, I try to, you know, have people from all kinds of areas, like from every standpoint on this channel. I don't censor people. I don't like it. You know, you can have like a civil discussion and not, you know, like you can disagree and not hate each other. That does exist. That works. Because like maybe, just maybe, you know, you might change somebody's viewpoint. Just maybe, you know, maybe. Or like, what's the word? Or like in some areas you might change your viewpoints. You know, just let people talk civil with each other, share opinions, share thoughts. That's how you actually bring change. A lot of people don't realize that though, and they just try to, you know, have their standpoint, or only their standpoint is the only true one, and everybody else is wrong, you know. But I guess that's just, you know. And thanks to that, I have started to want to call myself less and less a VTuber and just like a virtual creator. Kind of funny how that has started to happen. I'm actually working on my first scripted video. It's gonna be about the experience I have made throughout at the end of October. Then it's gonna release. like from the last 6 months after like becoming a VTuber. So yeah, it's gonna be one of those. It's gonna be one of the bigger videos, I would say. To be fair, I've never done a scripted video. Usually, I just do things that I feel like I do what I like enjoy and yeah, I just try to have fun. But I do have this also probably will have a lot of criticism for the VTubing space. But yeah, that's gonna be one of my bigger videos. The script is like half done, not entirely. I'm still waiting, obviously, until October until I then make the video. It's gonna be a bit more high quality, but I want to try have more discussion videos on this channel, because I also want to branch out, because the VTubing space can be very kind of incestuous, where we just focus on our own space and we don't really try to branch out of our space, which is also the reason why a lot of the space is stagnating and there's nobody really blowing up anymore. And that I just blew up a little is probably due to the fact that I'm a lot more open to talk about things that nobody talks about, and I'm also very upfront and I just sugarcoat things. Which I know isn't everybody's cup of tea, but I like to do it. And people seem to like it, my bluntness, my kind of honesty. I think people have start to enjoy that. They enjoy the authenticity that I bring along, because I don't hide myself. I don't need to censor myself, and I'm just gonna say what I think, and I would put on a fake accent, because there's people literally that put a fake accent on what's the word, a fake voice, basically. What is your point, bro? Why are you faking your voice? I like to be honest with the viewers. But yeah, I think I've yapped a lot. And yeah, there's a couple of things that I would like to watch today. And yeah, let's just switch the scene, I guess. Let's just switch the scene. Boing. We don't need the music. Also, I think I should just change the sub goal, I think, because I kind of made it's not accurate. I hate that this doesn't count, the sub goal doesn't really count the, what's the word? The ones that subscribe outside of the stream, because that happens, and the sub goal is just incorrect. I wish this was linked to the channel. That I think that would be way better. Yeah, but Streamlabs doesn't really do that, and I have to manually update it. Maybe there is a way to not need to manually update it, but I don't know. Yeah, but 58 days to go to 1K. I wonder if I can make it. I'm not too mad if I don't reach the 1K until the end of the year, but hey, it'd be cool. It'd be cool. But yeah, I kind of need to change. We're gonna still have the music on. So the first video that I would like to watch is about the current dating scene. Yeah, I'll maybe just turn off the music for the time being before I start yapping into the start of the video. Remove that one. Turn the video itself a little more up, or the desktop audio. Okay, that is finished. So yeah, I've got a couple of stuff. I'm a little more serious on the serious note, not in a disgusting way. I try to tone down on the weird stuff, because it kind of has started to make you a little uncomfortable, and like I also got a little uncomfortable because this shit has started to become a little weird. The things that I watch, so I tried to tone that down and like react to it because I don't want to scare the people. You feel me? You feel me? I don't want to scare the people. Is I think the right word. um, yeah. So this before we jump into it, it's not just you. Everyone hates dating apps now. I mean, truer words cannot be said. Truer words cannot be said. Everyone hates them. Everyone has started to hate them, me including, which is why I stopped using dating apps. The problem with dating apps is that they only benefit the most attractive people. First of all, character is worthless in this kind of sense. That's just how it is. Can't change that. They're also very manipulated. Women get a lot of attention, and dudes get no attention whatsoever. So they're kind of like a bit of a scam. I've been using them for a while. I just like recently, and with recently I mean like 8 months ago, I started using stopped using dating apps, and yeah, they suck. They absolutely suck. Um, the women that as a guy, I can only speak like from like I know that women get too much attention, and like the people that they get attention from, they kind of like suck. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? I can only like speak from the perspective of a guy, and from the perspective of a dude, I have to say that getting one match every 6 months that doesn't like text you back, or like doesn't even like make the attempt to get to know you is kinda useless. It's also kinda useless if you're like me and looking for a girl that wants to wait until marriage. That does not exist on those apps. I've tried. I've been on a lot of dates, but I can tell you right now that this is, yeah, the things are just in general a bit useless is what I would say. Just my point of view though. But yeah, let's jump into the video. Yeah, everyone hates dating apps. Let's see how this will turn out. Let's get into it.
So the other day, I was thinking about dating apps, right? And I was wondering how they were getting on. And it turns out that they are not doing great. Bumble's actually down.
Goddamn. That's a worse fall off than Ubisoft. That's a worse fall off than Ubisoft. Looks like Ubisoft, man. I see the similarities.
92% since it first went public. And Match Group.
That's a fall off. Historical fall off. Good. These apps need to go. They suck.
The company which owns basically every other dating app is doing pretty badly as well. People are falling out of love with dating apps, and this is affecting Gen Z in particular, who are becoming less likely to spend money on the apps. In fact, Forbes Health ran a survey and found that 79% of Gen Z respondents had reported experiencing some form of dating app burnout.
I can understand this for the simple reason that eventually, if you have no success, you just either don't open the app anymore, or you just straight up delete it and then you count. And then you eventually feel like again the need to like try again, and then you fail again, you delete the app, and this is like a vicious cycle. It goes over and over and over. I have not returned yet. I have not never I just recently deleted, like I said, 8 months ago. I deleted all the accounts. But yeah, I understand what he's. I understand what he is saying here. I understand. I really do. I kind of understand what he's saying here.
You might have even seen that the companies have resorted to some interesting marketing techniques. For example, Bumble got in trouble for some ads that they ran trying to convince women to no longer be celibate, I guess. People weren't too happy.
That ain't working on me. That ain't working on me. uh it might be, thou shalt not give up on dating and become a nun. You know full well a vow of celibacy is not the answer. The problem is that people don't really care that much about meaningless, like, doing the deed. And more about, having an actual connection, which is why these don't work. I've been celibate for my entire life, and I'm gonna be celibate until I'm married.
With these adverts.
As a
Now,
man,
this is
like
a
that would not
far
work.
cry from the promise that dating apps made for us. When they first launched, it would be difficult to believe that around a decade later, they'd be launching $500 a month membership programs. If we try to understand how we ended up here,
Yo, if I catch any one of you out there, if I catch anyone out there of you guys paying $500 for a Tinder membership, monthly membership, I will end you. You will not see the light of day anymore.
yeah, we maybe can come to some interesting conclusions, not just about these apps, but maybe about human relationships more broadly and the assumptions that we might make about each other. The first thing that's worth explaining is that the decline of these apps is in large part a signal of broader trends in technology. There's this idea of enshittification, the phenomenon of online platforms degrading the quality of their services over time, leading to an overall decline in user satisfaction and overall value. This is something that's really broad across technology. It is best characterized through Airbnb, starting initially as a promised land where you could rent out a spare room at the fraction of the cost of a hotel, but ending up in a situation where people are paying.
Yeah, and yet the shit is, this stuff is hilariously expensive. Funnily enough, hilariously expensive. So yeah, that's just like the overall problem. Yeah.
Paying $200 cleaning fees and have curfews and service fees for a rental. The most egregious example.
Yeah, they just hide the fees. I don't know how familiar you are with like Uber and stuff. Like they'll do like delivery services. They have hidden fees that you might pay. That there's a workaround. Just a lot of people don't like do that because they don't even know that that exists.
Of enshittification is BMW, who in 2022 launched a subscription to just unlock the heated seats that were already in the car. Dating apps are not immune to.
What the fuck? What the fuck? This is gonna be the next step. Subscriptions for using devices, subscriptions for using a laptop, subscriptions for using phones. That's going to be the next scary step. I can see it.
To this problem, as fundamentally they are technology companies. The most obvious manifestation of this enshittification is the idea that subscriptions are king. I don't know if you know this, but Tinder actually has 3 separate subscription options on top of the $500 a month subscription plan. These look more like insurance plans than dating apps. Dating apps have not become immune from this subscription mania, and their monetization strategy has led to them feeling more like a gacha game. If you don't know what a gacha game is, it's a game that uses like a loot box mechanic where players buy in-game currency.
I have been called out. I am a gacha player, but yeah, it is core. It's true, and like the matches are the people you pull, basically. That's what it is. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that. That's actually pretty accurate.
And use it to gamble effectively. In fact, Tinder actually rolled out its own in-app currency that you could use to buy special features that would increase your chance of finding love. It's a very overt shift towards gamification, towards implementing game-like mechanics in.
They were tensified. They were tensified.
A non-gaming environment. The literal CEO of the parent company of Tinder is a man named Bernard Kim, who was the former president of Zynga. If you don't know who Zynga are, they are the company that is responsible for all of the worst mobile games. You know, the ones that look like this, right? And it's no surprise that these mechanics have been transferred directly from mobile games, which are some of the most addictive games in the world, to dating apps. This idea of gamification, broadly put, is simply just driving engagement and driving usership, not by providing a service, but by hijacking your brain's reward circuitry and making you addicted to the app rather than enjoying the app. As these apps have become increasingly gamified, people have responded much how they would respond to an actual game by trying to exploit the mechanics of the game. In the world of...
Understandable, obviously. Yeah, I would do that as well.
Dating, this manifests as hinge hacks. So there's this whole world on TikTok, which I didn't know about, of people sharing techniques and tips that you can use to make your experience of using dating apps a little better. Some of these things include refreshing your Hinge feed by threatening to delete your account, which supposedly flags Hinge and makes you way more likely to show up in other people's feed. Other people's decisions?
The fuck? How did people find that out? Does that actually work? Does that actually work? That's kind of wild.
Have been things like choosing to use AI wingmen to create a profile that is optimized for these algorithms. Enshirtification isn't necessarily a complete explanation, though, because despite the fact that many other services in technology have been getting worse and worse, the companies seem to still be doing great. And there are some unique dynamics of these apps that make them especially prone to collapse and that can help us understand the mass exodus. Part of it is simply the fact that these apps promote the idea that they'll literally change your life. Hinge, for example,
They don't, though. They don't. The dating app designed to be deleted is not designed to be deleted. That's not the idea. They want to keep you swiping so you don't so they can make money of you. Remember, if something is free, then something that belongs to you is then you are the product, basically. Which in this case it's your time. So they can sell you more advertisement.
Markets itself as the dating app designed to be deleted, which is an extremely big promise. It's a promise that I personally, as a cynic, feel like isn't necessarily true. Hinge is owned by a 9 billion.
It's not true whatsoever. Is Hinge one of the better ones with like more customization and stuff? Sure. Is it designed to be deleted? Absolutely not.
$1 company, so I don't think they want you to delete any of their apps. I should mention that I try to consult a variety of sources, and sometimes that leads you, especially with dating, down some uncomfortable rabbit holes. And so I want to maybe address a few preconceptions that people can often have after having had a bad experience with dating apps. They're not an enjoyable experience for anyone, regardless of gender identity. Around 80% of women report feeling some level of burnout, and around 74% of males report feeling some kind of burnout as well. The unenjoyable experience...
Though the burnout is different on both sides. Women are burnt out because they get a lot of options, but none of these options fit. Men are burnt out because they get no options, and the options they do get, are so minuscule that, like, you just swipe on the app, like, for an indefinite amount of time, and it yields no results whatsoever. But to be fair, having options is better than having no options, though. That is better. That is better, though.
Is pretty evenly split across the aisle. We have some very different problems that occur, but no set of problems is one more significant than the other. Interestingly enough, men outnumber women 3-1 on Bumble and Tinder, and yet women report higher rates of negative experiences. That's not to invalidate the fact that men obviously have incredibly high rates of negative experiences, but rather to emphasize the fact that nobody enjoys the experience of dating apps. The grass isn't greener on anyone's side. Men are far more likely to experience feelings of rejection, feelings of being ignored, whereas it seems like the issues that women report are more, well, they're different. They're different, at least, right? So a 2023 survey found that over half of women under 50 who'd used dating apps had been sent a sexually explicit message that they didn't ask for, which I think is an insanely high statistic. But generally, the issues that lead people to
Not really, because these apps are made to find somebody quickly to do the deed. and nothing more, so it kind of makes sense. Because remember, if a man feels comfortable enough to send a message like that, chances are it has worked before. Chances are, and if it's like just like 1 in 100, chances are it has worked before.
Feel burnt out are more broadly the failure to find a good connection, being ghosted, being lied to, feeling rejected, and having boring or not substantive conversations.
Okay. Failure to find a good connection with someone. Yeah, true. But I think that's from a personal perspective, this is a general issue that I have. I don't really connect well with people, especially like my age. So maybe I should go hack max. Maybe I should go the route of hack maxing. Being disappointed by people, being ghosted or lied to. Yep. Yep. There's a lot of women and a lot of men that try to catfish. Men so more in height. To be fair, I've seen a couple of like talk to a bunch of women that like a lot of men like to lie about their height, and women like to hide about like to lie about their looks. They take like a photo from like 800 years ago, and it's like I don't know if that kind of like that kind of ruins the purpose, right? I want to get to know the current you and not like how you looked back in the dark ages. You feel me? And being ghosted is just a general issue. I think men experience that though a little more than women, because a lot of horny dudes in women's messages, obviously. Feelings of being rejected, yeah, 27%. I can almost guarantee you that 27% of those, the 27% of those are male, like overly male. Messaging multiple people and having repetitive conversations. Yeah, the what are your hobbies? How old are you? What is your favorite color? Stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. Also, messaging multiple people is like I don't like to do that. Again, I stopped using them, so yeah, I don't like to do that. I like to be like, if I want to get to know somebody, I'm loyal to that person from that moment on. But I also, have a like pretty high sense of loyalty towards people.
Now, let's maybe understand a bit more about the user experience and what kind of leads to these super high rates of dissatisfaction, and whether dating apps are actually benefiting from this or not. Because it seems like they aren't benefiting from this huge level of dissatisfaction that people are experiencing. I want to explain a little term from economics called adverse selection. Planet Money wrote a little piece explaining how adverse selection might be an important factor in understanding why dating apps have gotten so bad lately. It's possible that dating apps face adverse selection. Basically, a new app starts up and hopeless romantics looking for real love begin flocking to it. But so do sleazy types who lie on their dating profile. Over time, the earnest daters go on a bunch of bad dates, encountering people who have no interest in real relationships or whose profiles are completely misleading. Like lemons driving good cars out of the used car market.
From my experience, I wouldn't say that. Because again, as a man, the dating app is like against you from the very beginning. From like the very beginning. Because the harsh truth is men are more likely to pay for those subscriptions than women. That is just how it is.
Maybe sleazeballs push great catches out of dating apps and ultimately ruin the quality of the whole app experience. So people go to a new app in the hopes of finding something better, and the cycle starts again. This idea of adverse selection is basically the idea that people can take advantage of, the meta on dating app to promote themselves as something they're not, and ultimately lead honest, well-intentioned users to feel like the apps don't have any other honest users because they're only interacting with people who know how to game the app. This is
Again, that might be for women. It certainly is not the case for men. I wouldn't say that. Because, like, if you're, like, just a regular dude, getting like a match by itself is already an incredible is like incredibly difficult already, and like a lot of men don't know how to do like make pictures, because like or like take photos, because yeah, a lot of men are just not like that good in that stuff, and like women are better. So if you want to have like solid photos, ask a woman. Ask a woman. They know what to do.
This whole idea of, hinge hacks or using AI tools to beat the system, it doesn't necessarily make you a better person on a date, but it makes you more representative of what the market supposedly looks like to someone who's just downloaded the app. And it makes people who download the app feel like everyone is awful. There is a way to actually minimize these bad apples. This is something that's actually been done before. If you can give the users as much information as you can, they can make more informed decisions, right? That's intuitive. However, the more information you provide to those users, the harder it makes for the app to be gamified, because they can't rely on the fact that you don't know things about other people. This is most clearly shown in the fact that Hinge's premium program, Hinge Plus and Hinge X, they both allow you to actually add more information about yourself. They allow you to filter your dates by location, by activity, and to fine tune exactly what you're looking for, which inevitably leads to a better dating experience and reduces this problem of adverse selection. And this isn't just theoretical. We can take the example of OkCupid, which has actually gone through a bit of a transformation from being a dating app that dealt with this problem of bad apples a lot better than the new school of dating apps into gradually becoming another Tinder clone. I found this comment.
OkCupid is... You probably have a good chance of finding an Asian woman on there. These women are feral. They will message you first. They will it is wild. Now, are these women actually out there to date you? Probably not. I wouldn't say so. Not from my experience though.
Of someone who described their experience, and I think it captures quite well what's going wrong with these apps. OkCupid used to be really great before they were sold off to Match. Match is the company that owns Tinder and Hinge and all of the other ones. It was a pretty simple concept that worked really well. Start people off by forcing them to answer at a minimum like 25 matching questions around things like politics, religion, handling money, hygiene, etc. Core factors that people would consider when dating, essentially. But the kicker was that you also got to specify how you would like your potential match to respond to the same question. And you got to weight that response based on how much you cared about that particular question. After about 25 questions, you could always get a large enough sample size to...
Also, from the experience of OkCupid, I have never matched with a German woman on there. Not once. I just got like Asian ladies, and I mean literally like from Japan to Indonesia and stuff, like Asian ladies. I don't know. It is wild. It is wild.
To match people, but it worked best at matching people that had answered over 100 questions each. It was like magic. Anyone with over an 80% match on that site always ended up being a surefire, amazing conversation. What this person is describing, without necessarily realizing, is this idea of adverse selection, right? It's the idea that just by having more and more information about who your potential matches are in terms of their interests, their likes, their personality, you can basically make dating apps be fantastic. However, the issue with that is that they can become a bit too good, right? And you end up in the situation where every person you match with is actually a pretty good person, and you're therefore extremely likely to quit the app. The ideal situation for these apps is this weird middle ground where they want you to find someone you like, but not too often, and not someone that you like too much, because then you delete the app. But they don't want you to have 0 matches, because that means that you'll delete the app super quickly.
This is Tinder. This is literally Tinder. 0 matches. This is Tinder, which is why it's dying.
That's kind of the optimal model of a dating app, what's called a variable ratio reward,
Like,
where
even
you
more
get a
so than
reward at an
others.
unpredictable interval, and you get a reward that's big enough every time to keep you chasing the next one, like a slot machine. And they're playing this like balancing game, and they're clearly not doing a very good job at it. When it comes down to it, ultimately, People want what they've always wanted, which is meaningful connection with others. And I think the real danger here is that people have been generalizing their experiences on dating apps as broader generalizations of how, quote unquote, society is today. And I think that's a big problem, because I would hope that most of us understand that, say, social media isn't necessarily a one-to-one representation of how people behave in real life. If you took Twitter posts, for example, to
Kinda. The problem is like that you will inevitably take that the experience from the dating app like onto reality. That's just how it is. Like after enough bad dates, and I'm not here like talking about like just conversations on the app. I mean like actual dates. You realize how much the current dating situation sucks. It is bad. It is really bad. Yeah, it is atrocious out there because a lot of people like don't really like. How do I put this? I think this is also a lot attributed to the fact that a lot of people grew up without stable families, and like they don't really have any experience like looking at others how they handle relationships. So it's kind of like difficult for them to like know what a healthy one looks like. A lot of people don't know what a healthy relationship looks like. That's just how it is. It is sad, but yeah, that's just how it is.
to be the representation of how everyone behaves in general, you'd be scared to go outside. If you took Instagram Reel comments, you'd think everyone was incredibly racist all of the time. It's an
I mean, you could say the same about TikTok. You could say the same about Twitter. And if you only like took the experience of TikTok outside, you probably have like you think like everybody has like brain rot and stuff.
algorithmic mirage. Yeah, exactly. It's an algorithmic mirage, right? These algorithms are so capable of building a mirage that makes you think that what they are showing you is simply a direct representation of what reality is, when it's been filtered through layers and layers of algorithms and psychology in order to fundamentally change how you interact with it. The good thing that we can take home from this is that people are ultimately voting with their wallets, which is by far one of the most effective ways you can actually create
Huh? Not only the gamers are voting with with their wallets. Apparently, also the daters. That's funny.
change. There's a big trend, you might have seen it, of run clubs now. A lot of people are joining run clubs in order to find love. And this to me is ultimately a good thing. It means that people are actually.
The problem is that when we say a lot of people, it unfortunately is primarily the ladies. Men don't go to single events. Men don't go to single events. At this point, a lot of men like to like stay at home, play video games, and have no drama. I don't like the idea of like not having a wife myself and like having like kids and stuff. I would really much like that, but it's just like it sucks. It absolutely sucks.
Choosing to create their own alternatives, which is exactly what we need right now. There's many angles you can approach this from, but ultimately the biggest reason they're doing so badly is that they're not providing the service that they promised. The collapse of dating apps doesn't mean the collapse of romantic love. It means that it's actually going to spread a bit more towards the places where it needs to.
Disagree. There was nothing romantic to begin with there, but it will fuck up dating a lot more. Because now, instead of people interacting with other people on dating apps, they're not interacting with people at all. So you just fuck it up even more than it already is. Because, like, I think about... I thought like 30... Was it 30 or 40%? Or close to 50, around 50% of like relationships started online. I assume a lot of them start through dating apps, so the question becomes like, if people leave these dating apps and we have no third spaces, which we don't have any third spaces where you can like go to, because men don't go to single events. What do you do? It actually just might make it worse.
To be towards these organic spaces. But then again, I'm also incredibly single, so you know, take my words with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that was a good video. That was a fun video. That was good, yeah. That was great. Yeah, that was really good. Yep. Absolutely. Again, I disagree with some points, because you know, there's clearly like a difference, like a heavy difference in how like these dating apps treat men and how these dating apps treat women. And like the burnout is different in some form for men and women. But yeah, that was a good video. That was fun to watch. Like a lot to talk about. Yep. I gotta drink something, because all that talking is tiring me. It's tiring my voice, straining my voice. That's the word. Water. Just water. Plain good old water. I don't drink that many energy drinks. But I also gotta, real quick, I have nose cummies. I'll be right back. Freed myself of the nose cummies. Okay, we got another video. We got a couple more videos to go through. I don't know though what I'm supposed to watch first. Because like when we're already like at the dating topic, you know, might as well jump into another dating video. So yeah, let's watch this one.
Life is like a race.
The Gen Z dating experience. As a Zoomer, maybe it ain't that bad to watch that. Sounds interestingly enough. So yeah, I mean, I've already talked about my dating experience. I'm actively trying to find a partner, so and it hasn't worked yet because there's a lot of horrendous shit out there. Yeah. Well then, Mr. Whatchamacallit, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm just reacting to some videos. Yeah, the Gen Z dating experience. Let's get into it.
Life is like a race. Except
Why was there Saitama and Naruto? First of all, I should probably get this closer. Yeah.
you're the only one running it. But at the same time, you can see everyone else running theirs. I'm in my 20s now, and I think it's probably the most awkward time in anyone's life. On one hand, there's people around my age who were steadily working their careers, climbing the corporate ladder, going out on the weekends, and living the typical adult life. And on the other, there's still a lot of us trying to figure it out.
I took the advice of an older man from like a video. Doing alright? Nice. From like a video. You're not supposed to have to figure it all out. Even 40-year-olds don't have it like figured out completely. Even 50-year-olds, even 60-year-olds. You're not supposed to know it all. It's a gradual process.
But I think out of all the good things you can have in life, the one thing most of us want more than anything is someone to do it with. When I look around,
mine's been just down. It's been just like steadily like it's been like Ubisoft stock. Slowly further down.
I see a lot of my friends in long-term relationships, and some of them have even gotten married. But I also have
I'm gonna say something. All my boys are married. All of them. Every single one of them. They are all married. They are even starting to have children. And I'm sitting here like, okay, I'm the odd one, thank you.
a lot of friends who are my age and have never even been in a relationship. Dating as a Gen Z adult is an interesting experience because dating comes with a lot of expectations. What do guys expect out of girls? What do girls expect from a guy? What does one partner expect from the other? There's this constant push and pull.
My expectations are like ground zero. Healthy, all then like all the common sense stuff. So, but common sense isn't common. I'm not gonna say something like the like loyalty. I think that should make sense. Waiting until marriage. Healthy and waiting until marriage are like the most important ones. The healthy one works. The waiting until marriage one does not.
Between what people want from each other romantically, and social media is only making it worse. It's why I think a lot of younger people think that romance is dead, because social media is full of unrealistic expectations that I don't think 90% of young adults can meet. Yo, bro, what's your type? Well, I like short girls, but I go to the gym, so I also want her to be fit too. And I kind of like when girls have a bit of an attitude, but I think confidence is hot, so I want her to have a lot of pride as well.
Okay. There's a difference in like confidence and being absolutely obnoxious about it. And a lot of women are like, it's not like confidence, it's entitlement. Not that the dudes are that much different. Like, I have seen dudes that are like ask a lot from a woman. I'm like, okay, bro. Like, what do you bring to the table? Dating couples are probably the most artists. Yeah.
Okay, so you said short, fit, has an attitude, and a strong sense of pride. Yeah, bro, I don't think you want a girlfriend. I think you want Vegeta.
Hey, we Saiyans like our women strong. It's okay.
Now, I'm not blaming social media for being the reason people are single, but I think sometimes
Instead of Saiyan pride, woman pride.
people forget that social media is just a caricature of reality and that most things shouldn't be taken so seriously. Every other day on Twitter, I see people getting worked up over hypothetical situations that would never happen in reality, but they build.
No, my goal will never do OnlyFans. Cause it's like over. Bye.
Built their entire perspective on relationships around it. Babe, would you love me if I was a worm? What?
No, I would not. Because you're a worm. You're getting fed to the birds.
If I got magically transformed into a worm, but I was still your girlfriend, would you still love me? I mean, how could you be my girlfriend if...
I know how I'd be. You know the guy from JJK? Like in his black shirt and like his like gray trousers with the worm around his neck. That'll be in my girlfriend in this case.
If you were a worm? Wow. Just wow. What kind of question is this? Why would you even be a worm? This is why men deserve less. How am I supposed to date a worm? The truth is that there are a lot of really cool people out there that are looking for someone compatible to spend their time with. But a lot of the time, we only get to see the negatives. And sometimes this causes us to shut ourselves down before we even give someone else the chance to possibly say yes. Believe it or not, I've had girls that were interested in me tell me they were afraid to approach me because they didn't think they were my type. But the truth is, I don't have a type. Superficial things like someone's height, weight, income, or other things are temporary. And if you base your relationship with someone...
You say that. That's the hypocritical stuff. You say that, but when she weighs 300 pounds, you're gonna put your feet into your hands, like your legs into your hands, and run. You say that, but it's also temporary because you're gonna die eventually.
someone on those things, then the relationship will also be temporary. I'm not saying you should treat relationships like the stock market and invest in someone you don't find attractive, hoping they glow up into a supermodel. I just think that a lot of times when you
I can fix her. I can fix her.
talk to people, most of them don't care that much about looks. Sure, there are shallow people out there, but not everybody is gonna like you. And it's not always about your looks. It's like your boy coming to you like, it's no use trying to date, bro. Girls don't like me because I'm not 6 feet. No, bro, don't say that. It's not because you're not 6 feet.
You're just hideously ugly. Be like me. Accept your fate.
It's because you have no swag. Dating is about finding someone who aligns with your values, priorities, and lifestyle.
Then it's Jover. It is absolutely Jover in this case. That's gonna be difficult.
Won't always be a perfect fit, but you shouldn't have to put yourself in an uncomfortable position to meet someone else's expectations. A big fear when it comes to dating is the idea of being chosen versus being an option. When you're searching for someone to love, you want them to love you back equally. No one likes to think that their partner settled for them. You want to feel like you were their first option, not the backup plan. And this doesn't mean that you should only be looking for people who've never been in a relationship. That's unrealistic. It means that everyone deserves to feel like their partner chose them, that they're with you because they want to be, not because things didn't work out with the people they wanted more, or that they're only with you.
You always found it funny when funny women ask stuff like that. Would you love me if I was a fish? Like, no, bitch, I wouldn't date love and have sex with a fish. It'd also be illegal. It'd also be illegal, except for New Mexico, Hawaii, and 2 other states, at least in the United States. Yeah, the law in those states doesn't really like say anything against doing the deed with animals, apparently.
Because they couldn't get anybody else. I think in an era of social media, it's easy to compare yourself against other people, especially when you're aware that your partner was with people before you. Like if the girl you like says she likes tall guys, but you're 5'7", or are you...
You know what is like absolutely disrespectful? You know, you have like a girlfriend, everything's working well, and then like one day she buys you a perfume as like as a gift, and then she says like, yeah, she likes the smell of that because I asked for that. Ugh. That would hurt. The disrespect.
Boyfriend's exes are blonde and you have dark hair. These things can make you feel insecure and that your partner settled for you because you aren't their type. So when it comes to dating, it's really important that your partner knows that you chose them and not that they just happen to be your best option.
The last resort.
I think for a lot of young people, the scariest part of dating is dealing with commitment. A lot of people have different ways they become attached to others. Some people are more readily able to commit to someone.
Nah. People are scared of my commitment, because when I commit to you, like, it's over. It's over. You're mine. Yeah, because I think I said it before, but I'll only will like have intimacy with one woman. That's the woman that I have married. I will only have one woman in my life, and that is the woman that I'll marry. And if that marriage falls apart, then I will not pick another girl. I'll still stay alone by myself in this case. Yeah, the perfume thing is a huge red flag. Yeah, or like other things like my ex did that. Like, oh, fuck off. Like, go back to your ex then, because I'm not your ex.
Someone, and others are a bit more avoidant. Me personally, I'm very quick to accept people into my life, and there are a lot of people I consider my friends. Pretty much, if you've ever just listened to me talk for more than 20 minutes, then I'll probably think of you as a friend. And this translates to my relationships because every time I meet a girl who's like, hey, you're kind of cute, we should hang out more. And I'm like, oh, bet, here's my number. But in my head, I'm already thinking about what we're gonna name our kids.
True and real. True and real. True and real. the amount of like daydreaming that I had when I like got to know, like trying to get to know a girl and like thinking about like the future and stuff, like it is insane. It is absolutely insane. Like having a family and stuff, wild.
My friends say I get attached too quickly, and they're honestly probably right. I've dealt with girls who were more avoidant in the past, and
I get very attached. I get attached really quick to people, which is why I try to. Which is which is why it might seem like I'm very cold at times, but it's more like protecting myself. Because like if you go, I'll not be able to like look at the woman for like the next 30 years.
it's not for the weak. But sometimes people have a fear of commitment for different reasons, and that can make dating hard. And depending on what it is, sometimes you have to let that stuff go. Everyone has that one friend that's still holding on to baggage from a long time ago. Yo, bro, I met this girl today and I think she'd be perfect for you. Nah, bro, I'm never dating again. All girls are the same. Bro, are you good? What's wrong? Yeah, bro, it's just, I still have some trauma I'm dealing with from my last relationship. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. What happened? I got cheated on. Oh, that's tough, bro. How'd you find out? I went to lunch early that day and I caught her in the act. No way. Yeah. She shared her chocolate milk with another guy at the lunch table. Wait, what? She told me I was the only guy she would.
Actual cheating it feels like shit, by the way. It feels like being cheated on feels like shit. I can never trust somebody again that the same way. That's not happening.
Share her true mood with. I couldn't believe it. Wait, bro, how long ago was this? You remember Shanice? Bro, from 7th grade? Yes, bro. We were gonna spend the rest of our lives together. Bro, that was middle school. You gotta let that go. But I remember it like it was yesterday. Bro, we were 12. I can understand not wanting to rush into a committed relationship with someone and wanting to take things slow. However, one thing that's super common with Gen Z is being caught in a situationship. A situationship.
I still don't understand what that is. I hope he explains because I still don't understand what is that term. What is a situationship?
It's basically when you're doing all the things that people in a relationship would do without being in a relationship. Sometimes people aren't on the same page when it comes to commitment, and that's fine. One person may want to take the relationship to the next level while the other person needs some time to know if they're ready. However, you shouldn't still be acting like you're in a relationship when you're not, because that's when things get confusing. Yo, so how?
I don't understand the concept. There's just like dating short term. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I will never understand it. You should not be dating if your goal isn't a long-term relationship, a marriage, or like anything that's like long-term, family, whatever. You should not be dating. I don't get it. Me personally, I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Oh man, they're great. We talk every day. We hang out all the time. I met her mom. She's been staying over. We're even sleeping in the same bed. Oh, so like, is she your girlfriend now? Whoa. Why are you throwing that G word out, man? We're just friends. Well, we've been friends for years and we never sleep in the same bed. Except that one time. Well, I mean, it's different because she's a girl, you know? But we're just chilling. Okay, so if you're just friends, then you wouldn't be mad if I tried to ask her out. I will chokeslam you through the floor, bro. Exactly, bro. You clearly like her, so just wife her up. Is he talking about that one girl he's been kicking it with, but he's too scared to put a label on it? Yes, bro. Bro, if you don't man up and tell that girl you need her same day delivery like Amazon Prime, all right, bro, chill. I get not wanting to put a label on things, but what's important is that you're both on the same page. One time, I went to get lunch with a female friend of mine, and everything was going great, until the waitress brought the check. Apparently, since she saw a guy and a girl getting food together, she immediately assumed that we were on a date. And since it's a date, I'm supposed to pay for both of our meals. And
yeah, like a convoluted friends with benefits. It is technically like friends with benefits. It basically is. It basically, yeah. Well, it's. I would say that is very close.
It's crazy because before bringing the check, waiters usually ask if your meals are separate. But no, she was just like, "This is a date. You're a man, so you pay." My friend offered to cover her half, but at that point, I had already accepted my fate. So yeah, make sure it's clear where you stand with someone before you end up spending $53 on a burger and fries. One unique
I'll pay for it for dates. However, and that's really important. If I get the sign of like ungratefulness or like it being a what's the word? I'm trying to like find the right word. If it's like expected, then yeah, I think I'm out. I think I'm out.
thing about dating for Gen Z though is that we have a lot of options when it comes to looking for love. Obviously, there's traditional dating.
Uh, no. No, it really depends on your standards. And mine are too high. They would have been low probably like 20 years ago, but now they're pretty high. Now they're very high, in fact. So it's kind of... I don't have that many options.
Where you meet someone either on your own or through your friends, and you start talking and then eventually start dating. But there's also online dating, where you create your profile, get a match, and hope that the stranger you meet is normal enough to not
That might be the case for women. That is not the case for men. You're gonna get... Again, I don't know how it's in other countries. I can only talk about it from like the German perspective. And yeah, dating apps are kind of dead. They don't do much for men here.
make you want to block them on everything the second the date is over. And there's also e-dating, which is cringe. Traditional dating may seem less common among Gen Z with how
VR chat dating. Maybe we should try that one.
prevalent dating apps are, but a lot of relationships still start this way, especially if you're still in school where you're regularly surrounded by people around your age. There are a lot of obstacles that get in the way of traditional.
The moment I got out of school, the pool of women that were available got close to like zero. Like very, very close. Because like, I don't spend much time at university. I usually just like go to university, I go to my courses, I get back into the train and drive home. That's literally it.
Traditional dating though, like having enough free time to go out and meet people, or having enough personal connections to find an available partner, or even just having enough money to keep going on dates. But the biggest hurdle by far is dealing with rejection. No is one of the hardest words to hear. Building up the courage to approach
The worst thing she can say is not no. They lied. The worst thing that she can say is not no.
someone is hard enough as it is, and for it to not go your way really stinks. People walk around every day with countless insecurities living in the back of their head, so no matter who you are, being rejected can make you feel like you're just not good enough. And that's fair. You've probably heard it before. The worst she can say is no. And no, it's not the worst thing she can say. You could walk up to a girl and ask her out, and she could look at you and say, "Ew, I would never go out with an ugly, stinky, bald-headed, swagless nerd like you. My standards aren't that low." And honestly, at that point, you're
Understandable.
cooked. But that's only the worst case scenario. Most of the time, rejection usually goes like this. "Hey, I saw you across the way there and I thought you were really pretty. I was wondering if you'd like to go out sometime." "Oh, that's really sweet. Thank you. But I'm not really looking for anything at the moment. Sorry." "Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Have a
And in
nice
my
day."
case, they're not looking for anything every time.
No matter how nice it is, rejection always hurts. And for most guys at least, I don't even think it's a fear of rejection, but rather a fear of being seen as a creep. And I completely understand. The thought of making a woman uncomfortable is almost unbearable. But you can't let your fear of rejection turn into a fear of approaching people in general. All right, bro, I'm finally gonna do it. Today I'm gonna tell that girl how I really feel. Bet, bro, you're in there. I'm telling you, just play it cool. You're right, bro. I just gotta stay confident. Excuse me. Do you know what time the library closes? I need to return this book, but I'm trying to figure out if I should do it before or after my next class. Could you help me out here?
He like me for real. I'm scared of women. Yeah, either laughing at you or like a weird comment, and it's like, yeah, all that courage I've built for like months, pulverized. Like, turned into atoms. like Thanos snapped out of existence. He like me for real, for real.
He had to go to the bathroom. Despite the challenges, I still think dating traditionally is one of the best ways to meet someone. Your friends can help put you on with people they think will match your personality, and it gives you a more organic connection with.
Brother, that is if you have friends. I don't have those that much anymore. At least I don't consider them like that close anymore, because like they have families and they do like their own shit and stuff, and they only hang out with married people, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't have single friends, so yeah, I can't use that. And the traditional stuff is like, where do you go? Where do you go for like traditional dating? Bars? I don't drink. I don't have any like purpose being there. Whatever else, like clubs, that's certainly not working for somebody like me. Like, where do you go? Where are those third spaces where you can go? Church? Yeah, let's take the 35-year-old. Sure. Ah, poofs out of existence. Like, there's no third spaces you can go to. Like, if you're like somebody who's like a lot more like with himself and like, yeah.
Someone that can grow over time. Online dating isn't really a new thing anymore, and honestly, it isn't as bad as it used to be. I have a few friends who met their partners on dating apps, and they're honestly in very happy, healthy relationships with people they met online. I think the biggest issue with online dating, though, is that since you're dealing with strangers, it can be very superficial. The only thing they really have to go off of initially is your appearance and whatever you put on your profile. So sometimes it's hard to really find someone who's a good match for you. It also goes against the #1 rule of the internet, which is to never link up with random people you met online. But it does lead to one of my favorite games, which is figuring out how long it takes for your date to finally reveal themselves as a weirdo. Wow, this was such a nice
True. I had some weird women. I had some absolutely weird women.
date. I really enjoyed talking to you. Of course, you're such an interesting person. Can I ask you something before we leave? Sure, what's up? Can I take a picture of your feet? Your toes look very nice, and I would love to set them as the wallpaper on my phone.
The feet bros. Feet mentioned.
What? I thought you said you like girls with a good soul. No. I said I like girls with good souls. Here, just
I have never heard that in that context. That is wild.
hold still for a second. I think my Uber's here. And then there's e-dating. Oh boy. The digital age has changed the way we do a lot of things, including dating. And e-dating is something that's really common among people who don't go outside a lot. And don't get me wrong, I've been playing video games since I was 4. And over the years, I've met a lot of really cool people online and would even consider them good friends. I think just about everyone in Gen Z has at least one friend that they've never actually met in person. E-dating isn't too different from your typical long-distance relationship, but it's definitely
Adult arcades could be fun, yeah, sure. That could be very fun. But like again, it's like difficult to like right now. It's like difficult to find any third spaces that like yield any results for me.
a relatively new experience. One day, you and your homie are queuing Swift plays and an e-girl with a soft voice gets on your team. Now you see him duo queuing on his alt and silver at 4 a.m. I know I make fun of e-dating a lot, but genuinely, if you're happy with someone you met in a Discord server, then that's great. But I've also seen a lot of e-relationships end badly with leaked DMs full of messages I wish I never saw. So if you're gonna e-date, make sure she's only for you and not for the hashtag general. No matter what kind of situation you find yourself in, it's
Make sure she's for you and not for the streets of the internet.
important that you always remember to be yourself. You don't need to be someone else to attract a certain type of person. And if you feel the need to act like someone you're not to impress someone, then they're probably not worth it. There are people out there who will like you for you. You don't have to pretend. So just stick to being yourself.
That's a little bit of a reach, my guy. That is not my experience.
We all know that one guy that starts acting different when girls come around. Bro, there's no way he's beating Goku. Nobody can beat Goku. Dude, I'm telling you, with Gear 5, Luffy solos the verse. Bro, he's not touching Goku. You're tweaking. Bro, the Toon Force. I'm telling you the Toon Force. Nah, bro, I'm not trying to hear it. You don't know about the Toon Force. Hey, guys. Oh, hey, what's up? What you guys doing? Oh, we were just having an anime debate. Like, this guy thinks Luffy can be. I mean, that was really more so him. Like, I'm not really into all that anime stuff for real. It's like kind of immature for me.
I see some dudes. I remember some dudes who are exactly like that. They see a girl and neurons activated. I have seen people that act just like that.
Oh, you guys talking about anime? I love anime. Have you guys seen Hunter x Hunter? Hunter x Hunter? Yeah, that's my show. Like, Killer Will, like, that's my favorite character. Bro, weren't you just calling it mid, like, last
Over
week?
9,000.
Chill. You always bringing up old stuff. Like, I'm a different man now. Right. Anyway, I was coming over to ask if you still needed your shift covered tomorrow. My schedule opened up and I wanted some extra hours. Oh yeah, it's perfect. I really needed to be off tomorrow. So if you can, that'd be great. Yeah, bro. Now you can come to the gym. Like, I be going every day. In fact, I'm probably about to go now, low key. Probably hit the bench. Yeah, so I'll text you when I pick your shift up, okay? Yeah, thank you. I mean, you can text me too, though. To sum it up, relationships are complicated. And a lot of times, finding the person who's right for you takes a lot of trial and error. Some people get lucky and are able to find the right person for them at a young age. And for others, it takes a while. What matters is that you remember.
I'll be real, if it takes a little longer at this point, it is over. And I quite literally mean it is over. If it takes, I'd say if it takes like 3 to 4 more years, I might have a problem. I just might have a problem.
To prioritize yourself just as much as you value the relationship. You shouldn't lose yourself just to be with someone else. So make sure you take time to focus on you as well. Don't become one of those people who spends every second of their life with their significant other, and invest in a support system outside of your partner too. When it comes to relationships, it can be easy to turn a good thing
Do it like me. Have no support system whatsoever.
into a bad thing. And the key to making sure things don't go south is finding balance. Don't hang on to something bad for too long, but also don't be quick to let a good thing go just because you hit a bump in the road. Like all things, a healthy relationship takes patience, compromise, and maturity. Thanks for watching the video. Don't forget to follow.
People are missing the majority part though. People are definitely missing the majority part though.
Me on Twitter, and thanks for 20K.
That was a fun video. I like the editing quite a bit, and he's right. Sure, he's right. Absolutely, he's right. Yeah, definitely. However, yeah, I might have some problems if this continues. Now we're going into some more weird shit. Some more weird shit, which is gonna be actually Dice is saying looks can be a factor. Just made to me think of something. I heard a while ago about our bodies being advertisement for our genitals. What the fuck? That's a random fact. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea if that's true. Can you really, like? I mean, I guess probably. But I've also heard that for women to like physical attraction, a lot of things are also hormones, and as far as I'm aware, at least that I've heard from that, a woman can really like you until the first kiss, and then she can start acting weird because her immune system is basically like acting up and saying, yeah, that you are not compatible. It can be everything can be fine until the first kiss, and then when she starts to act weird, then it's her body telling her, yeah, this ain't working. This ain't working. Basically, at least that's what I heard. Can't say if that's the truth, but I've heard of that. Oh yeah, so let's watch this one.
Yes, here we are.
A Sydney Watson video! Yay! Hopefully she doesn't have too many ads this time, because woman, you are putting too many ads. Last time were like 3 ads. Chill. But yeah, this video is called "The Children of OnlyFans Mothers." I've seen a couple of other people reacting to it. Now am I going to react to it? You've never been a fan of kissing yourself? You know, I don't know. People like what they like. People like what they like. I've heard, for example, people that don't like hugs or like in general, no, like physical intimacy. So like whatever like works for you, I guess.
Yes, here we are again together, crying inside. Hi.
Before I go too deep into the video, here's my opinion about OnlyFans. No, stop it. Why did you try to get rid of like the sexualization of women and now trying to bring it back? What are you doing? It's also straight up. I'll just call it straight up evil. Straight up. Because you're capitalizing lonely, vulnerable men. That's why I also am. And you're also feeding like people more of their addiction. And like you would criticize a drug dealer for selling drugs to addicts, but you wouldn't criticize a sex worker for selling an addictive basically an addictive form of media to men, to addicted men. Basically, what I'm trying to say. Hi Seeker. We're talking about the children of OnlyFans mothers, and I'm gonna say it. Kissing has an odd texture to you. Again, I can understand that. Whatever you like. Yeah. My general opinion is on adult content in general. I like this kind of adult content is no. It can absolutely ruin your life. Yeah, and obviously, apparently, it ruins also the lives of children. I've heard a few times on like Twitter, seen like clips and stuff, and like art. I've also seen some articles where like kids got bullied for the like mom doing adult content, and like even like go as far to like end themselves or attempting to end themselves because of the bullying. The decisions that you make, if you have children, if you're gonna have children in the future, will also affect them, so be careful.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by me and my new company, Lions Tea Exchange, which if you haven't checked out, you definitely should, because the tea is great and you'll love it, and it's inevitably be consequences for families.
Okay.
Now, what specifically made me want to talk about this issue was a post I saw on Reddit not too long ago. Not counting for the fact that Reddit is the
I don't know. Source Reddit is not a good source. I found it on the internet.
But a woman asked the subreddit, am I the a-hole, if she is in fact the a-hole for continuing to stream and post content on OnlyFans, Kick, and Twitch while her son is being bullied for it.
Yes, you are the asshole. First and foremost, before everything else, you are a mother, and you have to assure the safety of your kids. I think that is a very simple concept. Once you have a child, before you comes the child, the safety of the child, the well-being of the child just in general.
Yeah. Probably. In the post, the mother says that she is a single parent who has been using platforms like OnlyFans and Twitch for income, netting way more than she's ever earned in any other job. However, despite the financial payoff, her 14-year-old son told her he is being teased by his classmates because of his mother's content, leaving him feeling humiliated and alone. The woman finished her post by writing, "I'm torn between the need to maintain our financial security and the negative effects my career is having on my son. I strive to be a good mother and provider, but I'm questioning if I'm failing him in other ways. Am I the a-hole for continuing this work despite..."
Where's the dad? In these situations, where is the father? Where is the dad? Can he not help? Is he dead? What is happening? Where is the dad? I need context.
Despite the emotional cost it's having on my son. Ma'am, is the answer not obvious in the way that you have articulated this? Can you not read the room? The comments reacting to this post were very divided, with people saying that she is the a-hole because she's contributing to the emotional anguish of her child, and it's absurd that she's surprised by this at all, while others suggested that it's better to be financially stable, even if the job is embarrassing for her son.
The problem is with bullying that it can get to a point where somebody eventually might get hurt. And usually, it's not the kid being bullied. Just saying. I'll be real, if I were a woman, and I'd much rather slave away anywhere, like break my literal bones before I ever, as somebody who has experienced bullied, ever put my kid at risk of being bullied. Because I have escalated it before. That was not great. The results of that were not great. That I is still buying milk and cigarettes. Probably.
Yes, I tend to agree that living in a cardboard box is probably not the go. But neither is letting your kid get emotionally beaten to a pulp.
Squidward also lived in a cardboard box for a while, so I guess that's okay.
Because you want to take your clothes off on the internet for $15 a month. Now, a short time later, the mother posted an update. After a long discussion with her son about his feelings, the woman said that she has decided to disable her OnlyFans and will move away from inappropriate content completely. To many people, this probably seems to be the most obvious solution to the problem. And even though the damage might already be done because the images and content are already out there, at least the mother is listening to her child and taking action. But the interesting thing here is that the reaction of this mother in this particular case doesn't actually seem to be the norm. And I know
it's not the norm. It's not the norm. Oh no, what am I gonna see?
what you're probably thinking here. But Sydney, this is just you basing this off of a bunch of anecdotes that you found around the internet. And you would be right, because it's not like we have a bunch of statistics about mothers deleting their not safe for work content off the internet because it made their child sad. Although with how things are progressing, and given enough time, I don't think we're too far off. That revelation makes me terribly unhappy. Most of the stories that I've read, the women particularly who I have listened to, and the other anecdotes that I have collected from around the internet seem to have one very common thread. And that is, these children are being bullied relentlessly, not only by their peers, but generally by, I guess, wider society. They are being punished for the
Everyone and their grandma punishes these kids. Punishes these kids. Everyone.
Content that their mums and sometimes dads post and make online. The parents are aware of this, but they don't intend to stop. Not to mention the young OnlyFans women who don't yet have children but want them in the future are incredibly flippant and very cavalier about how this will affect.
If you are a sex worker, you should be banned from having kids. Sorry, not my problem. You should be banned from having kids. I don't care.
Their little ones somewhere down the road. So that's what we're going to talk about today. The children of OnlyFans parents, and more specifically mothers, because there's just more of them, and what on earth is going on here. And of course, once again, all of my regular disclaimers, this is by no means an exhaustive video. I am not going to hit every single point of this topic in this video. This is a snapshot that is based on observation, my opinion, and a little bit of analysis, because once again, we do lack, meaningful empirical evidence that might help us explain some of what's going on and some of the effects and consequences that come along with this topic, which I feel like is obvious, but I always have to say. So with that being said, and before you once again board my hell gondola and together we traverse this river of sadness and cry tears of more sadness for Generation Alpha, who I am assuming are the primary generation who's going to be affected by this, let's hear from today's sponsor, which is me, Lions Tea Exchange.
Again?
And if you think that my regular ads are incredibly chaotic, let's see how chaotic my own's going to be. Alright, so we have to make an ad for the new brand Lions Tea Exchange. Here's what I'm thinking.
Skip the tea.
So go and check it out. Go and order the tea. You know you want to. In late 2023, a woman called Sarah Cheek and her family were banned from an ice rink in their Florida town. During an ice hockey game, her 9-year-old son was involved in an altercation instigated by another player. A parent in the stands reportedly cheered when the child was hurt, while others ridiculed the boy. Cheek and her husband confronted the parents, which led to a bigger conflict, where she was reportedly threatened with physical violence. A few days later, as a result of these events, Cheek and her family were banned from the rink, while the other parents involved were not. Sarah Cheek is well known in her community for producing content on OnlyFans. She also appeared on the cover of Playboy.
Violence is never good. Let's just say that. Violence is never good. But she also kind of created the circumstances. We have to admit that. It's like walking with like $1 million through a neighborhood that's high with crime and expecting not to get robbed, kind of situation.
And now has a pretty solid gig doing sports commentary. During an interview with WFLA, Cheek and her husband Matt were asked if it makes them anxious knowing that anyone can subscribe to her OnlyFans and subsequently affect their 4 kids. Matt Cheek answered no.
It doesn't make me anxious because the way that I look at it is it shouldn't impact my 4 kids. Why would any adult think that it's okay to treat a child anyway based on the parents' job?
Having things happen to
because the adults aren't doing it. The adults aren't doing it. It's the kids of these adults that are doing it. And kids are relentless. Children are relentless. They know they have no parole. You can start in primary school and this will follow you up until the end of high school.
our children has been really hard because we turn off work. We're parents in that situation, and to see them get affected, it's probably the most heartbreaking thing anybody can experience.
Yeah, just ask the kids what they are thinking. Don't ask the parents, ask the kids.
The pair also claim that this isn't even the first time Cheek's explicit content has affected their children. In the past few years, she has been banned from attending her daughter's cheerleading events, and her sons were booted from their football league. One of the pair's sons was even suspended from school. I think most of us can agree that punishing a child for the sins of their parents is probably not the way to go. But for these parents to act surprised and blindsided...
Yeah, that's the problem. It's obviously not okay that the kids get punished. I mean, obviously. But it does not seem like that the parents care that much. If this happened, if this would have happened to me, my mother would have found these kids. She would have found these kids. She would have found the parents. Oh my god, this would have spiraled into the fiery depths of an angry mother.
when these things inevitably happen in these situations is wild. Like, people gonna people. I feel like that's pretty well established. Now, I don't have pudding people as of yet, but I would assume that a general consensus among decent parents is that
I love how she calls kids pudding people. Kind of cute.
you're doing something that causes your child harm or distress or pain, whether it be physical or emotional, you stop. The same thing would go for any other relationship with a person you love and care about, like a spouse or a parent or a close friend. But that dynamic is really exacerbated when you are dealing with a child, someone who can't just often cut you out of their lives and over whom you have a degree of control. But rather than doing that, identifying that OnlyFans and the creation of explicit content is causing children pain and stopping, the Cheeks have done what many other content creators in similar situations have also done.
Nothing. Just continue the way it is, probably. I'd assume.
Blamed everyone else and doubled down. This is actually an attitude that I came across again and again while looking into this topic, and I suppose it brings me to my first point about this issue. These people seem to believe that sex work, as they call it, is as innocuous as any other profession, and if it makes them feel good, then really no.
It isn't. It isn't. There's a lot of harm involved that comes with sex work. There is, you are, how do I take it? It is, what's the word? Exploitative in nature, because money is more worth than seeing somebody naked on the internet. That's just how it is. You don't really get anything out of it. It is also harmful to those who are addicted to it, to the point it can lead them to end themselves, ruin their lives, ruin their marriages, ruin their relationships, ruin their careers. It goes so far and so on. Yeah, I don't think I need to say much more than that. It also ruins the lives of your kids. Kids that you have right now or future kids, that does not matter.
No harm done. In July 2021, in another Reddit post, a mother allegedly likened her OnlyFans content to working in a bank or a grocery store. Okay. You what? The post gained media attention because the 13-year-old bank or a grocery.
I've been depressed and suicidal because of my mom's OF. I'm 13 and my mom is 33. Things at school were never great. I'm sold short, so I get picked on some, but it was manageable. That was until one of my classmates showed me a picture of my mom naked. I almost had a panic attack and had to be excused from the classroom. I ended up not showing up to school for a few days, faking sick. I was hoping that things would cool off, but they didn't. As soon as I got to school, almost everyone in my class was staring and laughing at me. This has been going on for about a week now. I was wondering how my classmates even got the pictures, and apparently my mom advertises her OnlyFans on her personal Twitter account. Some students from my school follow her, so they were able to see the nudes, and they have been spread everywhere. I don't even have a Twitter, so I didn't know about any of this. The worst part is when I confronted my mom about this, she told me that I was overreacting and that work is basically the same as working at a bank or a grocery store. No, it's not. Those are actually useful. Your job is not useful. You serve zero purpose. And the moment you turn too old, good luck. She also said it makes her feel good about herself and that I should be happy that she's more confident now. I'm always an advocate for doing what is right and not doing what feels good. But that could just be me. I told the principal, but they can't suspend thousands of students to take anyone's phones. I've been crying in my room every day for the past week. I don't think I can take it anymore. Yeah, that is a kid that if this continues, why did my kid put me in a nursing home? Now you know why.
store. Okay. You what? The post gained media attention because the 13-year-old child who wrote it expressed that his mother's actions and content make him want to self-delete, especially after he became the target of bullies at his school. When the child tried discussing that with his mom, she apparently said that it makes her feel good about herself, making the explicit content, and that her son should be happy that she's more confident now. I feel like this is the same argument that meth heads make, except rather than making them feel more confident, I guess it just deadens them inside. Probably just like how this little boy is currently feeling. That got dark.
That is, if this little boy is even still around. Because we don't know if this little boy is still around. We don't know.
The flippancy and the arguable selfishness expressed in this post reminded me a lot of an interview on the Other People's Lives podcast from February 2023. The hosts, Joe and Greg, interviewed a woman who makes explicit content with her husband and other men. This is gonna be great. During the episode, Joe and Greg asked the woman about
We went from kids with OnlyFans mothers to cucks. That was a quick switch. that switched quite quick.
about how her chosen profession affects her 3 children, 2 of her older daughters being 11 and 14 at the time of recording. She said that in order to circumvent them finding out about her quote-unquote job from other people, she opted to tell them herself. I would love to be a fly on the wall while these conversations are going down. Mummy, why am I being
Wild.
bullied at school? I'm sorry, Marta. It's 2024 and sex work is real work, and I put all my areolas on the internet to pay for your piano lessons. I'm sorry, you did what? She added that the problems began when other kids in the town started finding her content and showing her daughters.
Mostly like other kids finding my stuff and then showing my daughters and being
Bro is dying of secondhand embarrassment. Bro is questioning the entire human existence.
like, your mom's a whore. That was really tough. And it ended up coming down to is I kind of had to just be like, I'm not doing it anymore. I kind of had to lie to them. In fact, I was told by their other set of parents.
Great. Yeah. Lie to your kids. That's definitely helping the relationship with your child. Absolutely.
That I needed to lie to them and tell them that I wasn't doing it anymore.
When the hosts went on to ask her how she broke this news to her children about her making the content, similarly to the aforementioned Reddit post, the woman explained that she likes doing the devil's tango and that she didn't get to have a hoe phase in her early life because she was pregnant very early.
The term hoe phase is a red flag. It is one of the reddest flags ever. Why exactly do you need this? What is the purpose of that? Why exactly do you want a hoe phase? I hate that it is being glorified to have like a lot of partners. I hate this. I hate this shit.
On. What is this? Wait a freaking minute. So this lady films herself doing the devil's tango with not only her husband but with other men, and then proceeds to put the explicit content on the internet. Lady, that's not a hoe phase.
What exactly did you tell them? Like, you were like, I make adult content? Like,
yeah.
What exactly? Oh, okay.
That's pretty much exactly what I told them. I was like, yeah, so I've always had super bad self-confidence, and you guys I know are pretty aware of that. I became a mom at a very young age, so I never got to explore that part of my life. I never got to explore the sexual side. I never got to have a hoe phase. And so this is kind of me as an adult being smart about it and safe. Like, I do make sure everybody that I come encounter with has been tested. I get tested regularly, and I let them know that. And I also reminded them that I am an adult. And
yeah, but the kids getting their ass beat on in school, you did not count for, and to be fair, you do not care. This is a red flag. Help these kids. Like, just help these children, man. Just help them. Get them away from these parents.
allowed to make these choices, being open and free with yourself is a really nice
Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should.
thing and a really beautiful thing. And being able to be confident in yourself and feel good about what you're doing and making yourself feel good, because let's all be real, sex feels good.
Like plenty of other anecdotes that I've seen from content creating parents, this mother also admits that her oldest daughter is embarrassed, and that's not something that this mother considered happening when she started posting and making explicit content.
I would have not had a mother that day. That would be like that discussion that day would have been the last discussion I would have had with my parent. To be fair.
Her friends have seen me naked. Like, that is a little embarrassing for a child to go through. And that wasn't something I really considered when I started getting right into it. And with not considering that, that's my bad.
Believe it or not, the I didn't think about how this would affect other people thing is a very common theme here. Online personality Adam22, who
Not Adam22. Not Adam Cock 22.
makes spicy content with his wife Lena, appeared on the podcast Raw Talk in mid-2023. During the episode, when asked about his 2-year-old daughter, Adam said the couple didn't consider her when making decisions about their content creation.
So I mean, because that had to be the biggest thing you guys were like deciding for or against it, right? For your daughter, right? I'm assuming that would have been the hardest thing of it, or you just...
No, we didn't talk about that.
So what was the hardest part for you in then saying yes to it?
The hardest part for me was just like wrapping my head around the idea that my girl was going to spend any amount of time with another guy, because even though I said it's not that big a deal to me, it's still a...
That is the biggest level of being a cuck that can ever be achieved. Bro was put on a chair.
deal. It's still a thing.
You know, I've floated this idea previously, but I'm gonna float it again. Parenting licenses. Now, much of this attitude seems to piggyback
At this point, maybe?
on the slogans of liberal feminism, that sex work is real work and therefore cannot be questioned, and any negative consequences that come with participating in the sex industry are purely
I'm gonna triple down. Sex work is not real work.
the result of unnecessary, unwarranted stigma, and that if everybody just dropped their puritanical attitudes, all would be well. And while that's all well and good as far as meaningless online political discourse goes, it doesn't exactly translate in the real world, a place where you have to accept that you're not always going to be met with the exact conditions that you want. So while the sex work is real work crowd can fantasize as much as they like about what life might be like absent of stigma, the fact remains, it currently exists. Sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. Although at this point, I feel like that's my primary role for all of you. Now, it might
Yeah, the bearer of bad news. Sex work has consequences. Negative consequences.
be one thing for this negative association to impact a fully grown adult individual who is participating and involved in the industry, but it is another matter entirely when that individual's actions start impacting children who have absolutely no say in the matter. A Business Insider article
Or
from
people around them in general. There have been situations where people just lost their job because somebody they are related to makes adult content. The crowd do what you like as long as it makes you happy is stupid, because everything you do may affect another person. They just don't get that.
Early
Do what
2023,
you want,
penned
as long
by
as it
an
doesn't hurt
OnlyFans
anybody.
mother, lamented how this very stigma and the judgment associated with making not safe for work content is the reason she quit the platform, but she wishes that she didn't have to. She wrote, "I felt I was already running a risk by having an OnlyFans page as a mother. It didn't matter how much it benefited me financially. People look down on women who do any kind of adult entertainment work.
And I look down on everybody who does adult entertainment, for example, especially. I look down on everyone who does sex work. I don't care. I don't care. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
When mums do it, the stigma is even worse. Everyone assumes it will irreparably damage the child somehow.
I don't know, it probably does. I think we have established that at this point that it does.
I don't know, man. If Gen Z have taught me anything, it's that everything can irreparably damage a child. If Gen Z can internalize trauma from their parents forgetting to get them a birthday cake on their 5th birthday party, I am fairly certain that you putting your pink bits on the internet, your mom putting her one nipple, nope, that's not it either. Your mom getting very comfortable and intimate with some fruit on the internet for $12 a month is definitely going to cause some major trauma. Despite the potential blowback and negative perception, the woman says, running an OnlyFans page is the perfect job for a mother. I created content at home while my kids were at school. I could take time off when I needed it.
Let me correct that. I created content at home while my kids were bullied at school.
I was available to pick up my children after school instead of forcing them
after
into
they were bullied.
Some daycare program. If they were sick,
in which
I
they
could
would have also been bullied.
At home with them. I even had enough free time to volunteer in their classroom.
While they get bullied.
What I find really interesting about this article in its totality is that this mother seems to be quite upset about the stigma associated with what she was doing, doesn't seem to actually think that it will cause irreparable damage to children, and even makes the argument that it's a great and even perfect job for mothers. All while also admitting to the fact that she deleted her account from the platform, from OnlyFans, because the drawbacks were too many. The maths ain't mathin'. I guess all of this brings me to my second point. The individualism that underpins most of modern society, the attitude, I do what I want when I want, consequences be damned, future consequences be damned, is all well and good when you're a teenager or even a 20-something, living wild and free. But
it's just like most things you do likely have consequences for the future. That's just how it is.
It's a lot harder to justify when pudding people are in the picture. So as a result, and
not the pudding people,
consideration for those pudding people really doesn't seem to be at the forefront of this issue. In early February of this year, 2024, a woman called Michelle Klein got her children
You gotta be fucking shitting me. She put that on her car. She put that shit on her car. No!
Expelled from a Christian school in Florida. Klein was asked to stop driving her car on school property because it had a decal of her OnlyFans handle on the back window. And quite a large one, if I do say so myself. Like, lady, what did you expect?
Told her she could not drive on school property anymore.
OnlyFans creator. Gets like told that she cannot be close to the school. To a Christian school, by the way. Okay.
After that, she added a larger decal, and now this week the Kleins got a letter saying the family's enrollment has been immediately terminated.
It's definitely not for kids, but there's a paywall that you can't access unless you have ID and a credit card.
In an interview, she said that she had the decal on her car for about 2 years before—
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These things get leaked outside of like the platform. I think they are not even aware of that can happen. I don't even think... There's just no way. There's just no way.
Or it became an issue and another parent complained. Since then, she says that she hasn't been on school grounds, which, just by the way, is confusing because in another news report that I listened to, they said that apparently she got a bigger decal and kept driving on the school grounds. So I don't know what the deal is there. When asked about her thoughts on her kids being expelled, she indicated that she thinks it's unfair.
So I want to ask you, what was your reaction to the kids kind of being expelled or kicked out of the school? Did you think that that had crossed a line?
I do, yes, because I feel like when they came to me and asked me to not be on property any longer with my vehicles, I immediately obliged. I wasn't back on property one more time since then, and I did what I was asked. But then I felt like, you know, like that wasn't enough. It's like they had to like take it further, and now I feel like it was being digging on the kids because they weren't an issue. You know, their behavior, their grades, anything like that wasn't a problem. It's just simply someone didn't.
Madam, do you consider anybody but yourself in that situation? I don't think you do. I don't think you do whatsoever.
Like my car decal, so I removed it from the property, and yet it still wasn't sufficient.
Now, hilariously, the latest development in this story is that the parent who complained about the decal, her children have also been suspended because she caused, quote, disharmony in the school by making a TikTok video about the incident. So, yeah, there's all of that. Now, something that I...
So both side, the reporting and the, well, that's bold. The reporting on it got somebody expelled, and the doing of that kind of content also got somebody expelled. That's wild.
I have touched on with relation to this topic in the past is that people seem to be of the opinion that there won't actually ever really be any consequences for their actions. This is especially common with young women who presently do OnlyFans and make explicit content who are not yet mothers but want to be a parent somewhere down the road. In one of my videos titled The Age of OnlyFans Regret, I showed a clip from the Whatever podcast where several young women argued that their content wouldn't be a problem for their future children because the market is currently saturated with so many women doing what they're doing. Meaning their children and their peers will all be in the same boat because all their moms put their lady parts on the internet.
How is it possible that I share a planet with these people? Bitch, you're the minority. What are you yapping about? These women are the minority. And put that cross away. I will find you.
If you raise your kid in LA, like, there are so many sex workers here that I don't think that, you know, specifically one of ours necessarily is going to be the talk of the town when there's like so many plus years now going on between now and then.
Great. Instead of like what, one kid getting bullied per class, it's 3. Sure, why not?
Women also seem to believe that they can have their spicy content meaningfully taken off the internet with takedown requests. Which, like, just to reiterate,
these people do not understand how the internet works. Once it's on the internet, it will always be on the internet. You will be able to find these.
and I know that I already covered this in detail in my OnlyFans regret video, that's not a thing. Again, the internet is mostly forever, especially when it comes to seeing your butthole.
Why wouldn't you delete your OnlyFans if you...
I've already spoken about this. I was big enough to where my is going to be out there.
You can get it taken down very easily.
You can't.
Yes, you can. 100% you can.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
I was just curious why.
You can't.
I was just curious.
I know. Okay, listen.
Wasn't there somebody big who tried to get rid of their stuff and then just like stopped because they weren't able to do so?
You guys have been doing this for 6 months too.
I also have lawyers that literally tell, like, you just pay for it and it gets taken. There's DCMA takedowns, so I actually, a couple times a week, will go out on the internet to search my name and see if there's any of my content out there, and I use legal action and DCMA takedown to take that content down.
It doesn't matter. They just have saved it. They will just re-upload it. It's just a simple click. A few simple clicks and it's back online. You will not get rid of this.
So Some of it doesn't always get taken down based on the country that it's in, because they don't obviously fall under those legal actions.
Unsurprisingly, like I have already said in this video several times, the things being expressed here are not uncommon, and this has been articulated again and again and again. In one clip from June 2023, host Piers Morgan asks an OnlyFans creator called Elle Brooks how she thinks her future children will react and feel when they see her explicit content. She responds, "They can cry in a Ferrari." Whoever owns Piers Morgan's content and
What, instead of crying in a Ferrari, they hang from the ceiling? Ever considered that option? Ever considered that option?
his show, I actually don't know the company, I didn't look it up, sorry about that. They are notorious for copyright claiming and whatnot, so I am gonna try to include the clip. I don't know if it's gonna stick, but we're gonna see how it goes.
How would you feel when you want to have kids yourself?
Well, I mean, I don't really want kids right now. But
You will do. How old are you?
25.
Right, so you will do at some stage, probably, right?
Maybe.
When you do, you're going to be proud that you have your little ones and they look at you and go, "Didn't you want to be a lawyer, Mummy? What happened?"
Yeah.
And you go, "Yeah, but look at all my stuff."
They can cry in a Ferrari.
This is the face that we all make internally.
Yeah, she doesn't understand downloading is just, they all don't understand downloading is just like, it'll be there forever. And it can just be as easily as it is downloaded, it can also be just as easy uploaded again. Like, literally, like... how do they breathe the same air as me?
This is the way. Just weeping. I find it very interesting that there appears to be this belief that the monetary and financial benefits of this type of work will inevitably pacify the negative experiences of children, present or future. This again is something that I've seen over and over with relation to this issue.
I feel like what I'm doing allows my daughter to have a better life. Like, we're gonna be able to like put her through private school because I have the life that I have now. Like, I wouldn't have been able to give her that without that.
And you're not old enough or mature enough to grasp the benefits that have actually happened from this. You're only seeing one side of it. And I think after I had that conversation, she seemed to understand it a lot more.
I just feel like it's not that serious. I don't know. People get bullied for all sorts of things. So I think I would set my kid up with a life where they would be, 1, safe, 2, financially stable, and 3, have a good relationship with me. So if anything...
The financial aspect really doesn't matter to children, because they're not even old enough to grasp the idea, like most of them aren't even old enough to grasp the idea of money and like finances. The only thing that they know, they barely breathe carbon monoxide. The only thing they are going to remember is that they were bullied and their parents didn't help them. And later then you complain that you're gonna be put, like, I don't know, when they abandon you or put you into a nursery home or something. These people shouldn't have children in the first place.
Were to take place, I'd be able to take care of it.
Now, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't add that there are children, who seem to be mostly adult, who don't care about their parents' spicy content. I also saw articles and
Yeah, but you know what the difference here is? These adults can leave their parents behind. Like, I would do that. I would. Yeah, I don't have a mother other than that one. I'm gonna leave far away.
other stories while looking into this topic where daughters make content with their mothers or sons take photos of
That is mad disgusting. That is peak degeneracy. That is absolute peak degeneracy. Brother, Brother, what's that? That really just is peak degeneracy.
their mothers. Others indicate that the children are overall fine with all of this and even support it. Although I would argue that children are not the most forward-thinking humans. So to sign them up to a lifetime of implications that they probably don't fully understand the scope of yet seems a little selfish. This is also sort of an aside to this.
Huh? What do what do they mean by basically like making like content with their mother? What does that entail? Why does the son take intimate photos? I guess it doesn't have the same kick if it's not blood related. This is Alabama 100.
This issue, but I do think that it's worth adding that parents model behavior for their children. So a mother or even father making spice content models that this is a viable career path, particularly for their daughters. In my view, it sets them up for a life of exploitation, especially if they choose to pursue this path when they are freshly 18, like fresh out of the womb. Their little noggins are not developed yet. That's how I feel about 18-year-olds. I also want to add that I assume that this is going to make custody agreements and disputes a lot more challenging going forward.
I mean, true. Most 18-year-olds aren't really like adults. I would even say that most like 25-year-olds aren't even like fully adults. Funnily enough. Because like a lot of people are acting still like teenagers.
Forward, but that's definitely a conversation for another day. I think the fact of the matter here is that OnlyFans as a platform is probably not going anywhere anytime soon. And actually, I think you can extend that to any kind of adult content creation and these adult industries generally. There is an ever-growing market for this, and that's
I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Understandable. Me neither.
Means that there will be people to meet that demand. But as far as children go, it's sometimes very hard for me to wrap my head around why mothers especially would participate on a platform that more than likely won't give them the financial freedom that they so desire, given that the vast majority of creators on OnlyFans—
Yeah, the vast majority gets 180 a month, and this is the average earning. It is the average. It might be even lower than that.
only make somewhere between $150 to $180 a month. This is something else that I explored in detail in my OnlyFans regret video, so I won't rehash it here, and if you're interested, go and watch that video because we talk about all of this. Ultimately, I think that we can all agree that first and foremost, a parent's responsibility is to make sure that their child is safe and well cared for. So with that said, I think it's very hard to make the argument that knowingly exposing putting people to an industry that is known to be destructive and gross and harmful meets that criteria, especially when many, if not most, OnlyFans creators are very public about information that would ordinarily—
We have seen a lot of articles recently of sex workers. That's much lower than you thought. Yeah, it is. This is just the average. It goes probably even lower. There are probably hundreds of thousands of women on that platform that make like zero. That make absolutely zero. Yeah, there were a couple of articles in recent history where sex workers were ending themselves.
Ordinarily be private, like their actual name and their face and other information that they use to promote their spice content. While I understand that some people would much rather live in this magical fantasy land where there is absolutely no stigma attached to doing the horizontal monster mash on camera, that is not the reality.
It is such a she has a way to like go around like using other words like replacement words for things. That is wild.
which we currently live, and that likely isn't going to change. So especially where pudding people are involved, I think it's considerably more important, at least in my opinion, to accept the reality in which we all exist, the parameters that exist, and work within those confines rather than wish for a world that's completely different and put your child in harm's way. I think it's worth remembering that OnlyFans only really rose to prominence in 2020 during the pandemic, which wasn't all that long ago. So with this platform being very new, it's very concerning and telling that we already have so many examples of children suffering the consequences of their parents' participation on the platform. And in the end, and unfortunately, I think all this indicates is that things are almost certainly going to get worse. Now, on that very happy and pleasant note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Lion's Tea Exchange, my little brand.
The tea ad
using
again.
the link in the description,
Stop with the
we
tea
have
ad.
a bunch of flavors that you can try. You can get yourself a sample pack if you so desire.
Yeah,
and it
it's
helps
like
the channel. It supports me. It supports all the things that we do, and it means a lot that you guys give my weird little endeavors a try. So go check it out. You won't regret it. And yeah, now open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Is this issue actually a big deal to you? Do you think, it doesn't really matter all that much, this is not that important? Do you think that parents owe their children a sense of responsibility and respect when it comes to how they conduct themselves, not only in their profession, but also on the internet?
My point is very simple. Very simple. Before everything else, if you have a child, before everything else comes the child, the well-being of the child, just the child, in general. And if you let your child get harmed because of your own actions, I think there should be heavy repercussions for you. And if there's no legal repercussions, then at least societal repercussions. These should not obviously not affect the kids, but you should be like the mother should certainly be affected by these, because yeah, I don't want kids to get harmed. I'm a teacher in the making, and yeah, it even slightly angers me if parents don't spend time with their kids. That already makes my blood boil. So yeah, this is disgusting. This is just straight up disgusting. I don't think I need to say much. But yeah, that was a good video. That was a very good video. Now I'll be right back, because I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Back to it, I guess. Back to it. So this one is next one is kind of interesting, and yeah, there's a longer one. I don't know how familiar you are with. First of all, gonna like this one. Second of all, with Asmongold. I don't react to a lot of stuff that he does, but yeah, Asmongold, the Rat King or the Roach King. I don't know how you would call him. How okay, so this is I've been living like an animal for 13 years. So here's why. That I think a lot of people have seen all the stuff like posted about like Asmongold, him like having like his dirty sink and stuff, and like news about like him finding a dead rat where he lives, and like just like all that crazy stuff. So I'm interested into how the reasoning as to why he lives the way he does, because I don't think like he ever says like gives like good reasoning as to like what he like why he acts the way he does. So yeah, let's get into it.
Hey guys, it's me, and today I want to answer a question that a lot of people have been asking.
Brother, that audio, dude. That audio quality is interesting.
Me my whole life, and more importantly, they've been asking me a lot recently, especially online. And that question comes in many forms, but it always distilled down to the same thing, which is, in one form or another, why are you like this? Whether it's the dead rat alarm clock, the
The dead rat alarm clock. It is actually insane that he really found a dead rat. Man, that's kind of disgusting.
barbecue, puke shower curtain, dead animals in the house, or any other one of the stories that are just an indicator of me living like a complete fucking animal. People always wonder, why would a person live like this? Why would a person be like this? Why am I like this? And I think that honestly, there's a lot of answers for this. I really don't want to make this like a super long video. So hopefully,
brother, 35 minutes. What do you mean, like? Yeah, it seems like an old style webcam. Yeah. Like, dude, this is 35 minutes. What do you mean it's not gonna be that long?
hopefully I can distill it down.
You think most people can pay attention that long? You must be mistaken.
Some main points and not really go off on too many tangents, although I think that I probably will, because there's a lot of like history with it and everything like that. And so basically the first thing you need to know about me is that I actually, if you can believe this, I know this might sound shocking, is that I actually have not always been like this. This is a relatively new thing for me. And I think that it really kind of started a lot when I would say in high school, and then later on it kind of entered phase 2. And that was
how bad is phase 2? Also, what do you mean kind of recent? He's like 35? Or maybe close to 40? I don't know. But like, I don't think that's like, when do you get out of high school? Like 17, 18, 19, 20? Like, I don't know. I got out of high school at like 20? Around there.
Probably somewhere around 21 or 23, somewhere around there in those age groups. And that's whenever, the degeneracy really kind of went, it ratcheted up to the next level. I leveled up, new expansion release, DLC, etc., right? And so this happened then, because as a kid, I was actually very much like a very conscientious kid in the way that I basically didn't really want to be perceived in a negative way. I wanted to be seen as a good person, etc. And I've always had a big problem with being able to like relate to other people because I think that I'm just a little bit off, right? I wouldn't say that I don't have a moral compass, but
I kind of understand what he's saying, because like I've also always been the odd one out. Usually 17, 18 is normal in America. Okay, I kind of relate to that. I'm usually always the odd guy, and like not like in a weird way, just like I don't really fit into my generation.
But I would say
I was raised like a not even like I was pretty much raised like the generation of my parents, like somewhere between like millennial and parents. I wasn't raised like a Zoomer.
That my moral compass doesn't point north. And this has been a problem in a lot of cases in my life, whether it's with relationships or friendships or anything in between. I've had a lot of problems because of that. And in the process of this, I've learned a lot of things about myself. And the main thing is that my take and my view on moral issues is not really what I would say a normal person thinks. And this has caused me a lot of problems, and especially like as a young kid, being able to like interact and fit in with people, it's a weird dichotomy because the truth is I actually always did have a lot of friends, and I never had problems making friends, but at the same time, I always felt like
that's where we differ. I never really had any friends that much. Like people in school, sure, but like friends outside of school? Not really. Not exactly, no.
Very different from a lot of other people because of the way that I felt. I used to have, for a comparison, just a point of reference, I guess you could say, I used to have my mom read me all of the different like sins in the Bible and everything because I understood, even as a little kid, I'm like, there's something wrong with you. You better learn this so that way there aren't any problems in the future. And so I would have her read all of these to me. That way I would understand how to behave, right? Because it just never came naturally to me. Things that come naturally to other people were not natural and are not natural. It's not like things have changed. If anything, they've probably gotten worse. As I've gotten older, and so I've always had a big problem being able to understand like where how you should act, how you should treat people, what you should do, how you should say things, etc. So almost everything that I do is a learned performance rather than an innate social instinct, if that makes sense. And hopefully the performance is good. I consider myself kind of a good.
Get more friends outside of school? I didn't. I had no friends outside of school. Just in school. Just like meeting in school. Like the people just talk in school, but never outside of school, basically.
Good actor, at least, right? But of course, there are going to be cracks and outtakes as well. And so those are usually in the form of the Twitter clips with 100,000 likes. And so.
But like, I would. It's difficult, like to. It's basically just like struggling with your moral compass, basically. But I think a lot of people do that. I think that could also be due to the fact, from what it sounds like, there wasn't really any strong father figure there, which could obviously also be a result of that.
So anyway, as a kid, I was always treated this way, and people thought that I was a little bit off, a little bit weird. Like one time, like for example, there was a kid that I was like playing with baseball with him, and he was annoying me, making me mad. And so I hit the ball, and I hit it with the explicit intention of hitting him in the face with the ball, and I did. And so
I guess that's like not anything weird. Like working at a school, I see that all the time. Where like even kids like go like in and rip somebody's earring off. Like this is not anything like particularly, out of the ordinary.
I remember there was blood all over the kid's face. He like broke his tooth and everything, and everybody was standing around like what the fuck? Like what? This is like terrible. And I remember walking up. This was like the best day of my fucking life. This happened, and I was so happy, and I could see.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple of times where people like do hurt, like kids do hurt other kids on purpose and like relish in that. I wouldn't say like that's. It's unusual, but not like crazy.
See that other people were made very uncomfortable around this, and that's whenever I started trying to like really kind of mask my emotions and how I felt about things, because it was very evident to me that I was not really normal. And this has been, again, a huge problem my whole life, but that was pretty much the first, at least the time that I can remember in my mind, the first time that I can remember that and see that, wow.
Sounds more like he wasn't really taught how to, like, handle his emotions. Maybe that's just me. But it kind of sounds like that.
This didn't go over the way that I thought it would go over, because I was so happy and nobody else is happy and they think I'm like a bad person. But it's like, you know, from my perspective, that's not how I saw it. And, you know, from my perspective, rip bozo. So this is a big problem. And this happens in middle school as well. I cared a lot about like how I looked, how I dressed, etc. in middle school. I mean, really, who doesn't? And, you know, I really tried to you know, like, take myself seriously, and, you know, I tried to have a good impression, etc., do the right things, say the right things, wear the right things, be the right kind of person. And going into high school, I kind of got, there's a weird thing where, like, I ended up going to, like, one high school.
He doesn't know how to people, yeah. But again, it seems like he never had somebody who taught him how to, like, yeah, like, handle his emotions. Really just seems like that.
That I didn't want to go to, and then I ended up going to another high school after that, after I told my parents that if they didn't change me over, I would kill myself and fail every single class. Which, to be halfway, I was halfway,
What was that wording? What was that wording? You mean you'll fail your class because you're gone, not because... Yeah. Weird wording.
I halfway followed through with that, because my first semester in that high school, I had a GPA of a 0.08. It was actually impressive. It was hard to do. I had to go out of my way for this. And so then I ended up getting transferred over, and I went to the school where my friends were. And I think that, like, the high school that I had originally gone to was a much more superficial, much more, like, you know, like a higher class high school, because my dad wanted me to go there because, you know, like, he wanted me to go to school to get an education. Imagine that. I wanted to go to school to hang out with my friends. So there was a bit of a disconnect there. And so I go over to the other school, and I realized that I need to stop caring about what people think about me, because I saw the people that were in that other school, and I realized that's not the kind of person that I wanted to be, because they were the more extreme version of the person that I was trying to be. And at that point, I realized that I didn't really want to be like other people, and I had to develop, I guess, my own identity. And this was at, like, I would say 14 or 15. And that happened, and that continued all the way through high school. And, you know, I was always like, you know, I never really had a girlfriend, right, in high school or anything like that. Maybe, you know, I talked to a girl, but not...
Nah, my relationship was over at that point. Yeah, it was over right before I entered high school. Yeah. At 18. Shortly after turning 18. So, yeah.
Not really, okay? And so I was never really treated very well by, you know, a lot of girls or anything like that, and big surprise, imagine that.
I can relate to that. I understand that. Yeah.
And so, anyway, this happened, and, you know, I kind of got used to this, and it was normal, so I would try to improve myself and, you know, like, make myself look better and try to do this, and it would just be met with the same outcome, which was a massive failure. Big surprise. You know, being a level 60 warrior isn't as attractive to women as it is to other 16-year-old guys. And so anyway, I had this happen, and, you know, I eventually kind of got to the point where I was more comfortable with that, and I stopped really caring as much about what, you know, like, people would think about me, and, you know, in general, just, like, people's perception of me. And this kind of got worse as time goes on, and I think that I spent, like, my teenage years primarily trying to disconnect myself and trying to remove myself from the obligation to be a certain kind of person to the public, and just to society in general. I viewed society as, you know, I never chose to be here. This was not up for discussion. I just spawned in here, and so it's like I have to follow these rules. I have to do all of these things. I have to be this kind of a person. And then, you know, when I was like 17, 18, 19, I asked myself, well, why am I doing this? And so I stopped doing all of that stuff, and I've done many degenerate things, none of which I regret.
don't know what to feel and what to say. It's really just like feels like, I don't know. Is it real? Like, I don't know. To me, it doesn't really like matter what others think. It's more like what I think of myself, which is maybe also why I try so hard to fix everything and like get myself a better life than and like my parents had or something. I don't know. I can't really emphasize with the thing like generally just like giving yourself up. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Good evening, fellow youngsters. Good evening, Elixia. Good evening. I'm reacting to the Roach King.
Nothing at all in my life that I've ever regretted at all. But you know, I would do things that a lot of people would consider to be.
That we're different. I did a lot of things that were like I do feel like I did a lot of things wrong. And I regret a lot of things.
Very improper. Let's just say that. And so I never really viewed myself. I never really viewed it as like a good or a bad thing. I just, you know, simply existed and I did what I would do. And that was it. And at that point, I pretty much had completely disconnected myself from the perception of other people. And this was at the same time, like growing up, my mom was, I think there was maybe 2 years or so where she made above the poverty level in terms of income. And so we basically barely skated by most of the time. And primarily the reason for that, honestly, is because my dad always paid child support, etc., at least until I was 18. And, you know, all that time, you know, she was able to skate by with that and pretty much.
It really, maybe it's hard to say, but it really feels like Asmongold could have very much have used a dad being around. just saying. Just saying.
Survive. After high school was over, then obviously like that stopped, and then she wasn't able to support herself, so I was having to figure out ways to make money and try to like piece together money. She would borrow money sometimes from my dad, and it was in general like a very, very negative situation, and so we never really had any money. This was the time where you know, I was pretty much ironically at the peak of my degeneracy. I was probably one of the highest rated warriors in WoW. At the time, it was great, but not necessarily in real life. And so at this point, I had pretty much completely disconnected myself from the way that people saw me. And I stopped caring about the way that people saw me because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life or, you know, having a family or anything like that. I just felt like I just was.
That is not what I would call it. I think that you think Tecton had another opinion about father figure. Yeah, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, he's fairly close to his dad. I could be wrong, but like I don't know. It's like this does not sound like giving up on what other people think of you. This is more like giving up on yourself. But again, I'm not the psychologist.
Not capable of that based off of my experiences that I had, and I had many other ones too.
It sounds similar to what I did. It sounds similar to what I did. It's not exactly similar because I stopped because it got before it got that bad, but it has similar vibes.
Like I stabbed somebody and a few other things too. I probably wouldn't even say because they would too drastically alter people's perception of me. But either way, you know, a lot of these instances where I kind of was like, okay, this is bad.
Can't be worse than the dude on Reddit that did the deed with a pigeon when he was 15.
Maybe
can't
it's
be that
better
much worse.
I'm, you know, quarantined in my house. And so anyway, I did this a lot, and my mom and I, like, it was really just kind of the two of us. My dad was there, he was supportive, and he always has been supportive. But other than that, I do have family, but none of them live in the state of Texas. And so any trouble, any problems, anything like that, it was pretty much entirely on me to resolve this issue. And so take care of my mom, pay for things, anything like that. It was.
Could this also be due to him needing to be overly take care of his mother?
Was always on me. And her health started deteriorating at about the same time. This is big surprise. You smoke since you're 16. You spend your entire time smoking cigarettes, watching Ancient Aliens, and fucking around on the internet playing WoW, and you're overweight massively like she was. This isn't good for your health, especially when you're getting into your 60s, which she was at that time, because she had me when she was like 39 and a half or 40 or something. And so at this point, you know, her health was deteriorating, and I remember like she had like a number of instances where like I would like wake up and I hear her like screaming because she would like I don't even really know what the fuck was wrong with her. I don't know. It was like a weird thing where like she couldn't see out of her eye, and then she had like some kind of like I think like a bleed in her eye, and then she had like I think it wasn't really a heart attack. There was like some sort of like variation of that. And I remember like her like begging me not to call the ambulance, and this is just like, and this is at the same time that you know, the house is fucking, you know, we can barely pay for the house.
I don't know. It's just like, it really seems like the combination of no dad around and needing to take care of a mother that was not able to take care of herself. It pretty much sounds like that.
House. We're worried about getting evicted from the house. We have no AC, or no, we did have AC. We didn't have heat, and so you know, I would go to sleep and like the house would be so cold because I would just give her the heater, and I always viewed it as like, you know, oh, I'm sleeping out on Mount Everest, right? It's like, you know, I'm cosplaying as Bear Grylls, and I remember like my glass of water in my room, there would have like ice crystals on the edge of it, right?
Jesus. That is cold. I mean, it gets cold in this house as well. There's rooms where there simply is no heating, but man.
Because of how fucking cold it was. And so I did that really for like 2 years, and so we had like basically like zero money. And so this happened, and pretty much like her health would deteriorate more and more and more to the point where she couldn't drive, she couldn't do X, she couldn't do Y, she couldn't get a job anymore. And then it relied on me more and more to completely support her in like pretty much all ways. And so, and I remember she would like beg, like she was like on the ground like crying, begging me not to call an ambulance. And so this was very upsetting for me, by the way. Like I got to the point where like at this time period I would wake up like every 2 hours or so with like a weird thing where I would hear her screaming my name, and this went on for maybe like 6 months to a year. And also I want to say that like all of this stuff,
that's really cool, yeah.
I don't really like, everybody in life has problems, and I hope that by sharing my problems people can kind of see where I'm coming from as a person. I don't really care about sympathy. I don't care about people feeling bad for me. I don't really give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. So I hope that nobody thinks that this is coming off as any form of a, you know, like sympathy play. You know, I've had things bad happen in my life. I think that in many cases they've been my fault. I've deserved them. But this is just what's happened. And so anyway, and every action and every outcome in my life leading up to now has led me to the position that I am right now. And I think that in a lot of cases I'm happy with how I am.
I don't know. Are you really happy, or have you yourself conditioned yourself to be happy? Because you're kind of in a position where you could change everything around for yourself. Not like for others, because like nobody that like cares around, like really like is like super close to you. Like, I don't know. I struggle with the reasoning.
And you can't just go back and edit out all the bad parts and expect to be in the good part. And so at the same time this was happening, like a lot of my friends were obviously going through college, finishing college, having girlfriends, like moving in and everything. And I was worried about, number one, my mom dying. Number two, being homeless. And number three, at that point, I had always assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. And, Wrath of the Lich King came out, and I just got distracted. I forgot. And so
So, bro, you're basically saying that World of Warcraft saved your life. That's kind of wild, but I can understand. I can empathize with that. What I like about Asmon is that he holds his moral ground high with world changing rapidly. He firmly believes in his moral value and dismisses new idea or propaganda like woke stuff. Yeah, that's true. Although there's some issues with this moral value, but most of it is positive, like self-preservation, eating healthy foods, cleaning and being clean, like taking shower. Does he really eat healthy? I don't know. I don't follow Asmongold too much. I see occasional clips. I see some videos here and there, but like I don't know. Like maybe he goes into that.
Ended up not doing that. And because of that, I never brushed my teeth in high school. Never really gave a fuck about it. Never cared. And this caused. Guess what that causes? It causes your teeth.
I am a firm believer of taking care of your teeth. I am terrified of the dentist. Call me a pussy. I don't care. I am terrified of the dentist. That man is scary. Leave my teeth alone.
Rot out. And so a lot of my teeth had to be, I had to get fillings and everything as a teenager. And my dad paid for a lot of it, which he was very, very unhappy about. And so these fillings would come out. This is what happens with fillings or anything like that. And they did come out, and then, of course, my teeth deteriorated naturally because I love soda. I love drinking soda. I've got a soda right over there. Went to McDonald's earlier today. Really, really like soda. Like it so much that right now I only have 5 real teeth left in my whole mouth. And I think you start with like 32, which is kind of crazy to think. And so, anyway, this happened. And all my
teeth does not sound like self-preservation.
Starting to rot out. I was not able to eat with one side of my mouth. I would have these toothaches that would get so bad that I would pass out from the pain. And I eventually had to go to like the basically, if you're like the people.
Oh, okay. Understand. Really I already thought like, that's weird.
Medical bills are the people that are in the middle of like, economically, because if you're broke, like they'll do shit for you for like $10. If they can get anything, they'll do it. And so I had a program like that, and so they would have to pull out my teeth kind of regularly, and that's how I lost. I have no back teeth at all. That's why if you look at my jawline, it's very different than if you look at it from like high school or like by the age of like 19 or 20. It's completely changed because I've lost all of my teeth and my jaw bone is like pretty much rotted out. And so, which as far as I know is unfixable, at least in the way that I have this problem. There's a separate problem that is fixable. I don't have that one. I talked to a dentist about it.
Didn't that hurt? I don't know, but if I've started losing like teeth and like simply from the pain, I would have started to take care of my teeth more. I don't know, kind of weird.
So it's basically like irreversibly fucked. And so anyway, this happened, and it was not a great time. My teeth were rotting out, etc. And at that point, I had to completely like pretty much give up the notion and give up the dream of ever being a normal person.
No, I mean like the at least like the pain stuff is kind of crazy. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. Imagine that breath though. Imagine that breath. That breath could have probably like his breath could have wiped out entire civilizations. At
that point, I could feel myself no longer being the same as anybody else, right? And I actually, for a while, I really hated it, but then I got used to it, and then I embraced it, and I think that's where I am now. So I would say like that was from like ages, like I would say 13 to I don't know like 21, somewhere around there, right? Then after that. I started doing other stuff. I was playing WoW. I was making videos.
Hello, Marek. How are you doing? Yeah, toxic breath, literally just like breathing on people, and like they literally like evaporate.
Videos, was doing other random things, right? And my mom's like health pretty much would always get worse, and that's just that's just the way it is when you get older, right? And so I would have to do my best to like take care of her, and worked at the IRS for a while. Tried to work at Sam's Club, didn't really go very well. But overall, I tried to go back to college. I do have a college degree, if you can imagine that. But learned more from business from WoW.
That's wild. I did not expect that. I did not expect that Asmongold would have had a college degree. That's kind of wild.
Than I did from business school. And so then I spent that time, and then this was all the time, like, me not knowing if she would, every day I would wake up and, like, hear that voice in my mind, and, like, it was really, really bad. And this is just something I would do all the time, and I try to always make the best out of things. I try to just, not think about it. But, looking back on it, things were very, very bad. And so anyway, fast forward a little bit later, and that's whenever I was like going back to college. I thought that I would just, basically have a shitty job, play video games for my whole life, and then die, right? And then I got a shitty job, and I realized the shitty job is actually a lot more shitty than I thought it would be. So then I remember it was probably like one of the best things that ever happened.
It's like it really just is it was the result of a dude just like giving himself up. This could have been me like 5 years ago. Like if this could have been me 3 years ago, pretty much. Yeah, that could have been like me 3 years ago. Eventually, like in the future, this could have evolved in that way. The hard thing about Asmon is he dismisses other advices about him, both positive and the negative. Like Techie used to advise Asmon to take care of himself more. Yeah, it didn't work out. Yeah, I can assume that. Considering that he is continuing the way he does.
To me is that I took this job at Sam's Club, and I hated it so much it actually encouraged me to make myself a better person, if you can imagine that. And so I signed up to go back to university and finish another degree that I was working on so I could go to law school. Actually, I wanted to be a lawyer, basically because I had a friend in high school. We would always play Magic the Gathering, and I could see him. He would always manipulate the rules to come out ahead and win different, like, arguments in Magic the Gathering. And I was like, I bet lawyers do that in real life. I should do that myself. And so that was always my motivation. And anyway, I did that, and then, a number of other things, random things that are not, I would say like YouTube or public safe that I did. And then after that, I started doing YouTube, and then I started doing YouTube, and I focused on that. And I would put videos out of the way that I lived, etc. And people would always find it to be very funny or like weird, and everybody would like really like. There were a lot of people, and this is true even now, people that like hate me for living the way that I do. And I think that really, people look at a person like me and they see a person who has a number of things in their life that they wish they had, but I've done basically. If you look at it from like, what do they tell you to do when you're growing up? I use.
To be honest, I just think it's sad, in a way. It's just sad. There's not much to add to this. It's just sad.
Used every single thing to do as a checklist of what not to do, right? And so, I think that a lot of people could be a little bit, annoyed by that. And so I can see why, and etc. And it is disgusting, by the way. And so, missing half your teeth and, living in a dump with a dead rat alarm clock. You don't know if your mom's going to be alive that day. You've got no money. You have to support her. She's never going to be able to support herself. And things are just basically slowly getting worse and worse and worse. And I started doing YouTube, and things started doing a little bit better. I started doing streaming. Things were doing better then. I went to get my teeth fixed, because if you look at my old videos, a lot of my old videos, you'd notice that I smile. You know, when I smile, I cover my mouth when I smile. The reason for that is this isn't Saikuno, where I don't like my smile. Yeah, well, I don't like my smile. It's not because I think it's ugly. It's because I didn't have any fucking teeth. And I didn't want people to see that. And so that's...
Ha! So, interesting. So, everything else wasn't a problem, what people thought, but him smiling and not having teeth, well, then other people seeing that was a problem. That's interesting. So, at that time, he still cared enough to cover his mouth when smiling. Okay. He gave himself up on being a human, and on the way he gained everything, but will lose something slowly deteriorating. It's like kind of sad, because like technically he could fix himself and like show how when you are at that point, how you can turn it around, but for some like not really explainable reason. Like I have not heard like any reason up until this point. I've heard reasons why he is like that, but I haven't really heard like any good reasons as to why he should continue like that, with like having everything he has.
That's why I would cover my mouth a lot whenever I first started streaming. And so this happened to me for a long time. I go to the dentist, and they tell me it's going to be like around $50,000 to get all my teeth fixed and everything.
Oh. It reminds me of the meme, like, UK, you have to wait ages. United States, you have to pay a lot. And for Canada, healthcare, have you considered dying?
Everything taken care of. Then I thought, maybe, because it was the first time at that point where I kind of like, it really hit me that I had like irreversibly and irreparably damaged my life in a way that I couldn't just immediately like undo. Because like as a kid, you know, usually you make a mistake where it's like you scrape your knee and then...
His mentality and his ego gets in the way. I wish he could change his way so he can be better. Yeah. It's like, don't do it for others. Just do it for yourself. Cause like you like at the time when he because he fixed his teeth, he didn't like the way he looked. He hates drinking water. Well, on that note, I love water. It has to also be really good water, though.
Well, you put a bandage on, it gets better. But with this, it never was going to get better, and it's only going to get worse, and it certainly has, by the way. And so, anyway, I did want to kill myself, but I decided instead of killing myself, I'd do something even worse. I'd start streaming. And I started...
Okay, that came unexpected. That was unexpected. I did not expect that. Okay.
It's streaming because I wasn't really making enough money, and everybody says, "Oh, well, I started streaming because you know I like interact."
I know somebody who a content creator here in Germany who only drank soda for like ever, for like barely water, and he then what is it called? He had a seizure, and now that he's decided to change it around, like lose weight, drink more water and no more soda and stuff. Lists of things he hates regarding the basic things: plain water, fruit except lemon and or lime juice, and vegetables. I mean, that's not too terrible. I guess carnivore diet it is.
Acting with people. It's because I was lonely. Well, I started streaming for money. I needed some fucking money. And so that's what I did. And I was like, guys, we've got a donation goal of $100. And, you know, if we get $100, I'm going to go to Wendy's tomorrow. And I would always meme it up, you know, $1 equals one donut. And it's like,
Me personally, the reason why I started, like, making content is because I saw others, like the big YouTubers do it. And I wanted to do it as well. I live from that. But at this point, it has become an obsession and passion. It is absolutely crazy. I put myself to at the absolute limits right now of, like, doing content and stuff. It is absolutely insane how that has evolved. I guess we started from the same point, but I drifted into a different direction.
I would make a bunch of money. It was great. And things actually did go very well. I streamed every single night. I was very dedicated. I tried to make things as entertaining as possible, and you know, I did what I tried to do best, right? And things kind of got better and they improved. This happened just at pretty much the same time. A lot of my friends were kind of evolving and going past, like college. Like they were getting careers, getting married, having kids. And like now, I'm pretty sure I'm thinking to myself.
Thanks, Marek. I'm working really hard. I'm doing what I can. Though I have certainly made a lot of mistakes. One of the worst things you can make when starting out is change your content and name too often. Rebranding too often will fuck your ass. YouTube will shove the algorithm up your butt. It is insane. And cleaning his room, brushing his teeth, and showering. It's like, I don't know. There's no good reasoning why he does it the way he does it.
I'm pretty sure every single friend that I have is either married or has a kid, which is kind of
same. I understand. At this point, like, yeah. For me, it is right now the same. Like, every friend I have, in quotes, they don't really have any time for me anymore. Because either kids or, like, married. Like, all my friends are married. All of them. And some of them have kids, so they don't really have time for me. So I just sit here, do my content, and do my thing, and, like, occasionally talk.
Crazy, considering that, I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing. But it is kind of weird. I'm 34 now, which is honestly a fucking shock. Like, I can't believe it. I don't feel 34. I feel like I'm still 16. But I look in the mirror, I see my hairline, and I think to myself, oh my god, wait a minute, I think I'm actually 34. And if I'm really not sure, I talk to somebody who's 16, and then I realize, hold up, wait a minute, no, actually I am 34. Because there's no better way to realize that you're actually older until you talk to somebody who's actually younger. At least it is for me. So anyway, my stream was doing very well. My social.
Why aren't you married yet? Yeah. You Asians, yeah. When it comes to that, kind of wild. But like for me, it's like quite the opposite. Like my big brother has a girlfriend, but she absolutely sucks. Horrible human. My other sister is like. It's Jover, bro. Yeah, my other sister also has a boyfriend. My younger brother has nobody, and I am a hopeless romantic. So it is over for me. Yeah.
Social life really, I pretty much like stopped interacting with a lot of friends of mine because I focused pretty much just on streaming and on making this as much as possible. And also, I'm a very introverted person in a lot of ways. I like being alone. I don't like people talking to me a whole lot. I don't like phone calls. I don't like interacting with people. I don't like going out.
For me as an introvert, I do have an extrovert mode. I can switch to being an extrovert for a couple of hours, but my god, do I need some alone time after that to recharge my battery? Because, yeah, being that social is, how do I put this? exhausting. It's like a battery, and like the more I like interact with people, the more empty it'll become. Now, funnily enough, I don't really have that for streaming, which is like weird. It is.
You guys might notice this, right? If it's, you know, a mystery or secret. And so, you know, big surprise, that's how it was. And then, you know, I started streaming, my stream started doing better. And there was a degree of, like, stress that created. But, and in terms of, like, my lifestyle and everything, living that way, I never really thought about it at that point. I never really worried too much about, like, kind of how... you know, people would perceive me. I always viewed myself as like, you know, this is just who I am. This is what I am. That's all there is to it. And I never really took, and I still don't really take any criticism or any negativity to heart. I don't take it personally. I don't really care a whole lot. And so at the end of the day, it never really bothered me, and people thought it was funny. And so, you know, I had like a snack box, and there were like maggots in the snack box, and I would eat the food with the maggots inside of the food. It was like...
Ugh. Ew. Okay. That's just a little bit disgusting. Just a little bit. The time will come. I don't know about that. I have limited options. I have very limited options. Because I'm the kind of breed that waits until marriage. So... the shit is limited. I am limited edition, and the women are also limited edition. The women that I can date. So it is difficult, I can tell you that much. Here in Germany? Whew! Your godmother always asks me when you, like, asks you if you have a girlfriend, and you awkwardly say, you tell her no, you are no longer interested in relationships. Yeah, for me, it's like, I am interested in relationships. I do want to, like, have a wife, have children. Yeah, it is just overly difficult with the hand that with what I'm given with. Hey, it's maggots. We call it free protein here. Yeah, it's just ew.
Honey buns, which were really, really good. And to be honest, I didn't even really taste them. So it was pretty much just...
Bro, just blah, that is mad disgusting.
Same thing, didn't even bother me. And so, you know, I had, like, taken, at that point, you know, my teeth had, like, totally rotten out. And so I had taken pliers to, like, break...
Whoever created the genre of NTR, I will find him and I will create a time-traveling morning after pill. This man will disappear. That triggers something in me as somebody who has been cheated on. That triggers something in me.
Pieces of my teeth off, even you know, like if I wasn't able to speak during a stream because like a point was like, you know, poking my tongue, or like you know, playing a game or something like that, talking to people. And so I still have the pliers actually in my bathroom from all the way back then.
The maggot breath. Just the maggot breath.
And so this had happened for quite a while. And then I guess you could say I started, like, I guess, like, the second phase of my life of, like, trying to remove myself from, like, caring about, being worried about the outcome of other people. It was always very scary for me to know that, like, you know, my mom would die one day, right? This was extremely scary. This was, like, the one thing that I didn't want to have happen. And in 2021, it did happen. And so leading up to that was incredibly stressful. She pretty much did everything that she possibly could. I love her, but she did every fucking thing that she could to make things as absolutely unpleasant as possible. Oh my god. And so, yes. It was very frustrating to deal with somebody like that. But, you know, she was 70 at the time. And so it really...
I can't say what I would do to cheaters. I really can't say it, because I don't know how YouTube reacts to it. But man, there's a... If I had like the power to change something in the world, it would be that. I'm gonna throw hands. It doesn't matter, man, woman, anything in between. You're getting wiped if you cheat. I don't care. Polyamory, you're getting wiped. Muslim multiple wives, you're getting wiped. I don't care. You're getting wiped. You're getting wiped off the face of the planet. I don't care. I don't care. You're going down.
Really, really hurt, and it's like she was the main person in my life that I was like most connected to, and like this is the person that I had like the deepest
Like a beheading, like beheading, but live in live TV. I don't care.
Emotional connection with, and to just lose them, and it was kind of random, by the way. Like things got worse over time, but it was nothing.
I think that's the worst I can. That's the worst I think I can say on YouTube, without like anything happening.
At the very end there, it just kind of went off a fucking cliff, and so this happened, and then at about the same time, a little bit after that, I also broke up with a long-term girlfriend at the time, and then at the same time, my dad got so.
How did she survive? How did she put up with that? That must have been like... That probably was the one, I have to admit.
So fucking sick that we were like talking about writing his will, like, and he's still setting all that up because he doesn't know if this shit's gonna happen again, right? What's gonna be? And he's 77 too, so it's rough, right? It's bad. And he went through pneumonia 4 fucking times in a year. And so, and he's still getting around, going to the store, etc. But I got to help him every once in a while too, right? And it is what it is. And so again, and we don't have any family around here, and so if something goes wrong, if something's bad, there's one person who's responsible for that, and that's me. And so that's a lot of stress. It's a lot of pressure, right? And I had all 3 of these things happen to me within pretty much 1 year of each other.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't do it. I don't care. So yeah, it better do the country forbid it. Sorry, brother, you're getting wiped. I don't care. Yeah, it's like I don't like it. I don't have to agree with it. I also don't have the resources to do anything, but yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I would prohibit it, definitely. Like having multiple partners. I would prohibit it in a heartbeat.
Maybe 2 years with the thing with my dad. And so at that point I began the second part of, I think that my
You're getting Thanos snap.
Abstraction of reality. Is that
I've
tried my best to
I would
remove
prohibit
myself
it
from caring about other people as much as I can, and not caring about them in terms of being friendly. Of course I'm friendly with people, but being emotionally attached to having them in my life, being emotionally attached to the way that they feel about me and how they're doing. It's been very hard for me to actually have any sort of feelings towards people when it seems like everybody that was important to me is fucking dying. And so this, or leaving me, right? Or breaking up with me. So at a certain point, you just kind of get away from that. And then after that, we entered into, I would say, the third phase, which is the point where I
There's a third phase. There's a third phase. Ugh. For you, 1 is enough. For me, also, 1 is enough. But I'm even stricter than that.
Lose the connection with myself. And I think that whenever I finally do that, I think that maybe one day I might be happy again. And what I mean by that is that I always worry about dying and all this stuff and how I'm where do you go, what happens, right? And it would be very, very stressful for me. And I usually reassure myself by reminding myself that I'm just a hyper-intelligent monkey that probably evolved too fast. And I think that we all are, by the way. It's not like I'm special. And
bro making faces better than Marvel did. True. Poofs out of existence again with proximity chat. What is it? Lethal Company style.
That usually is oddly reassuring. But otherwise, it was very stressful for me, and I did think that I was farther along. I thought I would be okay with dying until I thought that I was dying, and then I realized that I wasn't as far along as I thought I was. Recently, whenever I had a blood pressure reading of 194, which is a high...
Okay. Okay. Wow.
So far, at least so far. And so things have been improving since then, by the way. But anyway, this has been, my life, and I stopped really.
So he is at least afraid of dying. I wonder if that's gonna be like a situation where something happens, something bad enough happens that he needs to turn things around. I wonder if that's gonna happen.
Caring about anything. I stopped caring about what happens to me. I stopped caring about what happens to other people. I stopped caring about what people think about me.
It's literal scarlet rot. Ooh. It's like, I've seen the sink, and I'll be real, I just want to meet up at Asmongold's house just to fix the sink. I don't care about anything else, but the sink, I want to fix the sink.
And I felt that the more that I have, the more that I've cared about things, the more unhappy I've been as a person. And I think that this is true on like a base level. Is this some sort of pathological problem for me? I think it probably is. But at the end of the day, this is the best way that I know to cope with it, right? And so for me, the way that I live and everything is a manifestation of that. It's always been this way for me. My mom, like growing up, things were pretty messy, etc. But then even now, things are worse than they ever have been in terms of like being messy. But, I never really think about it or worry about it because I'm just never really...
Yeah, and people make content out of his like place being messy with like animations and stuff. I saw that animation. That was great. And so disgusting.
It doesn't even cross my mind. I'm thinking about things that I want to think about. I'm doing things that I want to do. And I never think about what other people think about me. I don't think about how it affects other people. I don't think about how they feel or anything like that. And it might sound like a bad thing, but it's made me a happier and more fulfilled person, not worrying about anybody else really other than myself unless I have to. And it's been very like...
Would you really call this like caring about yourself? Because like you're not really... I don't know. I wouldn't really call it that.
Weird for me.
I would call it doing the bare minimum to survive. More or less.
Getting older especially, and like having like priorities change in your life, and having different things happen to you. And so I wanted to make this video and kind of like explain like kind of how I got to be this way, and hopefully a little bit of this can like explain why do I behave this way, why am I like this, why do I have no shame with things, right? It's because I've lived a life where I've tried desperately to hold on to any degree of dignity that I've had and anything that I've had, and it's just slowly been taken away from me. Whether it's myself, pieces of myself, other people, or the way that the world sees me.
But why not reclaim your dignity? You're 34. It is not too late. It is not too late whatsoever. We call those individualism, yeah, and it's made society in general miserable. But yeah, it's like it is not too late to return. Dude, you're still fairly young. Like it is not too late. Sure, like the teeth thing cannot be fixed, obviously. I guess, but yeah, you have the main, like, you are capable of, like, fixing this. So it's, like, kind of like, I don't know. There's really no good reasoning as to why he shouldn't change it.
I think that the more that I've kind of just, let things flow freely and not care about it, the more happy and content that I've been. And so it's an ongoing process. And began whenever I said, I guess I said I was like 13. And, I guess the last thing for me to do is really to let go of myself and, just finally be content with my own existence for the time that I exist. And I'm not really a religious person. I'm not a spiritual person either. I don't believe there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely don't think so. And I just try to make the best of being in the tunnel. And so that's why I live the way that I do. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I say the things that I do. That's why a lot of criticism and things like this, of course I don't like it. Of course I don't like it. But it doesn't really emotionally affect me in the same way that I think it does.
Exactly. It's like, I don't know. He just like, one day he'll just die in his room and like, nobody will, at worst, nobody will like find him for a few for a few weeks at worst. So it's kind of like, I don't know.
For other people, and it used to affect me a lot more, but I've gotten a little bit better, at least, at dealing with it. And so hopefully this can answer some questions and kind of give people a little bit more insight into my life and the kind of person I am. And that's pretty much about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I have to cover. 30-minute video. Actually, I was expecting it to be longer. So, that's my life story. That's what's happened to me in general. And that's why I am the way I am.
Regret will come to you when it's already too late. Yeah, that's the usual thing with like everything. that is usually just the case. Maybe I'm just so different because I have realized it before it's too late, that I don't want to end up like that. I don't know. It's like, I don't know.
And will I ever change? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, I honestly, like, making a lot of money on Twitch and, like, the notoriety and everything, like, people recognize you. I mean,
yeah, at this point, he has kind of reached the point where he's like the man that cannot be named on Twitter. It is kind of funny how that has evolved.
I guess it's nice, right? And I mean, sometimes having money is way better than not having money. But in terms of like, having a lot of wealth, I live in my same house. I use my same desk. I, for a very long time drove my same car. I eat in the same places. I do the same things. I really haven't changed at all, honestly, ever since I was like younger, ever since my stream got popular. And maybe one day I will, maybe one day I won't. At the end of the day, I think that one thing that I've always really kind of focused on and thought about a lot is that I have complete and absolute agency over my own life. I can do anything that I want to do, and I can not do anything that I don't want to do. And
that's called taking matters into consideration. Using intelligence and examples, you can derive the outcome. If you do something sketchy, yeah.
I think that's been a very comforting fact. And so people ask me, like, are you ever going to do this? It's not something I'm really thinking about changing right now. But in the future, I might change my mind. I just don't know yet. And so I just try to live life and enjoy it and, be able to experience things for the way that they're meant to be experienced. And really, I don't care a whole lot about that either. I don't care about, going out or having certain life experiences or, oh, you'll regret this. Well, who cares if you regret this when you're old? You're about to die anyway. It doesn't even matter. And so I've never really felt that way. It's just it's not in me. And so that's really my whole life. And that's why I live the way that I live. It's why I do things the way that I do things. And, maybe one day it'll change. Maybe one day it won't. Who the fuck knows? Tune in next time to find out.
I don't know.
So anyway, guys, hopefully this is a little bit more informative, etc. And shit, I got an early end for the day. We had to record something early, so I came home. I figured I'd record this, and it's only 6 p.m. And so I don't know what the hell to do with myself now. I'm not streaming. I'm gonna go walk around my house like an NPC.
Yeah, but that's basically the end of the video. There's nothing meaningful there. I can do everything I want to, but you can't live forever just yet, even if you want to. True. It's like, I don't know. I don't really understand. I guess I understand at least kind of where that originated. Like I said, probably due to not having any an actual like strong father figure in like your most important years, needing to always take care of your sick mother, not having the time to like develop yourself, and like always being like on the edge of like losing everything basically. It's like I understand like how like he got there. I just don't understand why he wants to continue. And I wonder if that's gonna change when it just gets bad enough to the point where he might experience a near-death situation. I wonder if that's gonna happen. Because a lot of people that lived like this had a near-death experience and then realized that, oh shit, I might actually die. So, I don't know. It's difficult to say how this was gonna evolve. It is just sad that he continues this way, in general, I would say. Yeah, only time will tell. Yeah, a little unsettling, that video, but just like watching somebody deteriorate. Also, why does he look like interesting? Like pause frame, because he looks like that would be you. Yeah, it's like we'll see what happens. It's just I don't know. I don't quite understand it. It's just like weird. Hey yo, I had enough of like weird. That was enough weird shit for 1 second. Hey, let's watch this one. The Curse of Female Creators. Let me zoom that in. The Curse of Female Creators. I'm actually interested in what is gonna happen. Is this like gonna go into like it mostly being about looks and stuff? Because like that's what it usually is. Yeah, let's get into it and see what comes of this. Near-death experience is kind of sick though. Like the amount of mentor re-evaluation you had to do is crazy. Thankfully I never got to that. The only thing that the worst thing that currently can happen in my life is us losing the house. Let's just pray that doesn't happen. Though that is super close. Always at the brink of losing the house. I hate it.
The question that I get asked most frequently and feel like I've been asked for years at this point is if I feel like, as a woman who streams and does not show any of my body, if women who do hot tub streams are hurting me in some way. It's a very specific question that I get quite frequently.
One of the things that still bothers me a little bit about like, I don't know, having an online presence, I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but I feel like with a lot of like female creators, you're put in one of two boxes. Right. You're either a innocent, virginal, wholesome being who must be protected, or you're a cop.
I mean, she ain't wrong. She ain't wrong. Nah, that's got min-maxing your chance. I mean, she ain't wrong. It is somewhat accurate. It's like, I don't know. I mean, as a male VTuber, looking at female VTubers, it is like, if you don't play the game with like NSFW content, you're kind of left behind. And I refuse, even as a man, even men do NSFW stuff. Even as a I will refuse to post anything that sort of stuff. I will avoid that like it is like Ebola or anything, or like yeah, it's just like a sickness. I will avoid that.
And there's no in between.
But I have a theory about why this happened. Okay, some people think it's just Pokey. No, Pokey gets in trouble because that's why this is a big thing. Other people might say sexism at work here. It's because she's a woman.
Hi, I'm Sudanita, and a lot of people have been asking a lot of details about my stalker. This has been going on since October last year or so. I've been assaulted, I've been chased, and people have had to restrain my stalker out in public, as he wouldn't leave me alone.
It should not be a part of my job to have to pay money to get this stuff taken down. It should not be part of my job to be harassed, to see pictures of me nude spread around. It should not be something that is found on the internet. It shouldn't be a part of my job.
How do you respond when you hear people say that you don't deserve?
Yeah, the deep fakes are kinda Bro. What are you doing, man? That shit is creepy. Stop that. Though telling them to stop is probably... They're far too gone to tell them to stop, I guess. But yeah.
Fame or success, all you do is monetize your looks or lick a microphone.
I laugh at this, Pokemon. I don't think you should be canceled.
Amaranth is like is a funny example because, oh, my husband pushed me into sexualizing myself and was abusive. Proceeds to sexualize herself. It's like, we know you're lying. Like, we know.
For this, for the clip, but I think.
And funny enough, I don't know if her YouTube channels are up again. I don't know. I hope they aren't.
It's because of who you are.
You know what I've just realized? Over the years of consuming content on this platform, there isn't a female creator who I watch regularly, and I know this may sound like a self-report, and it's clearly because of the content which I consume, which is true.
I'll be honest. The only female content creator that I watch is Kirsche. She's like the only one. Women girls can be successful online without doing NSFW stuff. Example, VTuber from Indonesia. She's considered successful, right? Just don't look up her altar doing questionable things. Guess I'm looking that one up. Guess I'm looking that one up. After stream, though. Just gonna screenshot that name, though. I'm looking that one up. You can tell me to not look it up, and then wanting to look it and then expect me to not look it up. What do you mean? Yeah, I only watch VTubers. Cause like the IRL female content creators are boring. They're just boring. Sorry. Sorry to say this, but most of them are just boring.
The content which I consume, girls don't make it. But to be exact, they don't make it how guys make it. But obviously the same can be said in reverse.
There's early videos about that circulating in YouTube, okay? Might be worth something reacting to that.
Guys don't make content how girls do. If I were to look at the content on YouTube through a gendered lens, I can see that guys pretty much do every type of content. Gaming, music, podcasts, group channels, pranks, vlogs, education, animation, art, reviews, fashion, food, and even makeup. As a guy, if you wanted to start YouTube,
and funny enough, even the makeup dudes are more successful than the makeup women. It is kind of wild.
You have a whole deck of cards. But what about women? I mean, there's nothing stopping girls from doing gaming content, nothing stopping them from train surfing or sleeping in a forest or climbing a building, and yet girls only mainly occupy a few select categories: food, lifestyle, fashion, and gaming. Perhaps the answer isn't that complicated, right? They make content which aligns with their interests, but is it truly that simple?
I mean, kinda. When you look at like work and like occupations, women tend to go more into the social jobs, while men tend to go more into the technical jobs. So it kind of makes sense why, for example, men would be more interested in like gaming content and women would be more interested in like makeup and stuff. Like it kind of makes sense that there's like a different interest.
Of grown men and probably about 3 women have crawled out of their parents' basements tonight to be first in line to buy the new video game Halo 2.
There was a time on the internet when 99% of the users were male. Guys pretty much outnumber girls like 10,000 to 1. You could probably predict what would happen if a girl were to be spotted in an environment where they pretty much didn't exist. The truth is, being the minority in any environment always comes at a cost. Number 1, you get treated like a protected class so that you aren't treated as lesser for simply being different. Number 2, a portion of people would disagree with the special treatment because it may further the divide between the integration of the minority group with the majority. Basically,
you can be cancelled if you tweet women on X. That's saying something. I refuse to call it X. This is Twitter, for fuck's sake.
an argument of equality. Number 3, as a minority, any action you take shall define the group you represent. But there was another factor which affected how girls were treated, and that was the fact that they were girls. A variable which amplified these 3 things. Because unlike race, nationality, weight, height, or any other different characteristic, girls were the opposite gender. The gender which they were attracted to, that they would flirt with, that they would try to impress.
Girls, go make me a sandwich. It's like, I don't know. At this point, like, oh, you're a woman, you make content? Cool. What kind of content? And sometimes it's OnlyFans. Sometimes a little too often.
The gender which they would fight each other over.
The funny part is, like, I don't know if you guys have this, but I can, like, nowadays making women should be protected online consider a hot take. Yeah, and then, like, it's like funny. Women should be protected. Hot take. Women should not be. Women can protect themselves. Hot take. Not protecting women. Bad. Protecting women. Also bad. It's like, I don't know if you guys have this, but you can, like, simply from, like, just looking at the creator, when it comes to women, I can do this. Simply looking at them, I know they make adult content on the side. It's like, especially on, like, TikTok. I know that if I click on that link tree, it will contain a certain website. I can already know before I click it. It is really weird. It is really weird. Maybe it's like some hidden talent. It's like, I don't care if a woman makes content. It's just like online content. I don't care, dude. Regular ass person
risk their lives and crash out. To make matters more complex, this is all occurring in an environment where anonymity is prevalent, where things can be said and the consequences are non-existent, which is exactly why that era of the internet is known as the Wild West. Back in 2006 and 2008, people just uploaded whatever, mostly video logs, skits, just the average person messing around with a camera. Then gaming content started becoming more prevalent, and it took over for the next few years. Gaming was and still is demographically male majority, but back then the ratio was more staggering. It was essentially a boys' club. It wasn't meant to be that way, but it became that way.
No, wow. A male hobby being occupied by men? That can't be the case. That can't be the case. And yeah, and then you make it for women, which are like, what, 20% of your audience? Like the general population of gaming, and like, okay. And then you see games flop, it's like, okay. What did you expect? And someone with pronouns in their bio will say, no, women are strong and independent. We don't need men to protect us. Proceeds to type it on a phone created by men.
So you could probably imagine what would happen when someone who wasn't a boy would join the boys club. It truly must be such an odd experience to just want to play the game normally and get treated like someone who's on the FBI's most wanted list. And even worse is being accused of being in this environment because you like the attention you get. So any complaints you have of how you
I just wonder if that like exists also in the reverse. So dudes entering female spaces. I wonder if that exists in the reverse. Just asking.
treated just gets ignored. I think the term e-girl, which has gone through so many evolutions, truly just shows that girls were the black sheep. The term was even used derogatorily sometimes, but nevertheless, if it wasn't for TikTok, I don't think I would ever see the term e-boy being.
Yeah, true. Like e-boy. What is that? It's just weird. I don't know. There's a reason e-girl has a negative connotation. I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Being used because it just didn't happen. Guys were already the majority online, so the term e-boy was almost counterintuitive. There was guys, then there were girls, then there were e-girls. Now clearly this isn't what the internet is like today, but I think it's important to remember the pillars which our current online space was built on.
Most people are just insane. True, yeah.
But with that being said, let's move on to expectations.
I was just yapping a lot.
Started doing voice acting and creating content on the internet, you were completely faceless, right?
Yes. I just didn't want to, but then people were very curious what I looked like because of the voice. Let me tell you, there was a lot of disappointment that day when they saw my face.
Not the Latinx. A Latinx? Like, how do you even how do you pronounce it? I know that Spanish people can't pronounce it. Because they don't have the X in their words.
Did you lead up to the faces or something?
Expectations.
Well, let's talk about expectations. Everyone has them, especially when pertaining to content. We can all agree that the first expectation we have is to be entertained. No matter what form of content it is, the content has to be engaging.
I did react to the Diddy situation, Baloch. I did. I only didn't expect, like I said, I only knew like the child diddler stuff and like the was it like the bottles. Though it was not only baby oil, it was also apparently lube. Now I know more.
Engaging. The next one is the split, which sometimes
like
can be both, but people tend to only expect one depending on which content they're watching, comedic or informative. Sometimes they get both, but again, I wouldn't expect to be watching a murder documentary and for the narrator to be making jokes, the same way that I wouldn't expect to be watching a comedy highlight and expect to be informed. Then I would say knowledge/mastery. Is the person making the content good at what they're doing? Are they proficient? Are they knowledgeable about the topic they're discussing? And lastly would be relatability. Can you relate to the creator in any shape or form? Do you have similar opinions? Are you both knowledgeable? Do you share a passion? Do you have similar lifestyle?
I think also like also rest in peace Etika. I miss this crazy man. It's like, how to put this? Also a big reason why female content creators aren't as successful as male content creators is because the majority of viewers are dudes. That's just how it is. The majority of viewers are dudes. Which means that a lot of people don't relate to female content creators. It's also the same why men also don't need like certain characters to be like certain ethnicities to like relate to them. We dudes, we can just see Goku and be like, yeah, that's me. That is me. I'm him. But women really can't do that in the same way. But he did nothing wrong. Free him. Just a joke. Don't take it seriously. I know. I would be shocked. They don't relate, but they do simp. Yeah. Now, E-Boy can definitely relate. I don't know. I have never talked to an E-Boy. I would not know. It's like, yeah, sure, there's also a lot of sims. I think, like, the top 5, like, the top number 5 female streamer on Twitch is, like, a chick playing Genshin Impact while half naked while her butt is vibrating. Like, into the camera. It's, like, really weird. Or what we call a femboy. There's nothing less masculine than a dude wearing female clothes. I don't get it. I mean, good for you, but I don't get it. Personally, I do not get it.
Similar backgrounds. Do you speak the same language? I would say that these 4 are the main expectations.
It's like being into feet or hands. Like, good for you, but I don't get it.
We all have, but there are 2 more categories which I don't think we consciously acknowledge: appearance and role modeling. Role modeling is wherever the content creator is someone whose values and attributes you find virtuous or worth emulating. Basically, is the person someone who you could look up to? Is there something about them that you wish you could do or could have?
Seeing Mr. Beast, I have to admit, and I think it may sound wrong, but I don't like his videos. I don't know. I don't like videos that are super highly edited, and it's like he made YouTube being more about views and money, and like it's like ADHD editing. It's like really weird. It's like brain rot, but like high quality brain rot.
Whether they're a good or a bad person doesn't really matter, because even bad people have qualities worth emulating. And then we have appearance. Appearance is an interesting thing because it's usually not the focus of the piece of content.
interesting frame to stop. They're doing too much. Yeah. I think Jacksepticeye said the same. Like, it's like kind of too much, and like it's like, yeah, his charity videos are great, but the challenge videos are pretty weird, like kind of. I'm a keeping it a buck. I like side boobas, stockings. Genshin did me dirty on that. And Tent Tomboy. Yeah, I like looking at pretty women. I like looking. I also like at. Yeah, Nick had a really big change, to be honest. It's just kind of weird.
With a few exceptions, but usually we don't say,
I like looking at pretty women. Just not pretty real life women. Hi, Chanel. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm gonna watch this YouTube tutorial instead because this person looks better than the other person.
Usually we pick whoever we feel is more qualified to deliver instructions and guide us for our DIY operation, right? Daisy was an Apex Legends pro player and Twitch streamer who blew up because he was one of the best at the game. He never streamed with a face cam though, opting to instead have a keyboard and mouse camera and only revealing his voice to the public. This wasn't that out of the ordinary, but hiding a part of you only raised curiosity to what wasn't being shown. He would eventually do a face reveal live on his stream, which, like any other face reveal, brought a lot of attention and with it a lot of opinions. Now Daisy was a positive guy, not revolved in any drama. He was just someone who was talented at a game. But this face reveal brought a
You like pretty and mature women? Hot take, but hear me out. So you're saying you're hack maxing? It's like it's like, I don't know. To me, I prefer women. I would kill for a woman that acts like current 30, 35-year-olds, but is 23. I would kill for that. Plus virgin, obviously. But I would kill for that. So right now, VTuber is live. They have 12k views. Guess what type of stream they are doing? Webcam is on her and doing a karaoke. I have said my opinion on LootTubers a couple of times. And I'm completely honest about this. I don't hide this, what I think. LootTubers create one of the worst communities on this planet. Because I've seen it multiple times where a LootTuber stopped being a LootTuber and their entire community completely turned on them. And they were harassed into graduation. I've seen it 6.5 times. Like, these communities are... You like MILFs? Understandable. It's like, I have seen it a couple of times. Same goes, by the way, for his ASMR communities. ASMR communities are exactly the same. The moment you stop doing ASMR or start doing something else, they will drop you on the spot. It is insane. Ah, yes, it's not like Nietzsche sisters aren't there enough. It's like, I'm completely honest. I don't like the YouTuber stuff, and it's like, yeah, they are there for lust, basically. Yeah, pretty much, and like they're just like, realistically, they don't care about you. They just want to jerk off to you. That's all they are interested in. They will drop you on the spot, and like it's like, oh, why am I being harassed? And like, why is my community leaving after I changed my content? You created that community? Sorry, but accountability is kind of your fault.
Whole nother storm which many people think was completely unfair and undeserved. I don't know how much this affected him or whether the reception discouraged him from going down this route, so I won't speculate. But to this day, Daisy still doesn't do facecam streams. Another popular creator and Minecraft speedrunner, Dream.
Bro got harassed into never showing his face again. That's why, well, I will never show my face. I will never do that. That face will be hidden. Like it's some kind... I mean, you could technically find it if you knew what to look for. You could technically find it. I was once like in a news page. Or like on a news page. Like 12 years ago. 11 years ago. So you could technically find if you knew what to search for.
Did a face reveal after hitting 13 million subscribers and also got a mixed reception.
Yeah, basically. And like I've seen a couple of times where people were complaining that they either they couldn't grow the way they wanted to because they didn't do like NSFW stuff. And it's kind of sad for those girls, and it's like there's a couple of VTubers that have talked about this, how this like just like devolved into like something degenerate. It's really weird. They don't care about your persona, they care about the content that is benefiting them, but when you build a community brick by brick by making community that watches you for your persona, they won't. Exactly. Yeah. It's like, just... They won't leave you unless you do some weird shit. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I don't know. I don't want these people around, like, I would never make this kind of content. I wouldn't want these weirdos around me, I'll just be real. Like, not all of them are weirdos. I mean, there's probably people who genuinely, like, enjoy the content that you're doing. However, I think that they're a minority. It's like Twitch ASMR in bathtub section. Yeah. But look at this. Look at this face. Look at his face. Look at the comparisons. Oh my god.
Corpse Husband, a horror story narrator who's mostly notorious for his unique voice, is another creator who began garnering mystery surrounding his appearance. His voice also earned him a female following for reasons only girls can explain, but this only raised expectations to what he would look like.
Before Vox Akuma became a thing. Literally, this is just like Vox Akuma without the model.
Whenever a face reveal would happen. This insurmountable pressure is something which wouldn't go unnoticed, which is why a face reveal still hasn't happened and probably never will.
Do you think that you're more confident now in your decision to always be faceless than you were before?
Last year was at my breaking point with it, where I was just gonna like be less careful until it inevitably happened. And
I don't know. I mean, his voice is probably pretty good and could be really... I wonder if he had ever utilized it for like voice acting. But I also wonder if like the voice is like actually real, which personally it doesn't sound like it. I could be wrong though. Some of them are people who enjoy the content, and some of them are there for their own benefit. Bro, Dream isn't that ugly, but they cooked him. Yeah, it's not that terrible. But I also love other weird things about Dream, so I don't know.
now I feel like I have to be really, really careful again. I feel like I would be happier in a world where I could be myself openly and not worry about like hiding from everybody. But I do think it's also the best decision for me because I don't think I could handle.
I don't understand the pressure of showing your face. I don't quite get, like, I don't get it. Like, no amount of pressure could make me show my face. You're not gay, but Dream, though. That sounds kind of gay. I have to admit. It's like... And then there's people who, like, go to conventions and then complain when people make pictures of their face, like... What did you expect was going to happen? Corpse won't face reveal because his community is built up on his deep voice, and if his looks don't match the voice, the audience would just leave. There is a chance that a good portion would leave. Yeah. Yeah, that there is a good chance.
that many people like judging me at once.
Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is that I think people tend to attribute success, prowess, or any form of excellence to be a trait of an attractive person, and when those two things don't align, something in their head just can't compute that formula. I think there's two things at play here: the halo effect and lookism. The halo effect is essentially how positive opinions of one aspect of something can affect how you view all.
Yeah, that's a big problem, by the way, in schools. That's a big problem in schools. Because yeah, even I, as a teacher in the making, I need to be very careful for that not to happen.
Other aspects. And lookism is prejudice or discriminations towards people you find physically unattractive. Now, this may seem like an off-topic tangent, but truthfully I believe that subconsciously people pay attention to appearance quite a bit. The best way to
You figured that out just now? That people treat people better that look good? There's a reason why some women can get away with the most heinous shit if they just look good enough. There's a reason we still have fruit in the VTubing community. Because people are simping.
find out is quite simple. Say something which a lot of people disagree with, or say something which is morally reprehensible, and watch how your appearance suddenly becomes a key point in dismissing anything you have to say. For the most part, I think these 5 things are expected of every single content creator, guys and girls. Appearance is the only one where I think things get more complex, because as shown previously, people
VTubers found the glitch. As long as they don't show themselves, they can be hot as long as they want. VTubers found the glitch. But it's not like a hefty amount of brain processing space is dedicated to seeing. Yeah, no way, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's like, why are you like so surprised that this is the case?
People seem to expect talented creators to be above average.
Looks
but is that
maxing.
truly a fair expectation? I don't think so, but I think it depends on what type of content you make. I would expect someone giving gym advice to be in shape at the very least.
I mean, I have to say that I do look above average. But that's simply just to due to the, well, that's simply to just due to the fact that I work out. The only thing I can fix is my face. That's the only thing I can fix. But like, put a paper bag over my head and like, everything's fine. I would say. At least physically, I'm above average. Goddamn, look at that tricep. I mean, at least physically, I'm above average, at least. Honestly, my Indian friend looks ugly as fuck. People treat him a lot more different than me, like a lot. It's like, I think Indians do get a bad rep. I think a lot of like the shit that Indian people get is unwarranted. No pig hoax. Kidding. Yeah, I'm not gonna show my pig. Eventually, I'm gonna show, like, if I ever were to post something, maybe like from a workout or anything, but not right now. Don't
And
feel
where did this
comfortable with that.
expectation come from? I'm not quite sure, but my guess is that when people are looking at someone who is more successful than themselves, they expect this person to be a tier above them in every single facet possible, and that includes appearance. Personally, I think this is illogical, but it is a current reality.
However, I have to say, why is every like female VTuber, like the successful ones at least, kind of hot? It is really weird. It is really weird. It's like the amount of attractive VTubers is kind of ridiculous at times.
Expectation comes pressure. Some are self-inflicted and others are forced upon us, but overall, this happens to all creators. But here's why I think women face a unique set of pressure from such expectations. First up is makeup, and I'll explain myself. If being deemed more attractive has been proven to be more beneficial and can even contribute to your success, then it would make sense for a girl to wear makeup. But this is such a weird
Doesn't have to be pretty, it all depends on the audience you've built after all. Yeah, kinda. It really just like, it depends on, yeah, what you build on, I guess. But also definitely has some, regardless of your community, it does have like how you look. If you want to reveal how you look, it does have at least some kind of influence. on how people probably perceive you. As little as it may be, but the chances are that, like, even if let's say I would become successful, let's just say that, and I would show myself, there would probably be people that would not expect me to look the way I look, and that might turn them off, especially VTuber, like as a VTuber. I don't know. It's kind of like, I still think makeup is ridiculous, but that's just me. I personally think makeup is ridiculous. It literally is just, I don't know. I'm not too interested in women that use too much makeup.
Standard to have when the content that you're making isn't even about your appearance. Unlike girls, guys don't sit in front of their mirror for half an hour.
Especially for like the lengths that the women go to like apply makeup. I think it's just like, it has become too much in my opinion. At this point, you're just trying to cover up like stuff in your face that was caused by putting makeup on your face
before they turn on their camera. I can't imagine what it's like to have to put on makeup just to play Call of Duty or Valorant or chess. Now girls can simply choose not to, but I wouldn't expect someone to do that when every other woman is wearing makeup, especially in an industry where people are fighting for viewer attention. If every girl decided not to do it, then sure, but being the only one to put yourself at a disadvantage is a big ask. But at the same time, now you have girls using live camera filters, and I get the reasoning why, but at what point is it enough? And at what point does it become maladaptive?
Guys, Pokey has fucking like beauty filters on her camera. Literally, you can see, you can literally see it flicker on and off.
That's why I think people make fun of like XQC looking so fabulous. If you build an audience based on a loser streamer, where I do loser shit, so that other losers would relate and watch my stream and for that, and suddenly I wake up and one day looking super hot, 90% of my audience would leave. Probably, yeah, probably. Me personally, I don't try to create like an audience that's like, how do I put this? That like a lot of VTubers built like an audience that's like built around their character, and then when that character slips, they wonder why people in their community are acting up. I don't try to do that. What you get here on stream, at least like from the talkative, I'm usually not that talkative, but what you get here on stream is 100% unfiltered me.
You saying I have makeup?
Well, not 100%. There's obviously things I can't say, but 95% unfiltered me.
It's not like that. You guys are so fucking dumb. It's putting a line on my lips. I'm going to look. Look!
I don't even know how he said that.
Look how scuffed I look. Are you seeing?
This brings me to point number 2, which is explicit.
Look at this leak. Look at this leak. If he just worked out a little.
Content, and for this I'll focus mostly on the live stream side of things. Explicit content has always and will always be a method of getting clicks. It just is what it is. And with the popularization of sites,
and I will shit on it. I will shit on it every single minute, every single second of the day. I will shit on it.
OnlyFans and many women are getting into that content sphere, women that you can literally find in any walk of life, and has created this unprecedented expectation that every single woman may have an OnlyFans. This wasn't the case before, but now you could probably find people in random comment sections of female creators asking does she have an OF.
What do you mean unfiltered me? No, unfiltered me. An M and an E. It's like, there is literally, and this grinds my gears, there's literally motherfuckers out there who spawn camp on 17-year-olds, waiting until they turn 18. Like, this is peak degeneracy. Literally spawn camping.
Just because they find a person attractive, something which again isn't expected out of their male counterparts.
That was that. Do you have an OnlyFans? No, I do not have an OnlyFans. And I'm not gonna take advantage of our pseudo relationship, sir. Stop paying money to OnlyFans. Go outside, talk to some ladies. It's much healthier for you.
Based! Based! Based. However, if I said that in the VTubing space, I get blocked. Based. Absolutely and utterly based. Though, as a man, it would probably get me a block or 20.
Precedents are being set by multiple participants, which seems to also negatively affect those who want no parts of it and don't even engage in that sort of content. And overall, it seems that it's brought this stigma against women and resentment that
of course they'll use their bodies to gain an advantage. They have nothing else to offer.
But when these girls get rewarded this way for participating in this content style, I can see why they don't care about the costs, especially when it can put them in a different tax bracket. When you don't sexualize yourself, people will find a way to get it out of you. But
You'd rather watch Plants vs. Zombie content. Dude, I'd rather watch Roblox. I'll be real. It's like, the story... Okay, let me read those tweets. This story was how I found out that I'm on this website. I literally choose to pass up millions by not going into sex work and some random Cheeto encrusted porn addict based, sweet Anita based. Solicits my body without my consent. I don't know whether to cry, break stuff, or laugh at this point. Twitch streamer H-Yox issued an apology after accidentally revealing that he watched deepfake videos of streamers Pokemon and Maya. Jesus Christ. Should be illegal to profit of somebody's likeness in sex work without consent, whether it's fake or not. Yeah, this is like the stuff, like the AI stuff, but still. Generally, this OnlyFans stuff and Fansly and whatever there is, it is exploitative in nature. You are exploiting lonely, parasocial men. To be honest, waiting until they're 18 is kinda alright, since they can make good decisions. What's bad is going for it when they are not of age. No, these motherfuckers are waiting until they're until these girls are 18 to push them into OnlyFans. That's what I mean. That is what I mean. Which is just weird. No matter how you spin it, it's still weird. It's legal, but it's weird. Plants vs. Zombies is so good. Yeah, it's pretty good. OnlyFans doesn't work in your country. And you're very happy about that. I wish our government would do something against it, but they won't. Because my government is very leftist.
When you give the people what they want in exchange for profit, you're suddenly someone unworthy of respect. A true lose-lose situation. Damned if you do, and damned if you don't.
Can women be funny?
Rather don't. If a woman ever comes across my channel and sees this as a re-upload of the video, please, don't. Also, don't go down if you're a VTuber, don't go down the LootTuber route, please. Oh, for OnlyFans, I thought you were saying for asking out. No, it's OnlyFans. There's dudes spawn camping.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Edginess has always been an interesting element of content to observe, and I think subconsciously people truly...
I think speed is... I think this dude is so weird. This is also Braid Rod. I think this dude is so weird.
There are a few definitions for the term edgy, so let me define the term first. I would define edginess as a behavior which is not conforming to the current norms or rules, usually for the purpose of being provocative, offensive, and or individuality. When someone is being edgy, they're most likely aware that the behavior which they're displaying isn't something which is commonly displayed because of the environment they're in. So oftentimes they pride themselves.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm edgy because I'm considered edgy because I mean the things that I say. These people are edgy because they behave the way they do. You love Speed. It's sometimes he's goofy. It's like it's a hit or miss sometimes. Like sometimes I'm like just like Some things are not necessary. Some things are just really not necessary. And some things are like okay. Like some things are funny and some things are like, I don't know. Is that necessary? Do you need to go that way? He's a clown. You love clowns. Okay, understandable. Filthy Frank, yay. Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Themselves as being the only ones behaving in this manner, and they don't care about the backlash they get. Over time, they'll begin attracting those who are also in a similar mindset, and here's where the feedback
Man, fuck gays. All gays should die. Oh my god. You think that sometimes Speed wants to act quite normal, but he does it for his content? Yeah. I think it's obviously for content. Let's be real. It's obviously for content. Like, if you meet the dude in private, I highly doubt that, like, without cameras or anything, I highly doubt that he would act the way that he does on camera.
loop begins. Being rebellious is seen in school because people don't like authority. Being provocative is seen in school because you're engaging in a behavior which could garner negative effects, but you do so anyway, which displays courage and authenticity. Being offensive or toxic is seen in school because being confrontational is better than being silent. It shows fearlessness in addressing what you think is morally reprehensible. Looking at edginess this way, I can see why it's so attractive, because in a sense, you're watching a superhero. Someone who's courageous and authentic, who fights for what they think is right, and isn't afraid of what others think of them. All of these are considered positive traits.
God damn, I'm a superhero? Didn't know that.
But at the same time, there are many who find edginess to be cringe and corny and think that it's all an act just to seem different. The mistake that people make is thinking that being hateful or toxic is the same as being edgy. Protesting is an edgy behavior, and people protest for non-hateful causes all the time. Another mistake people make is thinking that the edgier you are, the more real you are, which would logically lead to the conclusion that those who aren't edgy
No, because you can be real without being like edgy or like doing weird shit. I don't think that is the case. I think just like don't build like your content around the fake persona. I think that what makes you real. Speed made his community like that. If he stops doing the shit he does, then most would leave. Probably. Yeah. Again, it makes sense. He has built that community, and obviously he wants to like continue to build on that. It makes sense.
edgy are fake. As much as edginess is romanticized, what I've noticed is that
the greatest fall off in history, iDubbbz, or in this case, iCugs. It is insane how this man has fallen. I enjoyed the time where he and Rice went at it.
being edgy sort of desensitizes you, which in turn also desensitizes your community because it makes it easier for toxicity to grow because, well, there's no rules, and the rules which do exist, no one.
Yeah, Moist Critical does that. Even though he does at times have weird opinions, but yeah. I think iDubbbz can, like, Moist Critical can do what he wants most of the time, and people will like it. But it's also not like his content is anything, like, that crazy. It's fairly normal.
Cares about following it because remember, we're edgy, rebellious, provocative, offensive, etc. So after countless hours of research, I've created this chart which at first glance looks awfully similar to the alignment chart, and you would be correct. That's exactly what it is. You may disagree with some of these placements, and that's fine. This is just my subjective opinion. I've already spent too much time going back and forth on this, and this is what I ended up with. But anyway, onto the analysis. I like to think that edgy behavior has a large overlap with chaotic behavior, and by looking at this chart, we can see that the majority of edgy creators are men. What I've noticed is that when women start creating content, they start off safer and more mellow and kind of just dipping their toes into the water. But male creators hit the ground running. They're loud, abrasive, divisive, toxic, etc. But this may be because guys are used to the environment which gaming has always been. Toxic, edgy, competitive, etc. Seeing a guy being edgy online is nothing new, and we have been conditioned to expect this.
It's the same. Understandable. By the way, love the clip of this dude where he says, "You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now." I like to use that meme.
Oh fucking shit! God damn! The frauds, dude! Nobody wanna sit there and block the same shit for 3-4 seasons. You ain't talented. I'm talented.
Another aspect to consider is that being edgy is polarizing, and polarizing figures are both heavily liked and disliked. There's no in between. Because remember,
Yeah, it's pretty nonchalant except when it comes to dildos.
the content creator has put themselves in a position of extremes. If women are
More
already
Thai. I dislike this chick. I dislike this chick so much. Same goes for Amaranth, Invaded V, and Beldephine. Like, I dislike all of these women. I don't know who Tana Mongo, Mongo, I don't know how you pronounce it, is, but every time I see these women pop up, I just, it makes me dislike them even more. Just the Mings down there. Who's on there?
deal with a set of circumstances online, I can see why they wouldn't want to add another aspect which could amplify these circumstances. It's important to remember that the feedback that you receive is a result of the audience that you've built and the type of content that you make. It's why certain creators can say certain things to get a minimal amount of flack for it, but the same can't be said if someone else tried to do the same. Female creators tend to attract a more female audience, and how receptive are women to edgy content? Are they fans of it?
Okay. Especially dark people. People expect dark people to be goofy like Hycina and Speed or some other. Keep yourself safe now. Yeah, that clip is great. Yeah, it's a weird stereotype. I know a lot of like black dudes who are just regular dudes, like not like goofy or edgy or like in that way.
Can women relate to a content creator who behaves that way? They might expect it from a guy.
Probably not. Probably not. It's also like, is it really true that the majority of the people that watch female creators are women? Obviously not. I wouldn't even say. Even the like female creators that I talk to, they watch mostly dudes. They watch mostly dudes. So do they attract a little bit more of a female audience? Sure. Is it like that much different from a male creator? I don't think so.
But from a girl, maybe not as much. Being edgy or chaotic is the equivalent of digging a tunnel. You're literally pushing a limit and allowing yourself more breathing room. But push a limit too far and you risk everything collapsing on you. These content creators have allowed themselves enough breathing room to be as edgy as they want. And that's the thing. Being edgy is a molding process. It's shedding. Women don't usually go down this route at all, so their room for being edgy isn't as large. The most common form of edginess a girl will utilize is probably NSFW content, which is clearly what we can see here with a few exceptions. One thing I don't agree with is the demonization of those who create safer content and the assumption that those who do are silenced and muzzled from saying their own opinion because of the audience they have. What people don't realize is that the theory can go both ways. The creators who exist over here can't really dumb down their edginess, or else their audience will call them boring and scared, they'll get accused of becoming soft, and they'll be told that they
I mean, the audience that is there, at least like for the women, these are all women that basically create adult content. They can't stop because people will be gone. Also, it's not because they're edgy. People just expect them to be for some reason. Yeah.
losing their edge.
I don't know if you want to talk about this or not, or if we're going to lower the tone a bit here, but didn't you actually have like a serious issue with a stalker once? It's all well and good us like laughing at the creepy DMs, but there is a time when it can go too far, isn't there?
There are times when it has gotten bad. I have had bad stalkers in the past, but the one that sticks out for everyone is one of the worst. I think in the top 5, I'd say.
In the top 5?
Most audiences are immature, to be honest. Yeah. Or like super, not just immature, it's also like the parasocial aspect. It's like, me personally, I don't try, I know that like the people that I talk to, like the people that I watch, that we have zero connection. Like, I am always aware of that, but a lot of people really aren't. The stalker thing is like, this is why I always say also to like, this is why I criticize like this trend of like the VTuber the face. If you want a stalker Continue doing this. Continue doing this. Should you be stalked? No. But you're selling... You're a YouTuber. You sell your audience the girlfriend experience, and then complain after that you might have a stalker because you posted your picture online. Again, I don't like it. I can't stop people from doing it either, but I don't like it.
You had.
Been streaming quite a few.
Have you ever heard the expression, don't bite more than you can chew? But what about someone who's forced to chew something they never bit in
I mean,
the first place?
sure, it happens to everyone, but that's not the point. Like, you as a VTuber have the option to like avoid that.
That's essentially what parasocialism is. A word which is dead because people have once again misused and overused the word to the point of meaninglessness. But it's something which plagues anyone with notoriety. We can clearly see this with musicians. The fan bases are loyal, sometimes to the point of obsession. Fan interactions will vary.
Take care, Baloch. Have a nice day, night, whatever it is where you live.
Rare before social media, and even now they don't happen too often depending on the artist. It's a little different with content creators, however, because fan interactions are very common and fan bases don't exist here. Communities do. And I would say that live streamers probably get the worst of it because feedback is instant. Type some stupid...
Me personally, obviously a live stream, so I'm not avoid that. But I don't think I will ever go to like any convention or something. I don't think that will ever happen. Especially not TwitchCon, because you get drugged there. Or jump into foam pits and break your back.
Shit in a chat and you'll get a reaction. Give the creator some props and you'll get a reaction. Seeing the day-to-day of someone's life, the highs and lows, people tend to feel closer to a person like this, especially when they can relate to them. These bonds are of course not real. They're one-sided and aren't an accurate depiction of a healthy relationship. I'll be honest, I don't know the data on this, but it wouldn't surprise me if the majority of female creators...
Fuck? What? Okay, that escalated quickly.
With a large following have experienced a stalker problem at least once. Guys who develop parasocial relationships are mentally not all the way there and have...
I'll tolerate stalkers, but only if it's women.
Falling in love with someone on their screen and not make it their pet project to meet the person who they're infatuated with. Some people are in so deep that the moment they find out the creator is not single, they actually feel a sense of betrayal, like they were cheated on, because in their minds they actually thought they had a chance with these creators. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, now you got female creators getting deepfakes for gooning purposes. Like they have to goon. They just got
caught beating it to his friend's GF. But they were deep fakes. Oh no! I can goon for 8 hours straight. I can flicker goon for 7 seconds. What the fuck? And which rabbit hole did I jump into?
Got a goon. They just got a goon. So remember, even when you don't objectify yourself, someone out there will. Like I said before, damned if you do and damned if you don't. All of these things do happen to male creators as well, and let's not be ignorant to that. But majority of these deep fakes and stalking...
That would be the new meta. But honestly, if she looked somewhat solid, and like she aligned with what I want, hey, come and stalk me. I'll let you in.
Victims are women. Girls aren't the ones clipping moments of when guys stand up and walk away from the camera and make YouTube compilations out of them. It just doesn't happen. And although
they should though, they should.
You may think that you would like to be in a position where someone gives you large amounts of money, I wouldn't want a fan like this because I know they're expecting much.
No! No! Get cooked. Get cooked.
More that I can give them in return. This level of obsession is high risk, it's volatile, a balloon waiting to pop, a bomb ready to explode. I know it may seem like a circumstance to be envious of, but believe me, it's not worth it. And the girls who take advantage of such people are literally playing with fire. I know this is definitely an unpopular topic to even discuss because the internet is just a very divisive space, and we're talking about women which if anyone tries to defend or show the smallest bit of compassion to, you're seen as a plethora of things, let's be honest. But I thought to myself, if I was a girl and I wanted to do YouTube or even just live stream.
This is not a win-win situation. When you defend women, you're getting your ass beat. If you don't defend women, you're getting your ass beat. Might as well do what you want.
what would I do? And how different would the road to success be in comparison to the male counterparts? It's also hard to get people to empathize with a category of creators where a subcategory makes it optically impossible to say anything because the choice of content creation is controversial, especially when a TOS of a particular platform seems to be highly favorable towards such a group. But painting all female creators under this brush is dumb. That would be the same as generalizing kick streamers as the whole of the live streaming space, but I digress. The online experience of girls has been an interesting thing to observe and research. The paths which they take in content creation,
100% rage bait.
how they're integrated, but ultimately I'm not a girl, so I would be curious to hear that perspective on this video, as well as your opinion, the person watching, because maybe I've got it all wrong. Maybe it's not that serious. Maybe these things aren't uniquely affecting female creators. Maybe this curse is nothing but an illusion.
I mean, yeah, I can kind of see the points of the video. Yeah, I do. It's just like, I don't know. To be honest, I do think depending on what space you're in, these things are less terrible or more terrible. Like, I highly doubt that there's gonna be that many dudes watching make-up YouTubers. And I feel like for VTubers, depending on how private you are, I think you can also avoid a lot of these things. But yeah, I think for generally, like, for some of these creators, again, it is the audience that you build. If you build a parasocial audience around you, I mean, like, you specifically lead into that they are parasocial, and you abuse that, I mean, you kind of create those circumstances yourself, right? You kind of do. Hey, I need to cleanse my eyes. I'm gonna react to a Rev video.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
So, remember yesterday when we reacted to the Godot engine situation, where they completely went... Where the community manager basically went... Or two community managers went completely off the rails? I wonder what they did now. I wonder what happened again. I think he's gonna recap it probably, but basically what kind of happened is the community manager of Godot, is it Godot? Godot? I don't know. Basically, called it Wocod, which then, unfortunately, like, devolved into, like, people getting banned, people getting blocked on Twitter, literally developers getting blocked on GitHub, which resulted in them not being able to use the engine anymore, the game engine. So it is very interesting what has happened.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So today we'll be once again talking about the Godot engine drama because there's been some more developments, including more members of the Godot engine community being exposed as activists, and on top of that, a new fork of this game engine.
Dude, isn't your girlfriend Christian? Is she okay with the little devil plushie? I don't know.
Has risen with the goal of fulfilling the promises that Godot engine made to its community, and that new project has been met with retaliation from members of the original Godot engine community. Now, with Godot and a lot of other forums, whether it's game journalists or developers or localizers.
Who made this meme? I'm a developer, be honest. I make game engines, be honest. I'm a political activist, thank you. Who made
the
this?
Anime and manga scene. There's a lot of people who are activists in disguise. They are playing these roles, but their main goal is to be an activist. And if you put enough pressure on them, eventually you will squeeze out their true agenda. And that's what happened with Godot Engine a few days ago. If you want the full background of what happened, you can see this video of mine from a few days ago. I'll put a link to it in the description.
Funny.
But to sum up this video in the background in 30 seconds, Godot Engine comes out with this tweet basically embracing wokeism and saying that they're proud to be a woke game engine, and that's met with a lot of criticism. And this is the community manager who made the
these posts are protected. Of course they privated themselves. Of course. It's funny how this chick, whatever you want to call her, did not get fired, but the other dude on the unofficial Discord server did get his ass beat. It's kind of funny.
Tweet, who has been causing a whole lot of issues we'll get into later in this video. And on top of that, their response to criticism of that post was to simply block everyone. Every single person who provided any criticism of their tweet, including some major financial
like, no matter how bad it was, they just blocked people. Even like major like supporters that like put in a lot of money to like make this engine even work. That's how bad it got.
Backers of the game engine. And in response to that, we had more issues with the moderators of the related Discord server, this Xananax individual who was caught saying a bunch of slurs and other things. But on top of that, their response to criticism of this recent tweet from Godot Engine was to call these critics vermin, cockroaches, and other disparaging things. And of course, people got very upset about that. And eventually the Godot Foundation would...
Funny how when we use these terms, we are you know, bigots and Nazis, but when they use it, it's totally fine. It's kind of funny how they also are allowed to use that rhetoric that, you know, some painter back in the day used a similar rhetoric and methodic, but okay.
Would make this quote-unquote apology where they would basically say they're the victims in this situation and that they are the ones facing a harassment campaign, and they basically say everyone criticizes them who are bad people, essentially. And that's where we left things off with the Godot Engine situation. Now we have a lot of updates regarding this situation.
Yeah, but how could this even go worse? Like, how could you make this situation worse? Why do these people make these situations worse? There's no need for it to be worse.
Some more people in that community getting exposed as activists, and also a very interesting alternative that has risen to fulfill the original goals of Godot Engine. So right off the bat, the backlash has been insane. Don't get it twisted, it's not just...
Oh. Goddamn. This escalated quickly.
Gamers and people on the outside who are upset about what they're seeing and criticizing it. It's also people in the gaming industry who are using this engine and now very turned off to this Godot engine and everything that they stand for. You can see the reviews on Steam here, absolutely abysmal, completely flipped upside down over the last day or so, now mostly negative, like greatly outweighing the positive reviews that happened before all of this mess started. And looking into the community, people are sharing some very funny stories. Like one individual said that people in their community were banned for ridiculous things like saying guys, which they considered a...
There's just no fucking way. Imagine getting banned by saying the word guys. There is no way. There's really just no way. Oh my god.
Not gender neutral term, and was somehow offensive enough to get them banished from the community. And on top of that, some people have been dredging up some previous posts from the creator of Godot Engine, labeling it a communist manifesto. And I think that phrase is a pretty accurate one when we see the post. But here is the creator, Juan Linietsky.
Wait, actually, I want to go back. I want to
basically
read
gone
that.
into hiding. Here is the creator, a communist manifesto.
Wait, Communist Manifesto, written by Juan Linietsky and published in Godot documentations. Encrypting save files. Why? Because the world today is not the world of yesterday. Capitalist oligarchy runs the world. It forces us to consume in order to keep the gears of this rotten society on track. Yeah, imagine like working and like buying stuff to make society continue to run. Interesting. I mean, that definitely sounds interesting. Definitely a little bit of Marxism in this. As such, the biggest market for video game consumption today is the mobile one. It is a market of poor souls forced to compulsively consume digital content in order to forget the misery of their everyday life. commute or just any other brief free moment they are not using to produce goods of service for the ruling class. These individuals need to keep focusing on their video games because not doing so will fill them with tremendous existential angst. So they go as far as spending money on them to extend their experience, and their preferred way of doing so is through in-app purchases and virtual currency. Yeah, this is very, very commie-esque.
And I think that phrase is a pretty accurate one when we see the post. But here is the creator, Juan Linietsky, who has basically gone into hiding while this whole situation is unfolded. You know, for a second you feel kind of bad because these are people that are causing trouble for him and Godot Engine, like the community manager and the moderators.
But yeah, but at the same time, it's like, dude, you put these people in charge. What do you expect would happen?
He's the one who allowed them to exist in the community in the first place. And when controversy started showing up, this guy dips instantly and just hid like a cowardly leader who can't face any sort of controversy. And this was the last tweet he made before going private on Twitter, basically saying that he wants to stay out of politics, and that's the whole goal. Meanwhile, his community manager and moderators are making very political tweets. But this is the post that people dredged up from this creator. Let me read just a part of it. You'll understand why it's labeled a communist manifesto in just a second. Encrypting saved games. Why? Because the world today is not the world of yesterday. A capitalist oligarchy runs the world and forces us to consume in order to keep the gears of this rotten society on track. As such, the biggest market for video game consumption today is the mobile one. It is a market of poor souls forced to compulsively consume digital content in order to forget the misery of their everyday life, commute, or just any other brief free moment they have.
So, if I play a mobile game, I'm a poor soul forced to consume digital content? Dude, nobody's forcing me to play, I don't know, Honkai Star Rail or Dokkan Battle or Dragon Ball Legends. Nobody's forcing me. There's nobody holding a gun at my head and saying like, yo, you need to play these games. What are you yapping about?
That they are not using to produce goods or services for the ruling class. And then the Intro 101 class at the Liberal Arts College stood up in a...
Of course, the 1% of the world want to play mobile games. Sure. Yeah, of course.
Applauded. Like, this is literally so ridiculous. This is something you would expect from like a 14-year-old LARPing as a communist on Twitter with 50 mental illnesses listed in their bio. Not someone who is a creator of a game engine. This is a ridiculous post and expose this person as being political when they say over and over again, I'm not political. Well, here's their politics, and they're quite unhinged. But moving forward, I apologize. I wasn't able to get the screenshot of the tweet from this account before they went private. I couldn't find any archives of it either, but this individual made a challenge to the community. They basically said, if you don't like Godot Engine and what they're doing and you think they're a woke engine, why don't you do better? Create your own game engine in response.
and so they did. So they did.
Challenge accepted, because a lot of people wanted to prove they could do just that and better than Godot Engine, and this gave birth to Redo Engine. Now, they have a very simple purpose, and Redo Engine is a new open source fork of Godot with the goal of fulfilling the promise of Godot. We will be having a space on Friday, 10/4/2024, time to be determined, to formally...
Yeah, that is a violation I would not take. That is a violation I would not take.
Launch. And this post was met with a great amount of positivity and encouragement. People thinking this is a very good response to what Godot Engine is by using the open source that they are provided. And here is Artur, a game developer we've talked about, saying this: the next few days will be interesting to watch. Godot Engine is releasing soon. Thousands of eyes are curiously watching how it will fare. How many bold indies will capitalize on the attention and try to be the first game on this engine? Here's another individual saying, Godot is already using my temporal anti-aliasing from Spartan Engine, tell you what, if Godot takes off, I'll bring over rendering boosts from my engine to Godot as well. To the community, I support free speech and I reject authoritarianism. I got your back.
Based. See all these people? Yeah.
So right now,
small
Godot is off
developers
to a
and stuff.
blazing start.
That is nice.
Over 10,000 followers already, getting the support of many people in the gaming industry. Things are looking great. What's going to happen next? Retaliation from those still sticking with the Godot engine community. The people who are activists are very upset about this. So here is Godot on October 1st saying this. Hello everyone, we just want to give a short update on the situation. Our Discord had to pause joins temporarily because we had a massive influx of bad actors and trolls who are posting things that could potentially harm our community. Devs are working and vetting volunteers. We knew that when this blew up, that a lot of people would naysay and hyperfixate on every little thing that happens. They want us to fail. We have not formally launched the project.
That's interesting. So when we do it, it's bad. If they do it, it's not. It's interesting, especially since we didn't do the people didn't do anything aside from like. Sure, there probably were people that missed lost the plot, definitely. But at the same time, also a lot of people that criticized Godot. So it's kind of like a little bit hypocritical to do the same.
That happens this Friday. We are working to get a build ready for that. So the most predictable response is a bunch of people from the Godot engine community lashing out, acting like a bunch of spurgs, and honestly, in a weird way, kind of helping them with their official launch because they decided to do all this stuff impulsively the second they could. And because
my cat has turned on the lights, my model is acting up. Why do you do this? Cat, I need to sit in the dark, or my model will start acting up. Stop turning on the lights. Okay.
Because of this, it basically made Godot Engine speedrun their vetting and moderation process. So now, when they actually launch, they're going to have a lot more protective measures in place already, so it's going to be a lot harder to mess with their official launch.
I really wonder, I really wonder if there's going to be more and more people that just start creating alternatives to like these big, like, even like Unreal Engine has like this like woke stuff implemented, like straight up in the programming. So it's like interesting to see that people start to create like their own like non-woke alternatives. The question is, how long is it going to take until those non-woke options will be invaded? That is the question.
And this would get even worse, the harassment campaign. You can see this tweet right here saying, at Godot Foundation, it should be common sense, but you should encourage people from your community not to harass forks that represent the MIT license. Competition is the nature of free and open source software. So here's some of the posts they shared. This one saying, as a member of the game development community, I'm concerned about the recent fork of Godot Engine called Godot Engine. While open source software allows for forks, this particular project seems to be exploiting the hard work and goodwill of the Godot community for personal gain.
Bro does not know what open source is. Bro does not know what open source is. Okay.
It's disappointing to see such
look at all those
behavior.
like dislikes or like whatever you call them. Downvotes. Is this Reddit? No, this is GitHub. Look at all those dislikes on GitHub.
Collaborative open source ecosystem. I believe it's important to support ethical development practices, and the original Godot Engine project, which has consistently provided a free and open platform for game creators. I encourage fellow developers to consider the broader impact of their actions on our community and to continue supporting projects that prioritize collective benefit over individual profit. So you'll see multiple times they reference Godot Engine as something that is there for individual gain and individual profit, which is a ridiculous claim because right now there is no monetization in place for Rideau Engine. It is you can't give them money even if you wanted to. There is no means to give them money. They haven't even set that up yet. They're waiting until...
That's interesting. It's like these posts are made with the people having no idea what is going on. They haven't looked at the stuff that is happening, or they are made in bad faith.
Until the official launch. So right now there's been no individual or financial gain through this attempt. And on top of that, you can see they're talking about things like supporting ethical development practices and also telling developers to consider the broader impact of their actions, which is so ironic given what happened with Godot Engine, because they ignored the broader impact of...
Probably not doomed to fail, but it does have a shit reputation now. It does have a shit reputation. And there is now a non-woke alternative. So people who are currently like developing, people that were developers that got blocked by Godot, like literally blocked out of like them being able to use the engine on GitHub. It's kind of interesting how this will all play out.
Their actions. You have a community manager who is essentially making these divisive tweets that are damaging their own game engine and fracturing their
Remember,
own...
this all happened because of a community manager losing their shit.
Community.
Over a single
Now here's another...
The chick got one guide. Literally one guy. This all started for them like proclaiming that they are woke. Somebody just like a singular person criticizing them for this. Then they blocked that person, that developer, and this all sparked into like this hugely backfired, and this simply because a community manager got one guide.
Another post saying anyone who associates with this project is mentally deficient, which is the biggest projection I've ever seen based on the people we've seen from the Godot Engine community. Here's another post from Rideau saying we've had more waves of trolls and disruptive individuals on the Discord today, but our moderation team handled it like champs. And they post some more information about how they have grown and their main goal. People want a politically free community and engine, and that appeals to a lot of people. And like I said, this whole situation, the rating of their Discord, has allowed them to put more protective measures and moderators in place.
I wouldn't really say that politically free is the right term. I would use the term agenda free is what I would like to use
to handle future situations like this. So obviously they were able to handle it a lot more smooth than the first wave of trolls that attacked their server. Now, a lot of people have been pointing out too that Godot Engine is offering in a desperate plea to unblock people. They're giving block appeals, and they're requiring you to send in your email information, which seems innocuous, but as other people have pointed out, people in their community, like their community manager, seem to want to collect information on people. They made this tweet before going private saying, "I've given up. I've started a folder of these silliest replies I see when moderating. No clue what to do with that collection of brain rot yet, but I'll figure something out eventually." So they're collecting information, and now Godot Engine's asking you to send in your email and other information, and
that's weird. That is very weird. I mean, it's nothing specifically out of the ordinary. I think a lot of like your information is probably lying around a lot of other things as well. So I don't think like that is anything out of the ordinary.
I just wouldn't trust any of these people with the smallest grain of information about you, because it seems like this community manager and possibly other people in their community have some ill intents behind the collection of information or posts that you make. And they have gone further. This Nat individual made a lot of tweets before going private. They first said this because they got banned on Twitch. They said, "Hi there, fellow CMs at Twitch support. Can you help me undo the suspension put on my personal streaming account? My username wasn't deemed violent during affiliate onboarding nor at TwitchCon, so I can only suspect it has to do with this Gamergate harassment wave I got. Yes, the Gamergate wave of harassment.
There is no Gamergate. So funny. Yeah, this is also the chick that basically like asked Asmongold for a shower picture. A shower picture she got.
Well, they responded to Asmongold. I briefly talked about this in my last video, but Asmongold made a video criticizing them, and for some reason they thought this was the best response, saying, "Hey, Asmongold, can we get proof that you take showers next?" And Asmongold would post a meme of him showering, and then they would respond saying, "Granted, did not expect you to follow through though, that's cool. Now that we've seen face to face, can you acknowledge that making content based off of other people's drama is not really doing anything good for the world? I know you won't agree, but hey, I made you read it."
Okay, let me real quick understand this. Well, I hated to break it. I hate to break it to you, but you know, it's public. On that note, there are a lot of people in this space that in the VTuber space that complain about people making videos on the drama. Well, it is public information now, and people can talk about it all they want. Should have not made it public.
This is a very weird response, and something we see from a lot of people who face criticism on places like Twitter. Number one, acting like videos, even drama videos, have no good for the world. They provide entertainment. Like, that's enough. You don't have to justify anything beyond that. It provides entertainment, and it stays within...
Exactly, provides entertainment. I enjoy a good drama, as long as I'm not involved.
The confines of what YouTube can allow. So making drama videos is already fine, but I don't really consider videos about Godot Engine, for example, to be drama videos. It's just collecting public information and tweets and storylines from companies like Godot Engine and sharing some of the bad actors within their community. It's informative for people. They can draw their own opinions and consider whether they want to support a company like Godot Engine, because if people didn't share the public tweets made by Nats and the official account and some of their moderators, people would continue supporting Godot Engine without knowing that there's all these bad actors within their community. It is informative and helpful to people to learn more about this, and that's what...
Pretty much. Pretty much, because I don't want to support somebody who acts like that.
People have been doing, whether it's
also,
on Twitter...
look at 261 replies. Yeah, she got decimated.
On
she
YouTube.
Got decimated.
And I see this all the time with people who are activists in various communities, like I said earlier, whether it's game developers, games journalists, localizers, what have you. When they get exposed for who they really are, which is an activist, they spurg out on social media. They don't understand how to deal with criticism because they've been living in an echo chamber for so many years where their woke agenda and their activism has never been questioned. In fact, it's been celebrated.
I mean, that's actually just like for a lot of people, not just for these, but like you have some hyper like red pill dudes who like when you criticize them, they start to like mold. It is insane. So yeah, that doesn't necessarily go for just the woke stuff.
In their echo chamber. So now that they've been pulled out of this and exposed for really who they are, and this has happened a lot over the last year on social media, in particular on YouTube, they don't know how to respond. It basically like malfunctions their brain. They've never dealt with criticism. It's like a spoiled child being told no for the first time. They cannot compute what is going on with them, and they just lash out. They don't know what to do. They even keep tweeting in this narcissistic fashion, even when they've been completely destroyed. And by the way, just to clarify here, this person is still the community manager.
They should just get rid of the community manager. Put somebody with a brain in charge. Unblock every single account that they have blocked. And apologize. Genuinely apologize. This is how they could technically save this. I don't see how they would.
For
that they would. They won't do that.
I think there's a lot of moving parts with why Godot Engine is facing backlash.
Especially with the creator being a commie.
But it all started because of this person. Nats, this community manager, is the person responsible for the domino effect of Godot Engine. They set into motion the downfall of Godot Engine with their tweet. If they had not made that woke tweet about being a woke game engine, this probably never would have happened. Godot Engine would not have been exposed like this, and they would have just kept going and succeeding. And you can look at one person and say they started the domino effect, and yet Godot Engine and its leadership don't have the courage to actually take any sort of accountability and make people in their community take accountability.
Because they agree. Because they agree.
Accountability for starting this entire mess. Even if it hurts their own bottom line, it hurts their own company, they still don't have the willpower to kick these activists out of their community, which says a lot about them. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section.
I think that my opinion is very simple. They are dumbasses, and they brought this upon themselves. They should have not put this person into, like, into charge for the community managing stuff. They should have avoided that, and they would have been good, but they didn't. So, okay. I'm gonna watch one last video. And we're gonna watch a VTuber drama video.
There is often
it's gonna be the last video
underbelly.
for today. The very last. Cause yeah. I don't think I could fit in another video. So yeah. First like the video. And this is VTuber admits to illegal and inappropriate behavior. This is a month ago by Safera de Noma. So yeah, I'm interested in what is happening.
There is often a dark underbelly within the content creation space where messed up, twisted adults are unfortunately given a platform and access to an audience.
One day I'm gonna have a live 2D model. Like, the 3D is cool and stuff, and I could probably work something out even better and, like, actually do, like, a lot of stuff on that model, but a live 2D, that'd be great.
Of younger people. In 2024 alone, we already have a few notable cases of alleged inappropriate contact between an adult and a minor, such as Dr. Disrespect and Ava Chris Tyson.
Just Chris Tyson. This is not a woman. This is a dude who probably has AGP, and also probably a lot of other people that happened weird shit. I think there was somebody called CineBear03 who also talked inappropriately with a minor. Diddy, Drake. There were a lot of people in this around this time that talked inappropriately with minors.
And the VTubing space is no different. The only difference is that, so far, the VTubers that are alleged to be predators thankfully don't have a large fan base. But this doesn't mean that this is allowed behavior, because they still, unfortunately, do have some sort of platform, and therefore can still hurt actual young people if left unchecked. One thing that I think many people can agree on is that adults talking to minors in an inappropriate way is bad.
Dude. It is very simple. It is very, very simple. If you are a content creator above the age of 18... Somebody said minor? Yeah. If you're a content creator above the age of 18, do not interact with minors in general. Of course, sometimes you can't, like, avoid it. But, like, closer contact? Absolutely not. Also, my cat has turned on the light again. I will do something next time. I will move the cat tree. Mark my words.
Reprehensibly bad and disgusting.
Minor piano
this isn't a
key.
case
Nope.
of an 18-year-old talking to a 17-year-old or any of that dubious nonsense. Nope. This
my
is
age-old enemy on this channel. Every video that I react to is, for some odd reason, always about kids.
The case where a 23-year-old at the time interacted inappropriately with a 17-year-old, and this adult even admits in their poor excuse of an apology that everything they did was illegal and inappropriate. So, join me as we talk about the story of the independent VTuber, Joe Waffle, also known as Waffy.
Well, should have lived in Germany. Here it's at least legal. Unfortunately.
The cat maid who is self-proclaimed haha funny cat and their misdeeds across various victims. Hi everyone, my name is Safira Denoma, but you can call me Saf. Just a friendly reminder to not harass anyone named in this video. Also, if you can, please go support the victim that spoke out in the
I don't care if you harass a pedophile. I don't care. Go get him.
first place to bring this person's heinous actions to light. Links will be
Go
in
get
the
him.
description. Now, let's begin with who the heck is Waffy? Waffy is an independent VTuber who started her streaming journey in January of 2021. She appears to regularly do VR chat streams, usually as a furry avatar of varying models, and sometimes
I
as
have
an
a
anime
suspicion
girl with
right
pink
now.
hair and cat
I have
ears. She also
I
does
have
a
a
variety
suspicion right now. Let's see if that suspicion is actually reality.
of other genres such as ASMR, just chatting, and miscellaneous games like Minecraft. She is also transgender and has transitioned
Why is my suspicion true? I hate that it is true. I've met a lot of normal trans people, but I hate that my suspicion is true. I hate it. I hate it. My body like instantly, Let me see. Is that the case what I think it is? And yeah, it was. I hate that stereotype is like melted in my brain. Nowadays, teaching a minor how to deal with schoolworks called out as a groomer. Teaching minors how to deal with depression called out as brainwashing. We can't do shit to help young people, man. Yeah, but I fucking hate that I was right. I fucking hate it.
sometime from male to female early on in her streaming career. Also, just a side note because I need to clear it up in advance, I do not condone transphobia in my community. I strongly believe that anyone can be a predator regardless of their race, their identity.
I'm not transphobic, but I also predicted it. And I hate that I predicted it. I hate it so much. I hate the fact that this is the case. I hate the stereotype, but sometimes the stereotype is true.
Their religion, their gender, and any other innate trait for an individual. I know
hate
plenty
the
of
fact-
transgender folk and people who are questioning or planning on transitioning who are wonderful individuals and openly against pedophilia. So if I see any transphobic comments down below, I will gladly get rid of you. Thank you. Now, continuing on, it all started to go downhill swiftly for Waffy shortly after one of her victims, named Mousy Bun Haru on Twitter, also known as Haru,
Again, like I said. Yes, transgender, transfemme, they, them, Sagittarius constellation, LGTV plus mumbo jumbo. Yeah, like I have genuinely met people who genuinely do have gender dysphoria, like genuinely, but I also met a lot of people where it is very evident that they have AGP. If you don't know what it is, autogynephilia is basically being treated and wearing. It's basically a fetish, being treated and wearing women clothes, basically. I hate the fact that I predicted this. I hate the fact that I did.
released her document on August 4th of 2024. Her tweet reads, "When I was 17, a VTuber by the name of Ja Waffle did things with me that were highly inappropriate and has done things to other people as well. This is our story. Please read it all the way through." Her document, which will be listed in the sources down below, starts as such. I first wanted to say this before I even go into details about what this is and talk about everything that has happened to all of us. I am sorry. I am sorry I didn't say anything until 3 years later. I'm sorry I didn't help any of you who came to me or who I've reached out to until it got to this point, and I'm sorry I didn't do anything until now. To finally use my voice and to finally come and say this happened to me and them, and it should have never happened in the first place. But I'm here now with the strength to come forward and here to be the voice for myself and others who are hurt by this individual. And before we continue, I just want to say, Haru has no reason to apologize so much. When you're taken advantage of as a minor, especially by someone well over 5 years older than you, it is not your responsibility to shoulder the blame in this.
Well, it depends. It depends. I have to say that it depends. Because sometimes a minor does know that what they are doing is wrong. Especially when you're 17 years. Because there is minors that also on purpose interact with older people in that way. It does happen. It's rare, but it does. What you hate is they used LGBTQ status as a shield to brush out any criticism. Now, I'm not saying all of them are just like that, but some of them are just. I agree. There's a lot of bad apples in the LGBTQ community, a lot, and they need a similar purge to what the furries did to the zoophiles. Because I know a lot of furries that are like genuinely good people. Just as much as I know a lot of furries who want to have sexual intercourse with animals. But yeah, somebody like Marina VT is somebody like that who is a really bad, makes a really bad puts a really bad light on trans people for like using her identity as a trans woman to like silence any criticism and be like, I'm a victim.
This exchange. The adult has the sole responsibility, being the adult, to do better in the situation and not take advantage of any minor, no matter what. Adults are supposed to lay down the boundaries and keep an arm's distance away from young and impressionable young people, especially from certain inappropriate topics. Continuing on with the document, Haru gives a bit of backstory. She is currently 19 and met Wafi when she was 17 years old and came from an unfortunate household that did not give her love and attention. So when she started to receive said attention from this,
it's always the kids that come from questionable households that they prey upon.
Older VTuber that she looked up to, she wanted to keep being seen and loved and would want to do almost anything to keep that. She acknowledges it was toxic in retrospect. And just as an aside, it is all too common for creepy adults to recognize this power imbalance between their older age and a young impressionable child that wants their affection. This is why we call this grooming, and it's deplorable that Wafi continued to set the stage for it to eventually use Haru for their own sick fantasies. Everything started off innocently, as things usually do.
Can I just say that I hate the word grooming? I don't know, something just does not sit with me right. I prefer the word just straight up manipulation. Because that what at its core it is. It is manipulation.
It was in January of 2022 where Haru first contacted Wafi, simply asking to be friends and about streaming tips. It is here Wafi sends their Discord server link and then asks for their age, to which Haru says she's 17 and Wafi responds with, "Oh, well," and this gif. Wafi acknowledges their streams are for mature audiences and then says, "You're fine, it's just be careful. A lot of people in the VTuber community too say if you're a minor, GTFO. I'm not picky, but I'm just helping you by giving you a warning too." Personally, I find it a little weird, Wafi says.
And now we are seeing pedophiles pushing their agenda as, and I quote, "It's in your genes and we are like this, just like LGBTQ plus was. We demand the same treatment because we are born like this." Just like basically like the MAP, the maps rhetoric. I don't quite remember, but I think was it the WHO who put put pedophilia in the wrong categorization, like out of like the mental illness section, and put it, I think, in the sexual orientation section, which was interesting to see.
I'm not picky, but otherwise this exchange at this moment in time is mostly fine. They talk about streaming tips. After this, according to Haru, she would occasionally draw some art as a way of saying thank you for helping her with advice. Wafi would always keep telling Haru she would get an art piece of Haru one day. It wasn't until March of 2022, just 2 months later after they meet and talk in DMs for the first time, that—
Well, this one is somewhat lewd or really question. I don't take it in a bad way. Haru butt drawings might have. Huh? Why do you ask a minor that, you sack of crap?
Wafi has this to say. Here you can see Wafi asking Haru for butt pics, specifically, quote, good butt. She even considered Haru's character, quote, cute and hot to her. Keep in mind that Haru is 17 and Haru's VTuber character grows up canonically with her, so in this case, she will acknowledge that her own character was also 17 at the time, a minor. More screenshots around this time reveal that Wafi says Haru has a cute butt.
I mean, that I don't care about. Of the fictional character, I don't care about. Of course, in this context, it's horrendous because she is a kid. I think that's a she. So obviously, in that context, it's disgusting. But I don't care if you jerk off to pictures. I don't care. Can we all just agree that we don't want our kids to be intimate relationship with 25-year-old girls? Yeah. Like, for me, I think I already said this, but for me, there's a simple rule. I date up to, at most, 4 years younger than me. I'm 23, so the youngest I date is 19. When I turn 24, the youngest I would date is 20, because I don't even understand people my own age. Like, picking somebody younger, I'd be retarded. And older, maybe up to 2 years. Maybe.
But clearly she's really into butts. And when Haru asked, guess what I'm drawing, Wafi says, you sitting on my face? In cringe stammer typing, by the way. But yikes-a-roni there, Wafi. This is a 17-year-old you're talking to inappropriately, ma'am. A few days later, Wafi's still talking a little weirdly about Haru's looks, and then asks, how old are you again?
Fuck the ma'am. Cut the D off. If it's still on. I don't care.
To which, side note, all I have to say is, if you only ever interact with adults, you wouldn't have to ask someone how
Technically, you're older than me. Good to see. Okay.
old they are when it comes to talking lewdly with them. Just saying. I don't know why people can't just keep it in their pants and keep it for other adults.
Why?
Jesus Christ. Anyway,
That is a
Haru
good
says
question.
17
Why?
going on 18, to which Wafi says, okay, I'm safe. And I think you are young, but IDK how old? Partly I thought you were more of a minor, and you are to me since I'm 23. Yeah, I don't seem 23, don't I? Laugh emoji. I may seem very lewd when I asked you about art of you sitting on me. I know it seems effed up, but I mean no harm and don't take it in a bad way if you get me, laughing emoji.
These people are everywhere. These people are everywhere. Why can't you just be normal, Waffy? Just be normal. Just be a normal trans person. Nah.
And if you're a minor and you see an adult say anything lewd to you, anything remotely like this, run. I mean it. Run. Never
Cut off their wiener.
ever listen to an adult that backtracks and goes, oh,
Send them to the penis or pussy explosion chamber. I don't care.
Sorry, I'm lewd. I mean nothing by it. No harm or anything if you get me. No,
You
run.
saw the
This
same
is what we
drama
call
happen in VTuber
grooming. And if you think that
Indonesia
this is
stream
bad,
not
it
long ago?
progresses
Oh, no.
even further. On March 23rd, 2022, just 2 days after Wafi confirms that Haru is 17 years old,
Let me guess, strip panty Haru? Yes, I love that stuff. I want all... Motherfucker. This is gross. This is so gross. This is so gross.
not 18 yet, Wafi talks about Haru's panties and asks
This
Haru
shit
to
is so
ERP.
gross.
She clarifies that it would be
Neuter
ecchi,
that.
but ecchi is still
Neuter
considered
him.
lewd or perverted
Neuter.
or dirty on the definition and has heavy sexual connotations. Personally, I'd still consider it not safe for work
Jesus. Put your sandals on. It's an emergency. Nudity them. Yeah.
because, let's be real, bro, if you got caught watching ecchi at work, you'd be fired. Also, ERP stands for erotic roleplay, which includes NSFW themes.
Maybe not fired, but man, you be the joke for the next couple of years.
By its nature.
You might as well look for a new job.
Like, bruh, please. You can't try to pass these clearly NSFW inappropriate topics and overall being a creep towards a minor 6-year junior to be anything passable as safe for work and innocent, my dudette. Anyway, they clarify what kind of ERP they want to do, which is a size fetish thing where Wafi is tiny and Haru is huge. Okay, I could
Sounds like vor. Okay, that's the second time we got the vor thing here.
shame, but I've seen worse, honestly, so we'll just leave it as it's cringe and let's just move on. Haru clarifies that the ERP lasted for 1 month
You
and
being
were
implicit will hire
very
them for
intense,
real,
supposedly.
yeah.
It is also so intense that early April, Wafi admits that they touched themselves to the ERP. Please keep in mind,
I'm revoking your trans privileges. It is over. It is over, my dude. It is over. It is over.
Wafi is
That
wanking it to a
disgusting, dude.
17-year-old, someone that's 6 years younger than them. Yikes. Haru's
Couldn't you
document
just have
continues,
waited
and as a
until-
show of affection,
until
Wafi
they
sent
were
Haru a picture of her
18?
character showing her butt on April 5th of 2022 that she commissioned. Looking at this now, Haru is disgusted and repulsed by it. Her character and her brand is not a lewd one, and she questioned why she even let this happen and why she said that looks amazing.
That is a good question. What are we supposed to do with that information? It is just mad disgusting.
Jawaffle, I appreciate it, because in reality, she does not
Hey Xavier Cat, how are you doing?
like it. She doesn't want this. And this is the unfortunate circumstance of being groomed in the moment and only coming to terms with it and understanding what happened to you in the past was bad after you can escape from the situation. I'm so sorry that you went through this, Haru, and please don't blame yourself. The one who has the full blame in this situation is the adult who should have known better than to lead you down this dark path. Less than a week later, Wafi asks for butt pics, seemingly real life pics.
Feeling okay? Okay. Oh no, not the actual butt pics from a minor. Stop it.
Haru, as an unfortunate victim to Wafi, agrees, and Wafi says these words that seem to imply they know what they're doing is creepy and weird with, quote, "All I'm saying, be careful though, not to me, but like in..."
Imagine DMing your Discord kitten. Sorry, I did the yucky yucky to you, baby girl. You know what? Don't imagine that. I don't want to. No. Especially if you point it, like, say it like that. Actual butt pics. Fuck my life, dude.
General, I'm not harmful. I'm straight, honest, and blunt when saying things. I don't mean them in a harmful way and won't lead to any more hardcore. Do you get what I mean? I just feel cautious about asking that since I had friends remove me before. And gee, I wonder why people removed you before, because this is seriously stepping over the line.
Removed her before. Did she do this more than once?
Of any friendship. let alone towards a minor. Haru sends her some pics and honestly...
Actual human butt. From an actual girl. I'm not harmful. Yeah, if a person said that to you, run. Just like dogs. He doesn't bite. He just wants to play. We're talking human butt from a minor. It is so disgusting that these freaks run around like that.
Waffy's reactions are so disgusting to me. The gifts, the calling her thick, the stupid cringe stutter talk, how she says she wants that on her face, asking for different panties and butt shots, and overall just...
Yeah, I don't care if you're trans. I will revoke your rights. I don't care. Hand over your human rights. This shit is so disgusting. This shit is so disgusting again. This is mad
drooling
disgusting,
over
dude.
a minor's
This is mad disgusting.
creepy as F. By the way, you want to know how many total pictures were sent? I'll let Haru tell you herself in her live stream that took place after she released her document.
I just counted. I went in and saw all the ones I just sent. She has 160 pictures of my...
No way. What is it? What are you trying to do? Have as many minor butt pictures as Diddy has baby oil? Fuck my life, dude. PB plucked back in. True. No, that is so. We need to pump that up to 200. No, no, those are rookie numbers. Oh no. You don't understand why some legal adults find minors attractive? That is a good question. I would like to know. Maybe we should ask Dr. Disrespect. Maybe we should ask Ava Chris Tyson. Maybe we should ask Waffy. This shit is so atrocious. Like, dude. This gives such a bad light on trans people. It is insane. And you know what the creepy part is? It's never trans men that do this. It never is. Just an observation that I have. I've never seen a trans man do weird shit. I'm gonna be completely honest. I have never seen that before. Not once.
When I was 17 years old. Let that sink in.
During this time, friends were telling Haru to stop and just block Jawaffle. Unfortunately, Haru was riding the high of attention and wanted her to keep liking her. In November of 2022, she told Waffy that she had a crush on her, which to her mind at the time was just trying to get Waffy to stay with her. Waffy declined, saying, "Oh, the thing is though, you're young."
Trans men are just less common overall. Yeah. Yeah, I would actually... in my life, I've only seen one trans man. One. I've seen multiple trans women, though. I would also say that a lot of women who don't conform with any gender, they don't go the trans route. They actually go the non-binary route, to be fair.
Younger than me, so sadly we can't date.
There's a reason, like when you look at video games, when they include a non-binary character, that they're usually usually feminine. There's a reason why that stigma exists.
Legally, I can't date you. 23 minus 18 equals 5 years older I am. And I looked it up and I believe 5 years isn't okay for dating. Basically dating a minor, if you get me. And like, what baffles me is how if we're going by Waffy...
Dating isn't okay, but requesting butt pictures is okay. Oh, okay. I get it. His
logic here, they basically consider a relationship between an 18-year-old and a 23-year-old to be illegal and like dating a minor. And they've been interacting with this minor for, a while now, inappropriately.
You never hear of bi people going after minors either, only straight or gay guys. Funnily enough, which is interesting, I heard from a, don't quote me on this, that is just what that bi man has told me. A lot of the like inappropriate encounters that he had was with gay men. That is what he said. I don't know if that's true. I'm not going to comment on that. That is only what I have heard. You're younger than me. Certainly we can date. But cheeks pigs, please. True.
The fact that Waffy thinks this is illegal, despite having already done literally illegal stuff with a literal minor at the time, is actually wild. Literally.
Yeah, but it's either straight or gay guys, or a straight or gay women. Not even gay women. It's either, from what we've seen, straight guys, gay guys, straight women. Predominantly teachers that go after minors. It is weird.
Wild. Super wild even. They clarify Haru should wait until she's 20 to consider dating Waffy, even with the 5 to 6 year age gap. Continuing on
It's a beautiful day to be bisexual. I don't know about that one. Maybe not. I don't know.
with the document, Haru says that now she was a legal adult, she felt that
The only
Waffy
thing I
had
know is that gay men have the lowest divorce rate. Good for them. Good for them. And the lowest rate of violence. So, yeah. Good for them.
lost interest in her. Waffy didn't text her as much, didn't want her to send pictures anymore, and didn't like the things that she did, and she felt she was being tossed aside. Her friends told her it was toxic, and she finally took their advice and left on January 12th, 2023, to which the pictures also ceased. Waffy didn't seem to take it badly and started pursuing another person who will be called B. B first stumbled into Waffy's streaming community, and after giving $20 to her, Waffy started flirting with B and giving them special treatment.
Yeah, I'm not in
streams. B felt super lucky, of course, but unfortunately for B, all Waffy wanted from them was their money. Waffy
It takes a man to... Sometimes it just takes a man to be best girl.
begged B for money, to which B gave roughly $300, and still Waffy wanted more. She even bothered B when they were hospitalized and still begged for an expensive collar worth over $8,000 to $9,000.
A collar? Yeah, gay men had the lowest rates of divorce. They also have the lowest rate of violence, funnily enough. We stick, we happy, we see racing car, we happy. True. Men are so simple. It is insane. Apparently they also have the lowest rates of violence. And while lesbians have the highest rate of divorce and apparently the highest rate of violence in relationships. That is funny.
To which Waffy sounded disappointed when B was considering just taking off $3,000 worth of diamonds. In these exchanges, Waffy does not seem to remotely care for B's well-being and only seems to want the expensive jewelry. And
Money!
did not want to answer what their relationship, if it can even be considered one, was really. B kept saying no, and ultimately Jawaffle replaced them for a different relationship. Many heartfelt condolences that this happened to you, B, and may you...
This chick is changing partners more often than others are changing underwear, it seems.
Be able to financially and mentally recover from a stressful and toxic situation. Another VTuber, who would be called K, also dealt with Jawaffle before she transitioned in 2021, hence why the screenshots use he/him pronouns. Waffy told K after 2 weeks of meeting them that they were in love with them, to which K said that this made them uncomfortable. Waffy then proposed they meet IRL as friends, and K agreed to this. But then Waffy misled others to saying that it was a date and even publicly asked live on stream whether K would date her. To which
he stopped liking my post. I called him out on it, but eventually we became friends again. He called me a stray, useless puppy that he needed to take care of, basically belittling me. When I asked to play with him again, he showed me a picture of his view count. That is that is Waffy.
The meetup was cancelled, the interaction ceased, and Waffy essentially belittled K by calling them a stray, useless puppy that she needed to take care of. K felt manipulated.
This shit was there before they were even trans, which is interesting. It makes sense for lesbians with so much menstruation going on. Oh my god. It's probably also due to the fact that they can't decide who pays. From now on, please address me as a stray, useless puppy. Okay, you stray, useless puppy.
And only used for clout and tossed aside when Waffy couldn't get anything else out of them. I hope you're doing better now, Kay. Another minor, which we'll call A, had met Jawaffle before Haru did. A is still a minor. They met Jawaffle when they were 14 and they are currently 16. Please.
Oh, we're even going a little younger, it seems. From regular menstruation to competitive menstruation. True. We're going a little younger with this one. We're going 14 now, not only 17.
Please remember that Waffy says their content is for mature audiences. So why the hell is a 14-year-old allowed to interact with this person in the first place? Anyway, the issue A had with Jawaffle was that in a Minecraft stream, Waffy was introducing and exposing private information about A's personal life that A had disclosed to Waffy in confidence, that information being that their parents had both passed away, and being referred to as such in chat. Like, I can't imagine ever calling out a chatter and being like, oh hey, you with the dead parents, welcome on in. Like, what?
Oh, your parents are dead? Yo! that is insane.
Why would you ever do that? And to make it worse, Waffy learned A wanted to be a VTuber and offered to help them pay back the model cost of $2,000. This, unfortunately...
Motherfuckers spending $2,000 for a VTuber model. You are retarded if you spend $2,000 on a VTuber model. You definitely need to be educated on how to use your money.
Never occurred, leading A to be $2,000 in debt and that they feel their dream of being a VTuber is an abandoned one. This is messed up to put a minor in $2,000 of debt because when you're 16 or 14 at the time, $2,000 is a ton of money. But A was also extremely worried about Haru and tried to...
Oh yes, you were that guy who masturbated with a Nutella, right? Welcome to the stream. Your dead parents guy. Exactly.
Warned Haru in advance,
exactly.
To which Haru disregarded at the time and didn't realize how dangerous the situation was until she left that toxic situation and can now share her and fellow victims' stories. But this isn't all. There's one other victim in this document by the name of R. R is another VTuber who had false rumors spread about them that they had a harem. Jawaffle was spreading this rumor.
The fuck? So we went from slight pedophilia to abuse people for money to even worse pedophilia to spreading rumor about somebody having a harem? There's more. I thought it was over. No. We're halfway through the video. What do you mean?
Around without confronting R about its validity. R eventually got wind and confronted Waffy about the spreading of false rumors, to which Waffy said, "This is the internet. Stuff like this will happen," and to simply move on despite being part of the problem. There was another incident where Waffy made a terrible skit and joke, essentially saying the word crips, which implies crippled, which can and has been used offensively towards those with physical disabilities. All R was doing was try to inform Waffy to be more mindful about their words, to which Waffy disregards it and says, "It's no harm to anyone or such to..."
True and real competitive pedophilia. Yo, those terms are getting insane though. It is really getting insane. It's like, I don't know, it's just weird. I mean, the crippled, I don't care about that. I don't care about that too much. I use retard constantly. I don't care too much.
And people who do take it as a slur from that video can F off. R simply says, that way of thinking will get you into trouble. Another incident R experienced was when Jawaffle did
Bloods gang was so ableist all along.
but tier list. Haru refrained from submitting at the time because she didn't feel comfortable doing it. However,
I'm a very simple man. a word will never hold that much power over me because it is just one thing, a word.
In the stream, Wafi asked someone to message Haru to drop a butt pic during the live stream. R acknowledged it was an issue and brought it up to Wafi, to which Wafi used the excuse of, "Oh, I drank too much and the meds are making me dizzy," just to get out of taking responsibility for their actions. Folks, remember, being drunk and not sober is not an excuse to prey on anyone, and minors included. This has been your PS.
Don't tell that to us. Tell that to them. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that get drunk and completely lose the plot the moment they get drunk. I know a friend who, like, an older chick got drunk and, like, that older chick tried to, like, do the deed with a buddy. That was bro almost got, like, raped. So yeah, people just completely all.
That concludes the contents of Haru's document. It spread within Wafi's circle, including moderators. An
Sorry for asking for a booty pic. I was drunk.
Moderator saw Haru's tweet and had this to say. Ex-mod for Wafi here. I had zero idea they even did this stuff, and I'm still in shock from the whole thing. Please, if you decide to tune into Wafi's stream, keep in mind that this person has hurt a lot of people. The type of stuff they used to do is downright disgusting. Their Discord is specifically 18+, but they also allow minors. That was one of the many things that gave me.
That reminds me of Marina. Marina also had basically had a Discord server that was open to minors. On which she basically spread her adult content. She also streamed, like, her model completely naked onto Twitch.
A feeling that something was up. I also brought to attention that people were posting NSFW art of Ellen Jo from ZZZ, an underage character, and she actively allowed it. There were so many things I had a bad feeling of in her server, Twitch channel, etc. Her channel is purely 18+, but she barely enforces it. Granted, she has ID protection in the NSFW section.
Link? No. No. It's like, man. Also, you want to see NSFW from a trans woman? You sure about that? You absolutely sure about that? It's like, it's just, leave the kids alone. Don't show them any porn. Don't ask him for butt pictures.
But that can be easily bypassed because the system is flawed. If you see anyone talking to and or interacting with Wafi and is a minor, please warn them and keep them safe. Take a look at Haru's document in the quote retweet for further context. I'm still in so much shock because this was someone who I trusted / was friends with, and
I was degenerate, but not that degenerate.
Wafi's moderators also had no idea about these terrible actions. In Haru's livestream, Haru revealed a bit more information. That, shortly after her document came out, Wafi sent her a DM on Discord at 3 a.m.
This can't be good. A DM on Discord? This can't be good.
And then deleted it. Here was Haru's reaction to finding out that Wafi had deleted this message.
Let's see. Oh, she deleted it! She deleted it! That's even better! Give me a second, I'm gonna show you my screenshots! Oh, you thought...
Can I be honest? Can I be honest? Why does her model look like that? After being basically groomed. Kind of weird leaning into that VTuber shit. A whole document, it's Atsu stuff all over again. Wasn't Fruit's document like 90 pages long? And like Evil Toasters? It's the same photo. It's like, I think Evil Toasters was like 53 pages long. It took me about 4 hours to get through that shit.
Give me a minute. I sent screenshots to friends. I knew this was gonna happen. She thought she could fuck me over, but you thought this was not gonna happen, but you're a little up. Okay, sorry, I'm calling her names. I shouldn't probably do that. I deserve every right to.
You should. You should call her names. You should. You absolutely should.
But she thought I
No
wouldn't pay attention.
parole.
She thought I wasn't gonna screenshot that shit. It was fucking 3
Hey,
in the
can
morning
we
and I got
talk?
this. 3 in the morning and I got this. And I looked back now because I was like, oh, can you find it? And, you know, nope, she deleted it. Second after, I took that screenshot on my fucking phone as fast as anyone could.
As stated earlier, Haru clarifies that there were 160 pictures of her.
Isn't it funny, now that you mentioned 3 a.m. too, isn't it funny that when content creators do weird shit, 90, your auto work is hard enough for people to read, let alone 90 plus pages. It was basically, Fruit's document was basically like a lot of like he said, she said, and like a lot of people like, oh, she got abused and stuff. Like, bro, you have no way to prove that she was actually abused. None of it. Zero, because we don't have the guy's perspective. Nothing. It's a lot of just, it's 90 pages of nothing. But it's, again, it's weird how these people always drop like weird shit, even if it's like Google documents, messages, anything, when the opposing side is asleep. Isn't it funny? It is very funny that they do this.
17-year-old, but in exchanges with Wafi. Wafi also
The words 17 and bot should never go together. Those are two words that should never go together. Again, it is so weird that she did this shit. Basically 90 pages of Genshin dialogue. Pretty much that's what it was. You don't want to victim blame, but at the same time, innocent until proven guilty. That's a lot of the times the problem. That's often the problem, especially in the VTubing space. But because somebody says something, people go with it. You provide evidence that they are lying, and they will still run with it. There are some states where 17 is legal with parents' permission. Yeah. Like here in Germany, at 14 is technically legal. Though there is no parent that will allow their 14-year-old to date an adult. That will not happen. And you probably not survive that day when that comes out. Let's be real. Again, it's difficult to like, because like even if you like prove that you are innocent in the VTubing space, people just ignore it and move on.
Change their Discord status to this sad,
and they still continue to wipe the floor with you.
Just remove me if you know. I'm tired of this. I know I fucked up. I want to sleep. Which, like, okay.
You can sleep. You can sleep. You can sleep forever, actually.
What are we, in middle school? At least no dark profile picture and banner, so that's something. Wafi also released their own apology statement.
If the evidence overwhelmed the claim, it's basically Jover. Yeah. The thing is, like, again, like, people can make claims in this space, not provide any evidence whatsoever, and the person accused needs to provide evidence that they are innocent. I could say, like, one of you is... It's basically like, yeah, yo, you're a PDF file. Disprove it. Like, you can't do that. Speaking Canadian healthcare, have you considered dying? True. Like, you can't do that, but that's how these people act online. It is no longer innocent until proven guilty. It is guilty until proven innocent. The entire thing is flipped.
To which this is the entire response to a 20-page document full of damning allegations. 1.25 pages of enlarged text, without even an actual sorry to named victims in it.
For this situation, we can clearly say that Waffy is definitely the evil person here. Clearly.
Let's read it entirely, shall we? It's gonna be good, I bet. I would like to address the recent tweet from @MouseyBunHaru regarding my past actions. I acknowledge that much of what was stated is true. In 2022, when I was 23 years old, I exhibited immaturity and did not fully understand the implications of my actions, which in retrospect were both illegal and inappropriate. Looking back at the direct messages I sent to Haru, I realized that my communication at the time was inappropriate. I recognize the impact of my actions, and I am committed to personal change for the better from the actions I did to.
Yeah, it's only personal change after they got caught. It's never while they're doing it that they're realizing it, that they're doing something. It is interesting.
Them. I do not wish to use this as my excuse or crutch. I am autistic. I have Asperger's.
Here we have the age-old, I am mentally ill. I am sorry. I hate people using mental illness to cover up their evil.
Asperger's syndrome, and yes, I am higher functioning, but I have faced challenges in understanding social norms, and during that period of me talking with Haru, I did not know it was okay. I am deeply remorseful for the harm I caused, and I want to emphasize that I am actively working on bettering myself. While I do not expect anyone to accept my apology, I want my efforts to change to be acknowledged. These are mistakes I will learn from, and I am seeking help to ensure I evolve into a better person. This
is just really just like cookie cutter apology. You know what I want to have back? The time where people made response videos instead of like Google documents. Because I don't want to read.
Take time away from streaming to focus on my healing. I hope to return with a renewed sense of purpose. This experience has left a lasting
This shit
impact
is literally
on
just
me.
the
I am
same
committed to growing
rhetoric.
from it. Thank you for your understanding, and I appreciate your
Like
patience
everyone who
during
does
this process. And I got a few things to say. First off, this person just admitted to committing a literal crime by interacting inappropriately with the minor. Books closed.
See, no innocence here. Literally admitted it. Oh, the YouTube apologies. Exactly, the YouTube apologies. They were great.
Get this person to jail. These allegations were confirmed true by their own statement. Continuing on though, what do you mean you exhibited immaturity at 23 years old? Interacting with someone 6 years your junior? Are you insane? I don't care if you're autistic, have Asperger's syndrome. I also have high-functioning autism, and my ass knows better than to interact inappropriately with
Can't wait for the nuclear drama video. I'm gonna go the Tectone route. Nuclear drama. Be neutral. I'll go the Mr. Pokey route. Be neutral. Be neutral. But it was when it was the fighting game drama, Pokey wasn't quite neutral. Bro was not neutral. It's interesting the excuses that pedos come up with. It's also like the same, like, it is literally the same apology. It's the same apology over and over. Whether it's a pedo, whether it's neutrally speaking. Whether it's a groomer, whether it's a doxer, an abuser, it's literally the same shit over and over. The only word that was missing was, I'm gonna educate myself. That was the only thing that was missing.
Age. Are you kidding me? This isn't about social norms. No, anyone knows talking with a minor when you're an adult is bad. If you didn't grow up in such a situation, then my god.
Well, except if you're a teacher.
You need to get off the side of the internet that cries on and on and on about.
I mean, you can't avoid that, right?
Why lolly and Shota shit should be normalized. Oh yeah, by the way, did you guys know this person is a lolicon? Yup. A screenshot shows that Waffy acknowledged.
Of course. It saddened me that she missed a couple things. Ukulele, that is. Like them saying this is my first time, yeah. Of course. In general, lolly stuff is just like child. It's just like CP. But not real, but everything is bad in any countries, I mean. This is the bad type of lolicon, by the way. This is not the certain, but lolly being a body type. This is lolly being I like kids lolly. That is interesting to find that out.
Acknowledges that lolly stuff is CP, but not real, and that this said fictional CP is fine because it's, quote, cute and hot. Lolicons, you ain't winning this one this year. First we got Ava Chris Tyson, a filthy Shadman supporter and lolicon enjoyer, and now Waffy, another lolicon enjoyer who even says that it's like CP. Yeah, alright. Continuing on, there is more evidence than this. Waffy says, if it steps to real life, put me in jail. I don't do that. Some people will think it will jump to
Is that projection? Is this projection? If it steps to really put me in jail, guess we're putting her into jail, I guess. No.
pedo. Okay, but you literally did though, so go turn yourself into jail, please. More pics of them saying lolly pics are cute and that they, quote, love the lesbian lewd lolly ones. And here's a screenshot of pics of their lewd lolly collection, to which I have to censor because even if it's not explicit because they are wearing clothes, it's disgusting and would get me demonetized for sure because of their positions. There's 10 total pictures, by the way. Also, I just like the response to, so you like this? And the response is a flat
How many
and
mental
emphatic
gymnastics do you have to do to pull this off? Damn. It's just like...
no. Congrats on outing yourself as a weirdo to this normal person, Waffy. And there was even an interaction between Waffy and an artist that they were commissioning. The artist asks Waffy, please tell me this isn't what I think it is. To which Waffy immediately says, just unfriend me. I tried my hardest trying to explain it to everyone or anyone. The same thing 4 to 3 years ago, one by one. To which this artist tells them to explain themselves, and Waffy waffles around, saying she wants to voice chat. Otherwise, just unfriend her. Waffy explains that voice chat is safer, presumably because you can't screenshot to spread damning words around because honestly, how are you going to explain your way out of interacting inappropriately with the literal minor when there's proof against you? Seriously, there is nothing you can say that look good with this against you. Waffy eventually fesses up that, yes, supposedly she dated Haru but misremembers the age and says Haru was 19.
You did not misremember the age. You did not misremember the age. No, you did not. Absolutely not. Again, my stance on lolly stuff is it's fictional. I don't fucking care. The moment you put it into reality, consider your wiener. There's a thing called OBS recording, everyone. I don't know how illegal it is to record somebody without the consent. I can't tell. I don't know. But like again, it's fictional characters. I don't fucking care. If you do it in real, if you touch kids in reality, I'm gonna split your head. I have an axe with your name on it. Let's just be real. But there is weird art out there. There is where I would say this is a red flag. Don't know how familiar you are with the Tiger situation, but the art that he commissioned is kind of weird. This is a red flag. This is not even like Shota. This is ToddlerCon.
When that doesn't appear to be true.
It also varies by state. In some areas you can record all you want, but in others you need their permission. I'm definitely sure here in Germany, you can't record people without their consent. Not at least if you like I mean if you like talk to the police and you want to do that to like get somebody, you probably can. But like without like the consent, I don't think you can.
Because Haru got rejected at 18 and left shortly after. Basically, this is just a sad sack of pathetic lies, and Waffy feels so bad because they just want to create content and see people have smile and have fun. Well, Waffy, if you ask...
What do you consider fun? What do you consider fun? That is the question. What do you consider fun? Not what I consider fun, that's for sure.
You should get off the internet. Leave and never come back. PDF files are not allowed in any community.
Not just leave the internet. I'll be real. Leave the ask God forgiveness, because we won't. You get an DM is called DM because it's private conversation. Yeah.
None of us are wishing you to unalive or anything, but simply get professional help, stay off the internet and away from real children, and maybe just do us all a favor and just go to jail. That's really about it. The artist says, well, you were
jail isn't enough. I want them dead.
Adult in the situation, therefore it was your responsibility, and you were responsible to make sure it didn't go too far. While yes, Haru was almost an adult, she was still legally a minor. I can believe you being immature and naive about this stuff because of your autism, which is an explanation but not an excuse. Actually, as a side note, no, as an autistic person, I wouldn't even give this as an explanation. At 23, I definitely knew that this stuff was wrong, and you can tell through Waffy's previous words that they were cautious and aware it was wrong. This is not an explanation nor an excuse. This is simply the facts. Continuing on.
Again, you should not talk to minors in your DMs. Just no. Just no, you shouldn't. It's very simple.
Hence, my suggestion to you is to make an apology or something and get off the internet to get therapy or some sort of help so that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. But because this thing happened, I no longer wish to associate with you for personal reasons. I will also not be making your model, so I will be refunding your money to you shortly. Personally, I'm not too keen on this person coming back. Such a mistake is not excusable at the age of 23, not even with autism and ADHD. Waffy has demonstrated through these screenshots even back in 2021.
Like I said, it's like these people always put it like on their neurodivergency. It is interesting. It is very interesting.
That they were aware their actions were weird and that even liking lolly stuff is considered bad, yet they still do it and even wallow in it. It'd be one thing if this was kept strictly a fantasy and never progressed to a real minor, but it says a lot when Waffy claims to have a mature audience, yet allows minors into a server with
This should not be a fantasy either. This should not be a thing in general.
Adults, and then proceeds to groom a minor and overall tries to prey upon members of their community for their own personal gain. There's a lot of supposed growing up to do if this were the case, but honestly, the best thing to do is just get yourself away from children and the internet and never consider having a platform again. Though, since this is about VTubers, it is extremely likely for people to rebrand. So here's a few clips that I've...
Yep. Or return them. We all had it, like... groomers, doxers, anything just can literally anybody can come back. Literally.
Found suspect. Do keep in mind that this is related to the topic at hand, so if that makes you feel uncomfortable, skip ahead a minute or so.
Make sure to give your cat a kiss. You gotta give your cat kisses. Just so they know that, you know, you love them and stuff. And make sure to look your cat deep into the eyes, because that means that you're saying that you love them. And the cat...
I should have skipped the minute forward. The fuck am I looking at? Yeah, they can come and also come back. No. I should have skipped a minute ahead. Jesus, that's so cringe. I should have skipped a minute ahead.
Cats also stare at you to say that they love you, especially when they blink at you.
Yeah, the sad part is some pedos are parents. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Again, it's like so weird. It's like... It's just weird.
No, 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 no.
Just selling her underwear and asking. You will take the bottom dang waffle you are.
Thanos was right. Thanos was correct. I don't care. Snap half the population away. Hopefully it hits this chick.
I'm calling the police, darling.
I'm only freaking out because you said that she's in high.
Shit's happened when the Fire Nation attacked her. Yeah.
I'm going to jail.
About an hour or two
Foreshadowing.
later after Waffy's apology went up, it was removed. This was caught live on stream, and you can see that the apology was up on Waffy's page during the stream, and then a little
Caught
bit
in
later,
4K.
it is missing.
Like it's gone. Holy shit. Did I ever tell you guys that this is like... Oh! She deleted the post! She deleted the post! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him! She deleted the post! Thinking we wouldn't know that she was gonna... She deleted to apology.
It's like funny that she turned this into like... She turned this into content. It is kind of weird that she turned this into content. It is really weird.
Deleted the apology!
And shortly after that, Waffy's Discord was apparently under shutdown, but not exactly deleted, and Waffy deactivated their Twitter. Their
Good.
TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube channels are still up though. And, well, that would have been where things left off if not for, on the afternoon of August 7th, 2024,
Online existence? Just online existence?
Jawaffle returns with this tweet. My better responds. With the link to yet again
Not another
apology
Google
document.
document.
Let's see how truly better it is. Ah, would you look at that? It's even less pages than the first one, with a whopping one whole page with enlarged text. This is the entire
Hey,
thing.
at least
Alright,
you don't need to read that much, I guess. And maybe.
let's read this. Also, keep in mind, this document came out just 2 days after the first one. 2 days. I want to apologize to Haru and everyone I hurt. I'm sorry for asking for money, favors, making hurtful comments, cheating, and failing to help anyone I cared about. I am not the best with communication or expressing my
A cheater? Yeah, it's so over. That's solidified for me. Abdul, get some rocks.
feelings to others. I am honest and blunt to the point I don't check what I say or do. I am a disappointment to everyone I trusted. My actions I did 3 years ago have f***ed up everyone I thought were my friends.
ADHD can
My
finally handle
content is
reading this
18 plus but wasn't fully reinforced the way I thought it was. I broke my own rules hard and didn't want it to be, but I did. I want to throw up and forget this. At first I wanted to run away from the pain I did to others, but close friends who saw I could make a change convinced me to change what I did. This response is one of those changes. I am slowly improving myself the best I can.
Nobody
going
fucking
outside more,
believes you.
Finding new hobbies, and I am
You're
seeking
not
therapy.
you're not sorry because you're actually sorry. You're just sorry you got caught.
For my mental health issues. It was never my intention to hurt anyone. My community is to make people have a good time, meaning laughing and enjoying my content. My content being 18 plus, ...
Apparently minors were also supposed to have a good time. Another one joins the DD4s.
Disappointment. I never wanted any of this to happen at all. I am not this. What I did back then, I feel disgusted and repulsed, guilty, and so many bad emotions. For now, I am taking it slow. I really do need to work on myself and understand what is wrong and not to do, setting boundaries of what is appropriate to say and my feelings, be aware of the people I meet, and use better self-control and improve myself. I honestly wanted to leave because of these things, but I am a human. No one wants to go through any of this. The victims or the
I don't care so much that it just sounds sounds like word salad at this point because I haven't paid attention.
Person who did it, me and you. Some people can change. It takes time. So please give me that. My last response was rushed and hope this one is better. I will not stream for a while to work on my own well-being and self. Finally, I want to say it again. I am sorry, Haru, and everyone I hurt.
Also, I'm only human. I'm only human. Near minus.
So, first of all, this is all just emotional appealing and manipulative bullshit. Let's be real. Wafi is just sorry that she got caught and called out. Regarding the response itself, remember this was only 2 days after the first deleted apology one had went up. Wafi says she didn't want to break her own rules.
Not stream for a while, yeah. She gonna return. She's gonna return.
And now she should settle with the consequences of her own actions.
She's gonna wait like 2 to 3 years and then come back and nobody's gonna pay attention to her. Just like Bunny Give did it and Dove, she also did it. It's just a natural progression of VTubers fucking up and then returning again. It's a natural progression. Because they can simp again.
I also highly doubt you can truly change in those 2 days, and not to mention seeking therapy is very different from actually going to therapy. And finding hobbies when you're in a down emotional state seems extremely unlikely to me personally. Saying people can change, it takes time only makes sense if what you did was not a literal crime, but Wafi even acknowledged that what she did in the past was illegal. This response is still rushed and incredibly selfish, only caring about what remains of her streaming career. The only improvement the statement did
Hopefully nothing. Hopefully nothing remains. Hopefully she does not return. Hopefully she stays away from the space. We got enough weird people in here. No, thank you.
That she says, I am sorry, Haru, but that itself is too late and does not mean forgiveness will ever come her way. Wafi, for goodness sakes, if you truly care about changing as a person, then please realize this. Having a platform and an audience where minors can interact with you, a now exposed groomer and predator with evidence against you and you admitting these were true, is bad. You are also a lolicon and are proud of it. Kindly do us all a favor and take your creepy ass out of the internet and away from children. Remember, y'all, being a predator is a conscious decision. You don't accidentally, oopsie, he groomed a minor today. Like, no. With every evidence that was given, this was a calculated.
Yeah, and whenever a new chat arrives, they can greet them with, hey, you're dead parents guy, welcome back to the stream again.
And methodical decision by Wafi to manipulate and harm Haru, and who knows who else who hasn't spoken up. Never, ever forget that. So it is my hope with this video that I can help spread Haru's and fellow anonymous victims their story. Haru has a lot of bravery to come forward with all these even 3 years later, because such a situation is traumatizing and hard to come to terms with. But my hope with this video is that we can spread awareness of dangerous individuals lurking within the VTubing community, as I do not believe that PDF files and groomers are allowed to coexist with having a platform that can expose minors to their dangerous selves. However, this does not mean I wish them to perish or unalive. None of
We are not the same. We are not the same. We are not the same. Let's just say that.
of us wish that, Haru included.
No, see, yeah, she's a pedo. Does she deserve to? No.
Again, I would disagree with that.
I don't want people to do self-harm. Self-harm is not something we should really, wish on this person.
Who said something of self-harm? I mean, there are ways.
If anything, I wish they go to jail. You know? She needs nothing. She doesn't need internet. She doesn't need anything but jail time. Don't want her to take the easy way out. That's why they call it the easy way.
While I think Haru has the full rights to submit a police report about the situation, I think simply spreading the knowledge will be enough to keep potential victims at bay from interacting with Wafi. If you can, please.
No, that I have to say, that is the first take. Well, I would say this is a retarded take. This should be brought to the police. Cause imagine if this chick leaves the internet and starts going after minors in real life. No, this should be brought to police. This is a take I find stupid. This should be. Don't hurt yourself. Don't worry. I will do that for you, True. It's like, this is a stupid take. This is an absolutely stupid take. If somebody commits a crime, go to the police. Because if they continue, you may not, then you are at fault as a former victim for creating another victim because you didn't go to the police.
Share this video as well, and please check out Haru's socials. Links in the description below. She is very silly and funny. With that, feel free to leave any comments down below of your thoughts. Please remember to keep it focused.
My thoughts are very simple. Pedophiles should not exist. They should be wiped from existence. I don't care. If it is proven, wipe them from existence. That is very simple. I don't need to go deeper into that. But yeah, that was interesting to know that. I mean, there were already weird people in the space, so it kind of makes sense how this would happen. But yeah, I think this is going to be the end of the stream. I had a lot of fun today. Some reactions were... this reaction was a little more unhinged than I would like it to be, but... you can't stop me. I like being a little unhinged. But yeah, I had fun today, guys. And I don't think I can stream tomorrow, unfortunately, which is a bit annoying. So I'll probably be back on Tuesday. This is just like insane. The pedo stuff will never leave me alone as reactions. But yeah, guys, I had fun, and I'll see you probably on Tuesday. Maybe I can smuggle in a stream tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah. Bye, guys.